Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
evening, Margaret. I'm just checking my sound. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thanks.
Margaret, is this going to be aired on the YouTube channel as well? I don't see the link up there.
And the idea that
Yes, I haven't started that yet. I started a few minutes as we get closer, maybe.
Awesome. Thank you. Just making sure.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everyone again. My clock on my computer says 7 o'clock. My clock on my iPad says 6:58. So we'll go with 7 o'clock. At this time, I want to welcome you to the June 28th, 2022 City Council Successor Agency regularly scheduled council meeting at 7 p.m. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rary.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentation, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. Let me go ahead and share the speaker screen. I received one public comment that was submitted to the City Council prior to the meeting for agenda item A3. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have 3 hands raised. I'll start with Carolina Villaseca, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I know you missed me. I was on vacation in Ohio visiting family, and boy, things are crazy out there. So I'm glad to be back to the madness that is Brentwood. Anyway, so my questions are as follows. I would like to have consent calendar item C2B pulled because I actually waited through that entire thing, and I was really surprised at how many different companies provide finance/information systems, products, and services to the city of Brentwood. I was wondering if there wasn't a better way to consolidate some of these companies to get better pricing. I don't understand, for example, why we have A's, Lowe's, and Home Depot providing us finance information systems, products, and services. One would give you better pricing if you sent it out for contract instead of piecemealing it to all 3. Also consent and calendar item 3. And I just want to make sure that I'm not confusing things, but I did see, I did wade through the entire agenda. And for C3, I see the cash balance and the revenue expenditure summaries. What I was wondering is C2B the detail for C3? I wasn't sure on that. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Cinziana Todor. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say briefly on as far as consent calendar item C1, recognizing the Redistricting Commission. I just want to say that I saw 3 of the 4 meetings. This was something that we sorely needed to have an unbiased redistricting. But as far as watching those meetings and watching the way that the people that were selected to be commissioners conducted themselves in their meetings, I was just so totally impressed. They did better than anybody even ever would have thought could happen. It was just amazing, the whole process, the way they conducted themselves with dignity and respect, and the deliberation. So I just wanted to congratulate them all, and thank you. That's what I had to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Danny Dorman. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can I get my 3 minutes? Okay, there we are. All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak during public comments. I have comments regarding PA1 project. I've been listening to the Planning Commission meeting where a lot of ideas that were new and somewhat foreign to me have been thrown around. I have several questions. Why do we have to change this plan? It's a forever moving target. I want this project to start building, materializing, and really serving the people of Brentwood. On top of that, I hear ideas that, oh, we want people from Walnut Creek to come over here. I really thought PA1 was something specific to Brentwood and to provide local jobs for the highly qualified professionals who live in Brentwood. Why is the city conducting a lot of surveys, all types of information gathering efforts that are asking us for really personal information when and then we actually open this business park to people from all over. I just don't understand why it's a forever changing a project and a moving target. It's been on a docket for 20 something years, at least that I know of. And it just like nothing really happens around it. So I wanted to bring this up in an effort to kind of focus your attention on this. It will come to the council at some point, and please, 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 just let's get rolling on it. It's very important for our city and for our economic development to start that tax revenue coming in and actually winning off developers' fees. And again, let's just build it. Transformation, modification, changes, it's something that will be constantly in our lives, and it applies to this particular project, but let's not keep our residents waiting and waiting and waiting for something that never materializes. Thank you so much for your attention and your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Steve Smith. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you and good evening. I want to start off with asking for future agenda items. First, on accountability of council for not attending meetings. The last meeting, 2 of you weren't there. And although they were the agenda items were, in my opinion, not as important, certainly as tonight. There should be accountability. We should know why you aren't there, because you do work for us. Second future agenda item, requiring the city manager to explain staff's development of agendas. Now, I'll get into it specifically when we talk about Orchard, but in general, one of the things is it's interesting that it took 8 weeks for one of the items we're going to discuss to get to you after it was approved on May 3rd. And so this is a part where we need explanation. And although this next part may seem like it's referring to a certain thing, I'm talking about in general terms. And that's with respect to any growth, okay? Because we always get hit with it's the density, it's the state, so on and so forth. I did my homework. I found one out the gate, and I'm not a lawyer, and this is SB 606. It was submitted in 2018, amended in 2021. It has to do with water. We are in a drought. it is required by every municipality to take that into consideration when deciding on a project. This is not waivable. This is not exclusionary. This is something that needs to be looked at. And my challenge is we have a city attorney. And I understand the city attorney can't do anything unless he or she are asked. So council, ask the city attorney to look into anything that may contradict SB 9, SB 10, the high density regulations, because we are California. We are such a litigious state that I know there are conflicting bills out there. And we need to look at those and not just throw up our hands and say, oh, it's too bad, so sad. No, because this can affect ADUs, which, 60% of our city could be ready for ADUs. And if you want your neighbor to build a butt ugly home, that's on you. I don't think so. I'm all for smart government. So those are the things. And boy, get ready for me when we talk about Orchard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Smith. Steve, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Steve Smith, resident of Brentwood, and until midnight on Thursday night, East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Director. You'll be receiving a presentation from Chief Helmick as part of the early portion of the meeting. I don't want to sit on that at all. But I do want to point out that prior to us transitioning to an elected board, I was appointed twice by Brentwood Council to be a fire district director, and I want to thank you for that. It's been a privilege to serve in both elected and appointed positions. It's been a real privilege to serve with Chief Helmick and his staff. So thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments. Is there anyone in staff that might be able to answer some of the questions that Ms. Filseca had raised regarding items C, 2, and 3? If you can't do it now, could we make sure that we get...
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
We'll call up Will Alderman from the Finance Department to clarify some of those questions that were asked.
Thank you.
Hi, just making sure you can hear me. So some of the questions that were asked on that for finance and information systems, that's the department that's responsible. We're responsible for information systems for the city, and that's what a lot of those are. But then we're also responsible for the citywide agreements. So for example, we've got Home Depot and Lowe's. Sometimes we're trying to get items for the departments through Home Depot. They don't have it. So we have to go to Lowe's, get it, because sometimes those parts are critical to keep the infrastructure going. And so we send, we have to get it where we can get it. We do bid out when we have those multiple items or multiple vendors. So we will bid those out and try to ensure that we get the lowest price. IS, for example, may have 3 or 4 vendors that they use for the infrastructure within the city, for like the video, the audio, computers, things like that. What they try to do is they'll do bids each year, and they'll get a list of all of the vendors that can handle all of the needs of the city. And then what we found is that one vendor may be lower in price on a handful of items, another vendor on other items. So instead of just saying, well, overall, if we were to buy one of everything, we're going to go with that lowest price vendor. Instead, what we do is we try to piece it together and say, okay, we can get computers from this vendor for far cheaper than we can get it from vendor B. So we'll get the computers there, but the monitors at vendor B are far cheaper. So we'll get it there. So that's why we have multiple vendors that are the same type of service, is so that we can ensure that we're getting the best price for what we're getting. Other times it's just supply and demand. Like we're running into supply issues this year and the last year. So we're trying to open it up a little bit so that we can get what we need. Sometimes we have things that go down and it must be brought back up immediately, or it's going to impact services from the city. So we'll try to get that out there and ensure that people can get what they need to ensure that the city's operating the way it should. Again, the departments, finance and information systems, that's just the department. Same with public works. Those are just the departments that are responsible, and finance is responsible for doing the over 50s. So these are ongoing costs to the city. So these are vendors that we use regularly and consistently. So we just do it all in one so that we can do it in one council meeting instead of bombarding council with, what is that, about 75 separate staff reports to do all of these.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Are there any questions from council members that weren't answered? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Will. We really appreciate your help with that.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move into item A1, presentations, and we will be recognizing the members of the Redistricting Commission, and the city has created a very nice plaque. Unfortunately, having some reflection issues here. In appreciation for each of our redistricting commissioners, and I will read their names right now. Commissioner Shannon Roberts, Commissioner John Wilson, Commissioner Michael Luker, Commissioner Jennifer Anderson, and Commissioner Sandra Myers. The amount of work that was done, and it's been alluded to by one of the public commenters earlier, the work they did was just absolutely outstanding. So much work, so much care, and many hours that they volunteered and dedicated to help us have the best community moving forward as we possibly can. And at this time, I do want to ask if there are any of the commissioners that are present, if you would like to comment to the community and council at this time. Please raise your hand and we will make sure that you have the opportunity to. While they're doing that, I want to extend our appreciation to the alternates also, who were ready at a moment's notice to participate. Alternate Carrie Fritsch, alternate Ellen Poole, alternate Al Del Grande, and alternate Larry Becker. Mr. Luker.
Well, thank you, and a good evening. Appreciate it. It's nice to see some familiar faces on here. Brings triggers a little, I won't say trauma, but certainly some memories, and it's been great to work with you all. I just had a couple of comments to discuss about the Redistricting Commission. You know, I'm grateful to staff and their assistants as the commission navigated really this important work, and through this process, I've certainly obtained a greater appreciation of the work the City Council undertakes, which reinforces the importance of the Redistricting Commission. And I appreciated the comments earlier by Rod, who was a frequent visitor to those meetings as well. So I appreciate that. And to my fellow commissioners, I am grateful and thankful for your time and availability, your attention, your insights, your discussions, and your professionalism. I think that Brentwood is in good hands with the residents that we have and the service that they continue to provide. And so again, I thank you for the opportunity to serve, and appreciate again with all the work that you're doing as well.
Thank you very much for the service that you provided. Ms. Anderson?
I just wanted to echo a lot of what I guess former Chair Luker had to say. Thank you to the City Council members and other commission members and to the members of the public. Their comments were great, a lot of participation. And I just also wanted to thank the staff. Staff was great, the city attorney and his team, city manager, and Margaret Wimberly. Everyone was great. We felt very supported, and it was great to participate in the commission. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, appreciate it, and thank you to the public who participated.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone on council that would like to comment regarding this? Councilmember Mendoza?
I want to say thank you to all the commissioners, and I appreciate you taking this extra time, and just the quality of work was amazing. It's the first time that our city has done anything like this, and you all did a phenomenal job, and staff was awesome. And I think we put in extra money and extra time, and I think the end product is absolutely amazing. We hear a lot of squawking about cities around us and their redistricting, and not one complaint about ours. So thank you for all of your due diligence and all of the good work. I really appreciate it.
We're going to break in and let Commissioner Sandra Myers, who is a very familiar face to all of us, speak. Sandra, thank you so much.
Thank you. I am not tech trained, as you well know, and I'm up in Alaska, so you'll have to forgive me. I don't know what's coming through, but I did want to say thank you to all of you, especially Margaret and staff that supported us, and I needed it, believe me. So I enjoyed working with this commission. It was a great bunch of people, and I think we did a good job. We tried really hard, and I appreciate it, and I echo everything that's already been said. Thank you to my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Sandra. You are much appreciated and loved here in Brentwood.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Yes, I also just want to echo what everybody's saying. I just want to thank all the commissioners for taking your time. I know it's a lot of work being part of these different groups. And once again, I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to really putting this together. And yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I did watch all of these meetings as a resident, unofficially, and was so hugely impressed by the discussion and the ethics and the transparency. And I have to say that in speaking with other cities who've gone through this process, I felt so much pride in the work that you were all doing, and felt like I had bragging rights that you did the work that you did in the way that you did. And I could say that, look what our commissioners did. And I'm just so very, very grateful that you all dedicated your time and efforts into making us really shine in this area, and making us to be like the standard that other cities should try to achieve, but not all did. So again, thank you so much for everything you did.
Councilmember Rary.
You know, having gone through this before, I know that it's not easy when you're trying to break those things into the right amount per district so that you've got the right amount of population deviations. And you guys had it even tougher, because when they did, than what we did, our parcels, our little sections were better drawn out. You guys ended up with some of the weirdest shaped sections that you had to piece together in order to create a district. And it was very challenging for you guys. I think one of the areas was that brought in Creekside Park along with Somerset 2 or Somerset 3 and 4. And it was, or even Brentwood Hills, part of it was part of the front of Shadow Lakes, but it wasn't part of anything other than that part of the front part of Shadow Lakes. So I commend you guys on being able to look at the entire picture, try to figure out what is best for our community. And and create something that makes sense. It's not an easy thing to do. So thank you so much for all the time that you put into this. I know it was a lot out of your personal lives, and I want to thank your families for sharing you with us so that we could have a new district for our community. Thank you.
At this time, we'll move into item A2, State of the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. And I will turn it to Chief Brian Helmick. Chief Helmick.
All right. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
all right,
we can.
loud and clear. All right. So let me figure out to share my screen here real quick. We'll get started. All right. Can you guys see my screen? That.
We can now.
All right. Very good. Well, good evening. Mayor Bryant and fellow City Council members. Today is a really exciting day. I do apologize to Councilmember Mendoza, as I believe she's probably heard me speak, I don't know, 10 times on this topic, as she seems to be all over the city. But I do appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. As a fun fact, I was thinking about coming here this evening, as it is going to be the last state of the district or update or opportunity I have to come in front of you as the fire chief. And some of you are not on the council, many of you were, but in April and or May of 2017, I was a very unknown commodity. I was a battalion chief that just became appointed as the interim fire chief, and I was working with not only Joel or Mayor Bryant, but also as a board member in our agency, and working with then Gus, that was the city manager, Gus Vina. And we were really, the city and Oakley, Brentwood, and the county and the fire district were working in probably 6 months on continuing an agreement to be able to maintain and open Station 54 downtown and or 94, an additional station through a collaboration of the land use agencies. And we deemed, and I felt that it was not sustainable. And the very first thing I did is not only introduce myself, but recommended that the council not take action on the MOU between Brentwood, Oakley, and the county, which stated essentially we would not be able to open a 4th station, and we would be a 3-station model until we can find sustainable services. So that was 5.5 years ago. And now here we are on an evening of which I have an opportunity to provide you a district, an update on the district and where we are, and things have changed. And tonight is very much celebratory. And the fact that I want to say that East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, when I came in 2017, one of the initiatives that we collectively had, when I say that, it was the board, which was appointed at the time, and myself, our staff, and as I worked with our agency partners, it was to correct once and for all the legacy problems that we've had in regards to always historically providing inadequate fire, rescue, and EMS services to the residents and businesses of East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. And we were married to resolving that issue. We wanted to make sure that that went away once and for all, but we were not married on how it would be done. And it was through collaboration, it was through teamwork, it was through innovation. And that has to go starting with Gus and to City Manager Tim Ogden. I'm not saying this facetiously, but your staff is brilliant. And they have always been amendable. They've always worked with us. They've always been part of the brainstorming sessions of finding ways of which that we can be collaborative and find creative ways of helping the district, but not disadvantaging the residents getting Brentwood city services, such as doing land swaps and also giving us the fire stations, participating in us and updating our impact fees that help us address future growth, and helping us and supporting us with making sure that CFDs, community facility district, are placed on future development to mitigate the impacts from the growth. And they also support all the initiatives that we have. And again, that is by your leadership as the city council. not only federally, state-wise, and locally, any tax initiative that can help the district, any administrative bill, any Senate bill. Anytime I called and asked the city manager and he brought it to the council, you guys were very action-oriented, actively engaged, and willing to help the fire district move forward. And so all the victories and the things I'll be sharing with you tonight, I want to understand that all of you have a fingerprint on this. All of you that are listening respectfully, not only to the council, but the residents and all. I just want you all to know that it has been a collaborative effort. It has been a team effort, and it's taken the citizens, the businesses, the elected officials, the staff members, the state, federal, and local leaders to come together to create our problem. So as I get into this tonight, it's going to be fairly brief and to the point, which is the goal here as we put a bow on the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. But as many of you are aware that we've been working on annexation consideration for almost 2 years now. In August of 20, we started going through the phase 1 feasibility study to see if annexation would work. I want to note that the fire district, prior to going and seeking annexation, we had explored everything at the federal, state, and local levels to increase our revenues, to become more sustainable, recurring services every single year. And we had explored all options, and we did not see a path to be able to open, well, we probably opened 1, but definitely not 3 additional stations that we need, because many of you know we had a 3-station existing deficit. We were able to resolve 1 of those stations through the collaborative efforts, as I discussed. We were able to address our growth challenges, but we had a 2-station deficit that we didn't know how we were going to be able to resolve without a tax. But trying to be honorable to the citizens of the community and the elected officials, we did want to go back and make an attempt at annexation, which had historically been a non-discussion starter because East Contra Costa Fire was known as a liability and not an asset. And so we went back one last time with our partner agency, Contra Costa County Fire, and we stated to them that we have been working. We've been working for 3.5, almost 4 years on correcting our historical financial, revenue, and growth challenges. We believe that we are a model organization. Only thing we're lacking is revenue. And we also believe that there's economy and efficiency in annexation, specifically due to efficiencies of size. No differently than you would find with a mom and pop hardware store to a Home Depot of like. They just can do efficiency due to size. And so we started that conversation. The fire chief, Louis Burchard, which is going to be your fire chief as of July 1, recognized quickly that East Contra Costa Fire was not a liability, but it was truly an asset. And that is not only with the capital equipment and belongings that we have, but equally more so the personnel, the firefighters, the administrative staff, and the prevention personnel, that we had a lot to bring and we had a lot to add, and that we had efficiencies, and that we utilized not only the efficiencies of annexation, but leaned into the countywide half sales tax Measure X, which the city of Brentwood was a huge supporter in that, and as was obviously the county was the one that was pushing it, and also the city of Oakley with Measure X and the efficiencies of annexation, and with all the work we've done for 5 years, annexation deemed to be feasible. So just this last June, of 21, we knew that this was going to be a process we wanted to move forward with. We moved to LAFCO, and LAFCO was approved. And just this last couple of weeks, the State Board of Equalization has approved our process. LAFCO has finalized the annexation processes. And as of June 30th, as Director Smith said a minute ago, on June 30th at midnight, technically the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District will be dissolved. The board members' duties will be done, and they have served well. And all of the members and employees and the firefighters at East Contra Costa Fire Protection District will transition to become employees of the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. Although that is something we need to celebrate, I want to say that the improvements to your communities have already begun. As I stated, that East Contra Costa Fire, independent of annexation, we were able to open a 4th station. We have a existing service level deficit of 3. But on June 1, we were able to open 1 station in the city of Oakley, which has paramedics on it. Historically, we have not had paramedic services within Eastern Contra Costa full time. ourselves and the city of Richmond are the only two areas of which don't have paramedic services, but that changed on June 1st. On June 1st, we opened what we're calling Station 95 on Cypress Road in Oakley with paramedics. It is through contract with Contra Costa County Fire. And also on July 1, which is Saturday, is that Station 52 on John Muir Parkway in Balfour will be adding paramedics to that station. So you have two paramedic companies in Eastern Contra Costa. As we look downstream in March of 2023, we have additional exciting changes coming, is that we will be adding another paramedic company into the city of Oakley. And we're going to be adding a second engine company and a truck company that has a large ladder on top to Station 52. And we're going to be working to build the Station 51 behind Pioneer School. And we're already in the design mode right now, and we're hoping the next couple of years that station is built. But in the interim, we'll be running two engine companies by March of 23 out of Station 52. So you have a total of 5 companies, of which 3 of them will be ALS, and by July of 23, all of your fire stations will be paramedics. And we anticipate in the next 4 years, 4 to 5 years, we'll be rebuilding the downtown Brentwood station, and you will have adequate fire protection as we always have deserved out here in the matter of 5 years. But you already have one engine, and another one's coming in March of 23, and then the next 4 to 5 years, you'll get the third one. And as I stated, we've already fixed the growth problem, and so we'll be able to manage it as we move forward. So I do want to thank all of you for being patient. It has been a painstakingly hard, challenging process, to say the least, but the accountability of which the cities and the residents gave to the fire district, you guys defined our path. And again, we weren't married to the path, we were married to the outcome. So quickly, I just want to share on the left-hand side of the screen is actually where we were prior to June 1. As you see on the right-hand side of your screen, the top right-hand green circle, that's the Bethel Island Station, that is now open. And the other green circle that you see in the middle of your screen, that is the engine company and the station once it's built. That will be opened in March of 23. And the other green is going to be Station 54 that should be built in the next 4 to 5 years and staffed. We may do a dual company out of Station 51 to get that 6th engine company on the streets prior to the station being built. And we're working on those processes now. The blue circles that you see is the growth. We anticipate over the next 20 years, we'll build an additional 3 stations, which we funded through impact fees and CIPs. As I stated before, thank you for the cooperation with you, Brentwood, and the Contra Costa County supervisors. And I'm just happy to say that we not only fixed the long-term growth issue, and we have a solution that did not require East Contra Costa Fire doing attacks. Now, what's a fun fact, as you can see, this is 250 square miles, our current jurisdiction. The left-hand squiggly line is the Highway 4 bypass, where it says Brentwood, and that 52 helmet is on your screen. That's Station 52 in Brentwood on John Muir Parkway and on Balfour. Now, this map does not even include the map of which I showed you, and that is all the reinforcements that you now have within the new district of Contra Costa County. This is our backup. So before, where it says Oakley and Brentwood on the right-hand side, that's where our jurisdiction stopped, where Contra Costa County Fire began. And as you can see, the bluish purple, bluish areas, that's Battalion 8. You got Battalion 2, which is the beige. You have Battalion 1, which is green. You have Battalion 7, that is in the purple. All of those numbers are resources. You are going to be going in your new jurisdiction from a total of 4 fire stations we have today to a total of 30. But those 30 stations have 33 pieces of equipment. But also the call volume for the organization is going to swell. Currently, we run around 2,200 calls per year. They run around 72,000 calls per year. That's according to 2021. So we're projecting 85,000 calls at the new jurisdiction. And our employee base is going from 40 to 546. It's good to know that we have a 250 square mile footprint, as I stated. It will be now 553. It should say square miles, not acres. That'd be a small organization. And also we have, we're going to be going, or Con Fire is going to be going to 750,000 residents that we're serving. And East Contra Costa Fire to serve 2 cities, Brentwood and Oakland. You are going to be a very important one of the 11 cities that we serve. And to that point, I just want to state that the way of which that we do business in the new business is going to be a little bit different. And I'll get to that in a moment explaining it. I want to invite all of you to the transfer command ceremony that's happening right in your backyard, right outside the City Hall in the park, where you hold concerts in the park on July 1 at 10 o'clock. The president of it all will be transferring the gavel of East Contra Costa Fire Protection District to the Contra Costa County Fire Board, and I will be transferring my authority as fire chief to Fire Chief Burchard, and I'll have the privilege to serve as his deputy fire chief within the new organization as of July 1. Future updates are going to be, it's a work in progress. We'll continue to work with your city manager and all city managers, as it is hard. It's going to be harder to provide updates, the same as which we've done. This East Contra Costa Fire, we go to all the town advisory councils. We report out anytime the city councils need to. I will be meeting with your city managers, not only for Brentwood, but also in Oakley. I'm holding the regular scheduled meetings, and I'll make myself available as we can, but we are working on how we're going to handle future updates. Our website, you will find that everything will be transferred to Contra Costa County Fire. We will be archiving and keeping all the historical data within East Contra Costa Fire, and all of our social media channels are already in the process of being transitioned over for July 1. And there'll be, all future updates will be through Confires. The last board meeting, if you can believe it, I'm having a hard time believing it, is going to be tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It's going to be a special meeting. It just got announced for last loose end contract items that we had for cleanup items, as we call them. We have 4 items on consent and reports of the board. So people are welcome to attend. It's going to be ceremonial in the process, but we do have some work to do. And then future fire board meetings will be the Contra Costa County Fire Board meetings. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, I'll have an opportunity to do my last Facebook, and YouTube State of the District. I will be expressing how much of a privilege and honor has been able to serve on the fire board, citizens, firefighters, and also congratulate you once again, Brentwood City Council residents alike, your partner agencies of Oakley and the county. We had an impossible task. Many people said it could not be done, but I believe with teamwork, innovation, inclusiveness, transparency, and with a plan, and if we were all married to the outcome, but not the path, we would get there. And I'm very thankful that it produced itself. Maybe not in the timing that we all wanted, but it did. And so again, I want to thank you all for consistently being available, always being willing, and for your patience and grace throughout the process. I'm always going to be available to you, as I've stated, and I'm going to continue until June 30th, as I'll always be an advocate. I'm a resident of Brentwood. I'll be an advocate for all fire EMS services to your residents, your businesses, to those of the previous East Contra Costa, and as a county as a whole. My sphere is just growing. My email has changed already. Everything is being forwarded. Please log it down. Email me if you would like. My cell phone number is staying the same. I want to be accessible to you. Although I'm not going to be the fire chief, the deputy chief, I want you to know that I serve you, and everybody's opinion matters. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. It's been a great privilege, and I'm available for any questions that you have. Thank you.
Council, would you like to make a statement or any questions of Chief Helmick? Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yeah, Chief, I just want to congratulate you and your department and everyone for a great job. I mean, when I first came onto the council, you already were moving forward with a lot of this stuff, and I was just able to see the passion, but also the motivation to really make this happen. So I want to congratulate you personally, but also your staff and everyone that was involved. But like anything, right? You need a strong leader. You need to have somebody that's consistent, and I think you did a really good job with that. So once again, congratulations to you and your staff and everybody that was involved for this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Member Mendoza.
We have some history before I was on council, and I know it's been a bumpy road, but I think that the residents really were passionate about this, and you listened and you kept working towards a solution that worked for everyone. And I can't tell you as a resident, not even as a council member, how much I appreciate all of the work that you did. I wish you all of the best of luck, and I wish you and your team, thank you to you and your team. And I'm still glad that a lot of you are going to still be in Brentwood. So thank you. And I don't mind seeing your presentation several times. It's an exciting time.
I appreciate those words. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Just to add my thank you to the mix, and also to say that I'm so happy that nobody lost their jobs in this transition, because I admit I was a little bit concerned about that, and I did wonder what was going to happen to you as well. So congratulations to you and your teams and everyone involved with this, because it's a long time coming and a lot of work on a lot of different ends, and thank you so much for your dedication on this.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also want to thank you, Chief Helmick. It has been a privilege and an honor to join in a team effort from City Council and Fire Board. Knowing the Herculean task that you had, you embraced it. I will tell you that you and your staff and all of our firefighters are legitimately my heroes as a resident here. One of the big problems that the community was not aware of for so long was the great need, and it is specifically because of the superhuman efforts of going above and beyond with very small amount of resources that the community just wasn't aware of how great the need was, because you and your men did such an outstanding job and just laid their bodies, their lives, their time, their families on the line to keep us safe. There's no words I can say to let you know how much I appreciate you, the work you've done, and your staff. I'm very, very thankful for everything that you've done, and very honored to have been able to work with you as a team and as the city. I know that Councilperson Rary also was on the fire subcommittee, and she is passionate in every decision she makes, and is one of a person that lives in the details of things. And so she was very beneficial representative for the city as well. So I just want to thank you very much for everything you've done.
Men and women.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Men and women, the office staff, and everything that's been done. And I know Patricia just retired, but she's a superhero as well.
Well, yeah, and
I'll
also
hold
that
my comments until after our next item.
for next time.
Our next item.
Oh, our next item. Okay. One thing I would like to say though, Mayor Brian and also Karen, we spend many, many, many hours that people will never know. And you guys, when I say you guys, you two specifically, the Fire and EMS Task Force of Brentwood, no one else was doing what you guys are doing. And you guys were actively engaged, trying to find solutions. And man, did we go through a lot of trying to be innovative, right? I mean, we were not afraid of heavy lifting, hard work. We kicked over all of the rocks. It was very contentious at times, but did it make us better or what? I mean, and so you two specifically, and I thank you to the city of Brentwood for even being willing to have an ad hoc. And there's many of the board members that are here tonight from East Contra Costa Fire, and I can speak directly with, Director Young. He spent a lot of time with us, and it was a catalyst. It was very hard, but it did produce good things. So you two specifically, not to take away from anybody else, but you guys spent endless hours working on the fire district issues, and just recently it disbanded with the resolution of annexation. And so I know it took all of you, but I appreciate you two leading the front. So thank you, Karen and Joel. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief. Well, at this time, we will move into item A3, recognition of the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. And I'm going to ask Chief Helmick and the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District board members to receive the plaques that we have. I'm going to show one. that will be sent to each one, and I'll read it. It says, presented in sincere appreciation and gratitude to Brian Helmick, Fire Chief, for your leadership in preserving and protecting life, property, and the environment while serving the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and for working to ensure long-term public safety solutions to benefit current residents and future generations, now transitioning to the new leadership of Contra Costa Fire Protection District, presented this 28th day of June, 2022. And this will go to you, Chief, as well as each of our elected fire board members. And I don't have all the names of each of the fire board members on my list here. I do know that Steve Smith, as well as Joe Young, are residents, long residents. They were appointed members as well as elected members. And Chief Helmick, if you could.
Yeah, happy to. So we also, and President Brian Offedal, also a resident of Brentwood, is not here this evening, but he did place a public comment. Adam Landgrove, which is another director, he was in Oakley, but he moved into Brentwood. So you have 4 of our members, which was going to be complicated when we went to redistricting ourselves prior to annexation. And we have a resident of Discovery Bay, Vice President Carrie Natch. And I don't know if she's on with us here tonight, but those are all of our members. Mayor Brian.
Thank you. If there are members of the fire board that would like to speak, at this time, we would love to hear from you.
I didn't know that we would be doing this. So I said what I needed to say during public comment. But, just to repeat, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve you, the residents of the county, East County. And it's especially been a privilege to serve with Chief Helmick and his staff. And to have 2 stints as an appointed board member and then my most recent stint as an elected board member.
Thank you so much, Steve, for the many, many hundreds, if not thousands of hours of dedicated service. We greatly appreciate it. Director Young.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to talk and also for the recognition. I appreciate that very much. When I was appointed to the fire board back in 2013, I thought it would be a short and easy task to get to this point. I found out that it was not. We got here, as has been pointed out by the chief, with a lot of hard work from a lot of people. The chief's vision, leadership, and commitment was the final key ingredient that led to our success. But I would like to recognize the city of Brentwood, its city council members, and especially Mayor Bryant and Councilwoman Rary. You folks were with us from the beginning and the entire time. We spent many hours together. We could not have gotten here without the support of the city, its people, and you. And so I want to thank you all very much for that. I'm a resident of Brentwood for 14 years, and I am very thankful that we have better fire service today and even better service to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Also, for those that are not aware, Board Member Young did a yeoman's job of working with finances on the board. His expertise in that area was absolutely invaluable and greatly appreciated. So thank you, Director Young. In addition to these directors, our supervisor, Diane Burgess, it is my strong belief that without her leadership in the supervisors arena of our community and in our county, we would not have been where we are with Measure X funds. And if Supervisor Burgess is available to speak, I would love to give her the opportunity to. Our community owes her a great debt of appreciation for all the work and leadership that she showed.
Thank you, Mayor Bryant. Good afternoon and evening to all of you. I want to thank the Brentwood staff for putting this together. You know, when I got onto the Board of Supervisors, I previously sat on the Oakley City Council and was very aware of all of the things that we were dealing with trying to get our fire district in order. And one of the things that was really apparent was that we had to think outside the box. We couldn't keep doing what we were doing. And along the way, we got Chief Helmick, who was as transparent and accessible and just out there explaining everything that people wanted to know. There was this great appointed boards that had come in and had tried really hard to come in and fix this. And then we got an elected board. And all along the way, we took every step of the way to be letting everybody know what the situation was. And I really want to recognize the community because they were there listening. They were curious. They were listening to, and all of these board members, they brought their gifts. Joe brought, and Steve brought their financial background. You know, Brian and Carrie brought their outreach. Adam brought his stuff. And Chief Helmick and his staff, they met the community where they needed to meet. And all options were on the table. I am so proud of being a part of this team that everybody's been talking about. And I was really excited to be the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the chair of the Contra Costa Fire District last year when we agreed to this annexation. And so I am so excited to be walking this down with everybody through LAFCO and now with you. And I want to thank you all for doing your part in fixing this solution, not creating a Band-Aid, not kicking a can, but fixing this. And as of next week, this fire district is a part of the Contra Costa Fire District, a fire district that is very well respected, and you're going to get better service and faster service, and we'll be opening up more stations soon. So I'm really excited to be here, and I thank the staff for letting me be a part of this recognition. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Burgess. You have just really done such a wonderful job representing we who are your constituents that live here. Thank you so much. At this time, I'll open it up for comments from City Council and Councilmember Rarick.
You know, it was a lot of meetings. It was so many different things that we were doing in the back rooms that most of the public had no clue what we were thinking about, how we were trying to think outside the box. And all together, we're trying to do this on one end, and you've got men and women who are out there putting in so many hours to cover 249 square miles with just 3 stations, and they're exhausted because they're on the move all the time. But not only are they exhausted, you as board members and as the chief are trying to figure out what you can to help them, and that's a difficult thing. Because you are strapped on what you can do because of funding. You want to make it better. And so I want to thank you all for continuing to think about ways that you could improve the fire district and improve service to the communities that you serve. And we need to applaud all of you. I know there's probably at times that you guys thought, can we do this? Is there any more that we can take, because we're bending over backwards and we're still not making a dent. But look what's happened. Yeah, the chief went out there, he became transparent. He brought everything out to the community to explaining them what is really going on. Supervisor Burgess, you know, she helped with the Measure X and bringing additional funding on board so that we can open up some additional stations. And so it took a team effort between everybody to get to this point. And again, I want to applaud all of the hard work that everybody put in, and to make this transition over to Confire and to actually make this area whole. So thank you so much for everything that you've done, everything that you do. And while I will miss all of your faces, I'm, you know, as far as board meetings and so forth, I'm sure we will run into each other around town. And again, thank you.
Are there any other comments from the council? And if not, let me move my screen. Seeing none, we will move. I do want to thank you all once again for all of your efforts to make our families safer. And we greatly appreciate it and owe a great debt of gratitude to all of you. So thank you so much. At this time, we will move into informational reports from council members and committees.
Mayor, we have a gentleman that's has their hand up. Is he asking to speak, or, I mean?
I don't see him on my screen. But I do see Damien.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, you do have a hand raised for presumably this item. I do note to the council that the presentation items were covered under public comment for public speaking. Obviously, if the council wants to have a speaker, that's fine, but the time to speak for this item was under public comment.
Okay, I'm unable to see that hand. Council, what would you like? We can have him speak, or the person speak, or we can continue to move on.
It was Danny Dorman, and his hand's no longer up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Then we will move into informational reports. Start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Since the last time we met, I had a community meeting in District 2 regarding the development that's coming up. I represented the city on behalf of the mayor at an ABAG meeting. Happens yearly. We did bring up the audit. I know everyone understands what RENA is that's listening. So just the audit over the RENA numbers. We did talk about that. I attended the Juneteenth celebration, attended a local, statewide elected meeting twice, requested a staff send an opposing letter as to AB 2221, which would allow for 2-story ADUs. Met with Bay Area Silicon Valley around their philosophy around affordable housing and what are they doing and all of that good stuff. Met with a team to review Proposition 13. Proposition 13 is important to all of our residents, maintaining our tax bases. We're seeing what's happening in Texas, where people are losing their homes of lower income because property values are increasing so much, and this actually saved us in California. And then attended the statewide call Livable California, which everyone is invited to attend, which is all about land use and zoning. So made that quick for y'all.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Had a meeting with Parks and Rec director to discuss youth programming. Had a meeting with the Parks and Rec director, Chief Hansen, Councilmember Anissa Williams from Oakley, the Oakley Chief of Police, Oakley Parks and Rec director to discuss youth services, activities and resources, mental health issues, bullying, school safety, gun safety, a long laundry list. Did a meet and greet with Trilogy residents to discuss their questions and concerns about the city. Attended Juneteenth in the city park. Attended the virtual Senate Housing Committee meeting specifically to follow votes on the new housing bill, AB 2011, which passed but first must be referred to the Committee on Governance and Finance. attended the Deer Ridge Fire Safety meeting with Fire Marshal Steve Aubert. I had a meeting with Andy Lee, who was the Contra Costa Community College District Board Member for Ward 4 regarding Los Bonanos programs and East County relations with the AAPI community, and then attended the Delta Counties Coalition meeting about the Delta Tunnels project. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary?
Yeah, since the last time we met, I also attended the Juneteenth event in City Park and actually got this beautifully handmade big basket that I'll be able to use out at the farmer's market. Beautifully handmade, she said, in Africa. And I also spoke with East Bay Regional Park District Colin Coffey regarding working with stakeholders to open the Marsh Creek State Historic Park. I also attended the Deer Ridge Fire discussion with East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Fire Marshal, and worked with John Muir Historic Trust to create a flyer and Eventbrite event and advertised it. They are having a hike at the Marsh Creek State Historic Park, which generally is not open to the public. For those that are interested, it is on July 9th at 8 a.m. It is $20 for adults and $10 for youth between the ages of 12 and 17. Unfortunately, at this time, they are not able to accommodate children under the age of 12. And again, that is on Eventbrite, or you can go there, John Marsh Historic Trust Facebook page, and find the link there and sign up. And I also spoke with a resident regarding the Orchard Grove project. And that is all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Don't have anything to report in regards to committees, but I did want to mention what a great job our community center is doing in our Parks and Recs department there at the community center. I had the pleasure of going there today to deal with some stuff, and was able to see a lot of kids, a lot of youth. It was nice to see our staff out in the park, kids in the community center, and utilizing that youth center, the community center at the level it should be used at for our community. So it was really nice to see, like I said, our youth and also the kids and our staff out there working. I was really happy about that. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended a call with California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. They were presenting on California Department of Insurance program Age My Way, which is a celebration of California seniors, and providing information regarding resources that are available to our seniors. And the website of the Ricardo Lara Insurance Commissioner is insurance.ca.gov. There are many videos there available for our senior residents to let them be aware of insurance scams that might be out there, insurance coverages that they might have access to, as well as other resources for our senior community. Also, if you want to connect with local services through the insurance commissioner, the local number is 1-800-510-2020. I also attended an age-friendly network with the AARP. Mr. Joe Garbanzos was giving information regarding senior resources. Their website is aarp.org to find local resources that they are partnering with the state to provide for our seniors. I also attended the Contra Costa Grand Jury training class where I was asked to give a history of Brentwood, as well as our current challenges and some of the business opportunities that we are providing. I attended the PATA unveiling of the piece of artwork here downtown that was designed by one of our local high school artists. And it is, if you haven't seen it yet, down here next to the parking garage, it's absolutely gorgeous. Our young people are just amazing, as well as the PATA school teachers and directors there. I also attended 2 groups of Brentwood third graders came downtown on a field trip, and got to talk to them and show them what it was like to come to work here, and tell what local government does, what the council does, what our staff does, and it was great. The third graders had a lot of fantastic questions. I also attended the Airport Land Use Commission meeting, as well as the East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy Board meeting, Transplan meeting, BART meeting, State Route 4, and ECRFA meeting as well. For State Route 4, I've had a few questions over the last several weeks of what the construction was on the State Route 4, what we call the bypass. That is the new pedestrian bridge that will be completed, and when it is completed, it will connect us to 68 counties in Northern California, and you will be able to get on trails. And I know some of them might be more sketchy than others, but you can walk or ride from Brentwood all the way into San Francisco nonstop on trails through that building of that bridge. I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting, and the Tri-Delta buses will be returning to full service on September 12th of this year. Also with Tri-Delta, there is a youth pass for the summer for young people up to the age of 18. I believe you can get a Clipper card, or they're asking that you use a Clipper app, because the cards are in short supply at this point. They may even all be gone, as for BART, but also for the passes on Tri-Delta. There's a Tri-Delta pass, and it's for young people up to age 18, and it will be half price tickets to ride on Tri-Delta. And at this time, that's all I have to report regarding that item. So at this time, we'll move into consent calendar. And do I have a motion on consent calendar, or are there items that you'd like to pull?
I'll make a motion to adopt consent calendar on all items.
A second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, this time we will be moving into public hearings. Before we get into item D1, I want to acknowledge that my employer leases space from the Rock Church, which is located close to the project site. And while I do not believe that the council decision on this proposed project will have any impact on my financial interest, including my income, I'm recusing myself tonight in an abundance of caution. And I have asked for a letter of clarification from the FPPC. So should this item come back, depending upon what that letter says, I may be able to participate in the future if necessary. But right now, until I get that letter of clarification, I'm going to recuse myself from this item. I see Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I just had a question. Could we move item E1 after D1, please?
I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
Thank you very much.
Council is okay.
When you come back, that's the one we'll be on.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you would be so kind as to lead this portion of the meeting, I'll turn off my camera and microphone and take no part in this agenda item.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to be doing item D1. Item D1 pertains to the application for visiting tentative subdivision map for the proposed Orchard Grove development. Crystal del Castro will be presenting on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure you could hear me and see the screen.
Yes, we could hear you and see the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor Rodriguez and members of the council. The project before you tonight is the Orchard Grove subdivision by Shea Homes. The project site is approximately, trying to get it to move to the next slide. Excuse me. The project site is approximately 16.82 acres located east of Adams Lane, directly north of the intersection of Lone Oak Road and Gracie Lane. The site is a vacant lot. The surrounding land uses include, to the north, vacant land designated as residential very low density and zone R1E. To the south is Gracie Lane and single-family homes zone Ranchette Estates. To the east is Lone Oak Road and single-family homes designated residential very low density and zone R1E. And to the west is Adams Lane, Marsh Creek Elementary School, and Blue Goose Park located further below. The current proposal includes a vesting tentative map subdivision to create 51 residential lots, 1 bioretention lot, and other related improvements. The project also includes a density bonus and a design review for the 51 homes. The 51 homes are comprised of 45 single-family homes and 6 affordable duet units. The density bonus request applied by the applicant is a state law, and it affects the city's processing of the project, which I will go into more detail further in the presentation. The slide here provides a timeline and history for this project. In summary, in early May of 2020, Shea submitted a formal application to the city that included a subdivision map, a rezone, and a design review for 48 residential lots. Over the course of 2 years, the applicant has provided several reiterations of the project, and the project has evolved over time. At the end of last year, on November 5th, 2021, the applicant submitted a revised plan that withdrew the rezone request and proposed a subdivision map and design review to include the 51 lots. The plan here before you, this is the plan before you tonight, and the City Council's action tonight will be final. The subject site is designated residential very low density under the general plan, which has a density range of 1 to 3 units per acre. The subject site is zone R1E, which allows for single-family residential homes. As proposed, let me go back one more. As proposed by the subdivision map, the project includes 51 residential lots, and it's comprised of 37 residential lots ranging from 8,000 to 9,000 square feet in size. 8 larger residential lots ranging from 20,000 to 26,539 square feet in size are located on the southern and eastern edge of the site, located north of Gracie Lane and west of Lone Oak Road. And there are 6 duet lots with an average lot size of 4,260 square feet. Access to the site are proposed off Adams Lane in a new loop public street internal to the project site. There are 2 access points off of Adams Lane. There are 56-inch wide sidewalks connecting to the existing sidewalks on Adams Lane as well. Oops, let me go back one more. Okay. The affordability component of the project includes 2 parts. The first part is the city's affordable housing ordinance, and the second part is the state density bonus law. The city's affordable housing ordinance requires the project to provide a 2% housing obligation, meaning 1 low-income household unit. The ordinance does allow for duet units to accommodate the affordable housing obligation. The project does provide that 1 unit. The project under the state density bonus law also provides 5 moderate income households in order to be eligible for the state density bonus. In total, the proposed project includes 6 units, 1 duet unit available to a low income unit household, 5 duet units available for a moderate income household, thereby meeting both the state and city requirements. The following slide provides a comparison of the city's required 2% housing obligation, the 13% obligation to be considered by the council in the near future with the update of the affordable housing ordinance, and as provided, the project satisfies the 2% obligation by providing the 1 unit. Pursuant to the state density bonus law, the density bonus is set on a sliding scale based on the percentage of affordable units provided. Here, the applicant is proposing to provide 10% of the units for moderate income households. Therefore, the project must be granted a 5% density bonus. A 5% density bonus allows the applicant up to 53 units or 3.15 units per acre. However, the applicant is proposing 51 units, which is 2% over the maximum density or 3.03 units per acre, as outlined here in the following table. The state density bonus law was enacted in 1979 and over the years has been amended, with the most recent one in 2022. The state law allows an applicant to increase in density in return for providing affordable housing units. The law also requires the applicant to request concessions and waivers and reductions to accommodate the allowed density bonus. A concession is defined as a reduction in site development standards or a modification in zoning requirements or architectural design guidelines. It can also include an incentive or concession that would result in an identifiable and actual cost reduction for providing the affordable housing. And a development project can be awarded between 1 to 4 concessions, depending on the affordability provided. Based on the affordability component by the proposed project, it is eligible for 1 concession. The requested concession is an exemption from the general plan midpoint density range, requirement for the project to provide a significant amount of amenities per the general plan policy. The provision of the moderate units above and beyond the inclusionary requirement of the applicant states is a public benefit sufficient for the development above the midpoint. Staff has found no grounds for denying this concession or have they identified any. The findings to deny a concession are provided here on this slide. They relate to the cost reduction for providing the affordable units, health and safety, and anything that would be contrary to the state or federal law. Under the law, the applicant may also request waivers or reductions for the development standards such as lot size, lot dimensions, or setback. This would apply to any development standard that would physically preclude the construction of the project as designed as its permitted density. The law does not cap the amount of waivers that can be requested. The applicant requests 9 waivers or reductions as provided in this following table. And just to summarize, these waivers include reducing the minimum lot size from 12,000 square feet to a minimum of 8,000 square feet for the 45 single-family lots and a minimum of 3,750 square feet for the 6 duet lots. Secondly, reducing the minimum lot width from 100 feet to 80 feet for the 45 single-family lots and a minimum of 40 feet for the 6 duet lots. Third, reducing the minimum front yard setback from 20 feet to a minimum of 15 feet to the living space while maintaining a 20-foot setback to the garage. Next, reducing the minimum side setbacks to a 7-foot minimum and a 20-foot aggregate, while duets include a 0 setback on the lot line to define the common wall. And lastly, the next waiver reduction is reducing the minimum rear yard setbacks from 30 feet to 15 feet. As part of the application, a design review is requested for the architecture of the home. Each home is designed allowing for the variation of design and massing. It includes 3 elevations: early California Spanish, the second is Mediterranean Revival, and thirdly, Craftsman. 27% of the homes are single-story homes, 22% of the homes have side-loaded garages, and there are 4 color schemes provided on the elevations. The duet homes are located on the corner lots, as provided here outlined in red. And all the duets have a craftsman-style elevation consistent with the single-family homes. The duets are compatible in design to the market rate homes. The proposed exterior materials, roof shapes and pitches, trim colors, and materials create a strong neighborhood identity for architectural variation and is consistent with the residential design guidelines. The project includes the typical front yard landscaping. As recommended by the Planning Commission, the condition of approval requires the buyer retention area to have a 6-foot tall chain link fence with slats around the perimeter to match the buyer retention fencing located on Caper and Lone Oak Road. An enhanced wood fence is within the internal perimeter of the buyer retention area. The perimeter wall on Adams Lane, Gracie Lane, and Lone Oak Road, shown in red, will be a split face block design. An example of the wall is shown on the bottom right here in the screen. The area north, adjacent to the existing homes, will have an enhanced 6-foot tall wood good neighbor fence as well. A standard wood good neighbor fence is provided for each lot by the applicant. The Planning Commission recommended the Council approve the project as conditioned at their May 3rd, 2022 meeting. The project is consistent with the goals of the general plan, consistent with the residential design guidelines, and includes a density bonus request. It's recommended that the Council adopt the resolution approving the project as conditioned. This concludes the presentation. Staff is available for any questions, as well as the applicant, David Best, who is with Shea Homes. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, if you have any clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order for staff to respond. Councilmember Rary?
I've got a couple questions. The first is, what is the two duets that are side by side? You got front doors that people will be coming out of directly across from each other. What is the distance between those front doors? And is there landscaping in between that?
So I would have the applicant go into more detail regarding that space that's required that they're proposing between the front doors. There is going to be landscaping that's required for all the front yards for all the homes.
Okay, but you don't know whether or not the walkways will have any type of space between them to separate the front doors.
Is the developer is the developer online so we can maybe have him answer that? Margaret, do you know? Anybody?
For the Vice
staff?
Mayor.
Yes.
Good evening. While Mr. Best gets set up, I believe that if you wanted to ask your further clarifying questions of staff and save your questions for the applicant, that would be fine as well. So it's up to the council.
Okay.
Do you guys want to, Karen, do you want to do that? Are you okay with that?
I can reserve that for the applicant. Also, this didn't come to LLAD for the affordable house unit, the one that is required. And so they selected the low income. Is that correct? Because generally it's LLAD that decides that.
So in this particular case for the one unit, because it's based on the 2% affordability obligation based on that ordinance, the one unit was for a low income based on that ordinance.
And the ordinance says that it needs to be low income if there's only one unit?
Yes.
And what, under what do you have the ordinance number for that?
So let me see if I can look that up. And that was the ordinance before before January 1st, 2021. And that was under 17.725.003B.
Okay.
Can she read that?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could read that.
Okay. Okay, so this is, let me get to that, please. So is B18, and it says developers of residential developments consisting of 25 to 75 dwelling units may construct one low-income affordable unit, pay an in lieu fee at the low-income level as established by resolution of the City Council, or provide an alternative equivalent as established in this chapter.
Okay. All right, and so there was that. Can you show me the bioretention? Do you have the landscape plan for the bioretention pond?
I could bring up the slide that had the bioretention, the preliminary landscape plans. Would you like to see that?
You're not talking about the one where it's a little tiny green square in the corner, are you?
Yeah, that's the one that I have here, but I think the applicant has the larger version that they could zoom into.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that. So let me add that. Yeah, that doesn't help me at all because if you looked at the proposed plant palette for it, it's got all kinds of plants in there, not just trees and what looks like grass or ground cover. So that's why I would like to look at it. And that gate that's between the development and the bioretention, that is a wrought iron, or is that the wrought iron gate that's shown on one of those slides?
So I don't know if you see the screen before you that the applicant is showing, but that gate is part of the enhanced wood fence.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's part of the enhanced wood fence.
Yes, that's internal to the site, to the bioretention site. The outer portion is the slats. Oh, the screen just went away. And know that it is a preliminary landscape design, so we would need a final landscape prior to building permit issuance.
All right. All right, let me get to the rest of my questions. And I apologized to staff when I sent off these questions earlier. I spent the majority of yesterday reading the 1979 adopted bonus density law, SB 330 law, our entire affordable housing municipal code, as well as the density bonus municipal code. So in our affordable unit concessions, Brentwood Municipal Code 17.725.006, Section C, it says the density bonus provided shall initially be set up at 9% above the midpoint of the density range established in the general plan and zoning code. And fractional density bonuses shall be rounded in the manner set forth in Section 17.725.003. Anything less than 0.5% goes to the lower number. Anything above or 50% or more goes to the higher. So if the density bonus based on this was set at 9% of the midpoint 2, because it's 1.123, and so the midpoint is 2, correct? Wouldn't that be wouldn't that be 2.18 units or 2 units per acre based on the rounding set forth in the section I just read off?
I think that Katie from legal will help answer that question.
Good evening. So we do have language in our density bonus ordinance, but it is preempted by the state law. And so where our ordinance differs from the state law, we are required to follow what the state provides. So this is an area in which our ordinance is out of step with changes that have been made by the state. So part of the zoning ordinance update would be to update this section to make sure we're in step again.
Okay. Let me get over. I thought I brought the questions all over from what I had forwarded to you. Just a minute. So
would you like me to come back to you?
Yeah, why don't you come back to me? And I apologize.
No, it's okay. Okay, Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. I have fundamental issues with the way we're calculating the density bonus. And my question is, first, it's if it's 1 to 3, why are we allowing 3.03? In their calculation? Why are we going over the 3 acres?
Go ahead, Katie.
If you don't mind, I'll jump in again.
Yes.
So the density bonus law says that the bonus is to be applied to the maximum allowable density. And in some instances, that will carry you over the general plan maximum that is anticipated by the state law. And it is not a cap or a ceiling on what can be received by the developer under that law.
So they could go to 3.5, 3.7, 3.8?
They could continue to go higher if they continue to offer more affordable housing that qualified them for a higher bonus. Yes.
Do you have a development that's happened at that, or a case study that's happened at?
A case that's like a judicial decision?
I'm not in line with that. I think that the law is very clear that it's 3 is your max, then it's 3, not 3.03. I don't read anywhere in the density bonus that it goes up.
So I think we're taking a different view of the language. Okay. And I can have a look at a case, but I'm not going to be able to research that for you while we're sitting here tonight.
Yeah, I think a case is before we make an exception, which it feels like it's an exception. I'd like to see a case where that's happened. My second thing is that we are, sorry, not that one. I need to share a different one with you. Hold on a second. I'm going to move something over here because I want to show you something. Can you see my screen? No, you cannot see it. Hold on a second. I want you to see what I am seeing. This is not working for some reason. Okay, what I wanted you to see is that
Councilmember Mendoza, we do see a shared screen.
What are you seeing right now?
For purposes of this section, the following definition shall apply. Development standard includes blah, blah, blah.
Can you hear me okay?
But you're frozen.
Okay, so, but you can hear me, right?
Yes. Is this what you're looking for, Councilmember Mendoza?
You're applying the density bonus incorrectly.
Mendoza, Councilmember Mendoza, I don't know if you were breaking up, but I didn't hear, we didn't hear you, or did everyone else hear it? Maybe I did it?
No, only part of it.
Yeah, we only heard part of what you were saying, Councilmember Mendoza. Have we lost her?
Oh my gosh, I'm back, but it's really crazy. So this is where there is an instance where I am not agreeing. And let me try it again. So this is the law, the density bonus as I have found it. And can you see the document or no?
Yes.
Okay. So under number 6, historically maximum allowable was defined as the midpoint, and anything above the midpoint, they would have to ask for a CUP. So it sounds like they're asking for two concessions. They're asking for a concession on redefining our maximum, which was 2. And then they're asking for a second concession. Like if you're asking for a CUP, there needs to be added benefit to the city of Brentwood and to the residents. And I'm not seeing that added benefit. If they're saying the affordable housing is an added benefit, I think affordable housing is, but you get a density bonus for the affordable housing. Those things cancel each other out. So your affordable housing is in one bucket. You're getting more houses for that. So I know that it's going through the legislation, a new definition of midpoint. Density shall be determined using dwelling units per acre. However, the zoning ordinance specific plan or land use element of the general plan does not define dwelling units per acre stand for density, then the maximum allowable density shall be determined using floor area ratio, lot size, the metric applicable, zoning ordinances, specific plans. So I don't see where our midpoint is not our max. Our midpoint, in my opinion, until there is amendments done, is our max. So I'm not buying into it. And unless there's a case study that tells us that today my midpoint is not my max, and the concession that they're asking for 2 concessions, the way I see it. I don't understand why we would say, okay, but it's not even a question for staff. That's my comment to staff. And I've asked for case studies. I have found no case studies at all that do that. But if we have them, that would be great. If not, I believe that the applicant is asking for 2 concessions. And I don't think we need to concede on our zoning as we see it today. If the law changes and the mid definition of maximum changes, and that goes through the legislation, that's one thing. Then they can come back and say, hey, the law did change. We're good to go. Let's apply with this maximum. If not, I think that we need to respect our general plan and stick to the midpoint as the maximum, unless there's a request for CUP. And then we do the analysis. Do we think that they're giving the benefit enough for that rezone to 3? That's one thing. The other thing is I didn't see landscaping. I'm not sure if you were going to go through this, Councilmember Rary, around the masonry wall. I just see grass. But I know our landscape standards ask for trees, like every certain so much, shrubbery, and I don't see any of that on the other side of the masonry wall. Do we know why? Is it not in the plan because they're not going to do it, or is it just because, I mean, I don't know, or are they not going to put in trees and shrubbery on the other side of the masonry wall? Crystal?
I believe our engineering and public works department is represented by Nikki tonight. If he could address that question regarding the landscaping. I believe they're going to provide some landscaping right next to the masonry wall, but there's more details I think he could provide. Okay. Nikki, are you there?
He has his hand up. Margaret, can we get Mickey to maybe answer the question? Are you there,
Good
Mickey?
evening, Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yes, so on the road side of the masonry wall, it's my understanding the applicant is proposing to install shrubs and vines. Vines in particular, because we wanted to make sure that to the extent that there's a masonry wall, we don't want it to get tagged with graffiti. It's my understanding that there's no proposal to install any trees because there's no need for trees along the Gracie and Lone Oak side. I don't know what they have proposed on the private lot side of the masonry walls. I'll let the applicant speak on that.
Wait, so you say trees are not I'm sorry, I missed that last part. Trees are not necessary?
They were not conditioned to install trees along Lone Oak and Gracie. They were conditioned to install shrubs and vines.
Can you explain why there's no trees? I mean, if I remove a tree outside my house, they make me replace it.
Yeah, and this goes to the history of this project. So as you recall, this project went through many different iterations. Originally, one of the older iterations They actually had the lots having driveways fronting onto Gracie and to Lone Oak. So it was going to access Gracie and on Lone Oak. They're going to add traffic and pedestrians. We're going to require them to widen Gracie and Lone Oak. We're going to require them to put in sidewalk and landscaping and beautify it to typical city road standard. Since then, they've gone through different iterations, and one of the things we requested of the applicant was to talk to the neighbors, go out and engage with the community and find out what the community wants for this project. And the feedback we got was that they wanted to keep the rural feeling. They didn't want the roads widened with all these improvements, and that's kind of the story that led to this current layout. So the current layout has no driveway access onto Lone Oak, no access onto Gracie Lane. We've actually conditioned them so that they're relinquishing a butter rights. So in the future, none of those lots have legal access onto Lone Oak and Gracie. And so because of that, we're not widening those roads, and we're just putting in minimum landscaping to deal with things like the aesthetics of a wall.
Yeah. Actually, that's the group I met with, the people that like about 20 or something people right across the street. They want trees. So did the developers say they didn't want trees? Because when I met with them, they all said they want the trees. They want to cover that as much wall, trees, the whole shebang, and shrubs.
Right. And if that's the desire of council to add trees as part of the landscaping for the streets for Lone Oak and Gracie, that's certainly something council could decide. But I do want to make sure the applicant has an opportunity to respond as well.
Okay. And then my other question probably for you too is, we know that's a dead end, that Gracie Lane right there to Adams. That's going to stay a dead end?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any plans to put asphalt around that? Because everything is asphalt down the street, and then you get to that circle and it's all gravel. Why is that gravel? Because I've actually walked down the whole street.
Yeah, it's gravel because it's basically an old road that, well, I believe existed when it was still county. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a gravel turnaround basically for garbage trucks and delivery trucks and fire trucks. We do have a condition requiring them to ensure that there is a turnaround for fire and delivery and garbage. There is no requirement to make it asphalt. We just need to make sure it's all weather access.
Could we ask for it to be asphalt put over it?
Certainly, council can ask.
Okay. And then my other question is that landscaping right there at the end of Gracie. I know there's a little path that the kids walk to and from school from all of those neighborhoods over there. That path will be maintained?
Yeah, so there is going to be emergency vehicular access from the end of Gracie Lane to Adams Lane. We're actually going to require them to put in a gate and pedestrian access. So people can still cross, but and emergency vehicles. But other than that, there will be no public access off of the end of that cul-de-sac.
Are they going to redo the landscaping there? Because all of that is really bad.
I believe so. I believe there's going to be some minor landscaping done at that area.
Okay. Do you have a schematic for what the emergency access is going to look like? This is the first. I don't remember seeing. Is it going to be wide? Is it going to be little? Did David Best review that with the residents? Because I know they wanted a pedestrian, but what does an emergency access look like there?
I don't have a schematic. It is shown on the entitlement documents. I imagine it would just be a typical. It would look like a driveway cut with a typical gate that can open and close by the fire district. And we can work out a lot of the details in terms of what that looks like and the materials with the fire district at that time.
Okay. And the masonry wall, I know there's masonry walls in the area on O'Hare, like stones and white caps and all of that. Is the masonry wall going to match the other masonry walls in the neighborhood? I
believe they were conditioned to do that.
Okay.
We can certainly add that if they're not conditioned. Again, but with the opportunity for the applicant to respond as well.
Okay. Do you know if we will be putting dead end signs in those areas, like for Gracie Lane, and I think it's Lone Oak going all the way down?
Yeah, I received copies of some of the comments related to adding additional signage on Gracie and on Lone Oak in regards to dead ends, stopping, no stopping. A lot of these requests are independent of this project. Okay. I've already spoken to our traffic engineer about that. We can certainly take a look at it right now. I believe there already is one sign at the entry of Gracie. We can certainly take a look at that and add if it's not there. So a lot of these requests for additional signage, again, is independent of this project, and our folks can certainly take a look at that.
Okay, so Gracie Lane is a really narrow road, and I think there's some concern that people might start parking on that road. Because it's so narrow, we can't have parking and safe driving. Could we get no parking signs on Gracie Lane?
Yeah, I can talk to Steve Kersavan to see if we can add no parking. Keep in mind that this proposed project is not anticipated to add any traffic onto Gracie or Lone Oak. So the request to add additional parking or no parking signs, that's something that we can look at independent of this project.
Yeah, because I can see people starting to park there. If there's a nice walk path, there might be people, if you ever drop off your kids, you park and then you sometimes meander around neighborhoods. One of my last questions is if, Condolet and De La Salle, they have signs through the neighborhoods that say no school traffic, and you can get a ticket for going with school traffic through those neighborhoods. They had a lot of problems with a lot of traffic and people speeding. What can we do? Because I think it's going to become more attractive to drive through. Well, right now it's just a piece of dirt. People are going to start seeing homes. They see a little gate. Like, it's going to become more attractive. Can we do something along the lines of what they do out there for that private school into the neighborhood here? So no cut through traffic.
Yeah, again, we don't anticipate any traffic impacts from this project on Lone Oak and Gracie. And putting up signs that say no school traffic, it's very difficult to enforce. Certainly the signs can be put up, but there are other creative ideas that we can look to help calm traffic. And one of the interesting comments and observations through all this is that to the extent that Gracie Lane and Lone Oak are unimproved, to the extent that they stay narrow and a rural feeling, that actually helps slow traffic down. I know Gracie Lane already has a couple speed bumps. We certainly looked at speed bumps on Lone Oak and Adams, and they don't meet the criteria, but there are other engineering solutions we can certainly look at calming traffic down at least. And those efforts can also be independent of this project.
Yeah, because it's kind of similar, like, if I'm coming down Mountain View, I can't make a left turn during school hours, right? We have school hour rules on certain streets depending. So I guess that would be up to council to come to you and say, residents have come, we want to have these signs installed. If we see it, or is that something that your team takes on themselves and works with residents when residents email in?
Let us take a look at it. Signage, things like speed bumps and signage and engineering solutions, they're very, very tricky. And some of these are very counterintuitive. Like, there are situations where putting unnecessary speed bumps or stop signs actually creates more of a safety issue that creates more accidents and more speeding. And I know it's counterintuitive, but it's the science backs it up. So to the extent that, council or the community has got ideas about traffic issues or traffic calming, let us know. Let us know the ideas. We'll certainly take a look at them and see what we can do. We did take a look at the accident history along Adams Lane, along Gracie, along Lone Oak. Nothing came up as alarming to us to require anything, but again, we're always open to out of the box ideas.
Okay, that's it for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, do you want to ask questions also to the applicant? Just so I know.
I'm good right now.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. To start, just going back to the masonry wall, can that, I don't think I missed this, can that be built first to minimize the noise and construction impact on the neighbors?
Generally, yes, to the extent that there is still construction access on site.
Okay, so how can that be secured?
This is probably a question best answered by the applicant. And I imagine the question is really, can the masonry wall along Lone Oak and Gracie be constructed first before any of the on-site vertical housing construction? I imagine the answer is yes, but again, I'll let Mr. Best answer those questions.
I'll ask him that one when we move to that. Going back to Councilmember Rary, the ordinance that she mentioned, I don't know what the year was on that ordinance when that went. Councilmember Rary, do you mind if I ask you that question, the one that you were referring to?
Which ordinance? Are you talking about the 1979 density bonus law from the state, or are you talking?
The city one.
The city, which is.
I mean, I don't mean to have you go into a lot.
It was prior to us doing the only thing that we changed was in 2020, we changed in May 28th, 2020, we had changed from 2% to 6%. And then January 1st of 2021, it went to 10%. So that is the only thing that we changed. So this was prior to 20, I would say before 2019. And actually, I think it's before I even got on the council, because I don't remember changing any of those other things. And I do have follow-up questions for that I have found since.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm curious, like we talk a lot about ordinances that the city puts in place to protect our, quality of life and our design standards, et cetera. And that if a state law is put into place after that ordinance is set, that we can defer to our ordinance as opposed to the state law. So I'm curious about that being in place prior to SB 330. I mean, maybe there's not a connection that I'm seeing, or the state, the density law, or is it because the density law is from 1979 and the amendments don't count? I mean, I don't know if that's a Katie question.
And that's part of what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
Where there is something in the state density bonus law that that comes up regarding that, and I'll
see, this is where I'm with you on that one. So Katie, can you take that one on?
Sure. So there are a number of laws that intersect with regard to this particular application. The local inclusionary housing law is the ordinance that Councilmember Rary is referring to. And that did change in 2020 after the vesting tentative map application was submitted by the applicant. So they came in under the old 2%, and that's why their obligation is only 2%. That was not changed by any of the density bonus laws directly. The density bonus laws, which the state enacted in 1979, and which have been amended dozens of times since then, affect the 5 units that the applicant is offering to build to moderate income levels. And so those are 2 different issues that we're talking about here. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, and I'm sure Rary will have additional questions since she.
Would you like me to quote the subdivision that may help us with this?
Real quick though, Councilmember Rary, Councilmember Meyer, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not done yet, but since we're on this topic, thank you for asking. We're on this topic already, so Councilmember Rary wants to jump in with what she's, referring to here. I'm totally comfortable with that.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Rary.
So according to the state density bonus law adopted in 1979, subdivision S, notwithstanding any other law, if a city, including a charter city, county, or city and county, has adopted an ordinance or a housing program, or both an ordinance and a housing program that incentivizes the development of affordable housing that allows for density bonuses that exceed the density bonuses required by the version of the section affected through December 31st, 2020. That city, county, or city and county is not required to amend or otherwise update its ordinance or corresponding affordable housing incentive program to comply with the amendments made in this section by the Act. And basically is exempt from complying with the incentive and concession calculation amendments made to this section by the Act.
So if you don't mind, I can share my screen so everybody can see that language, because it's a lot to listen to.
It is a lot to listen to.
I'm happy to call that up, and maybe we can all talk about it for just 1 minute. Can everyone see what I'm looking at here? I see subsection S. Does everyone see that?
Yes, we can see that, Kate. Thank you.
Okay. So as the council member noted, it does talk about cities adopting local laws of their own, which may essentially free them from following the state's density bonus law, right? But what it's talking about here is local laws that incentivize the development of affordable housing that allows for density bonuses that exceed the density bonuses required in this by the version of this section, blah, blah, blah. So Brentwood has not adopted a local density bonus ordinance that gives developers a higher density bonus than the state law does, right? What we have adopted is an inclusionary housing requirement that requires developers to provide a certain level of affordable housing. We don't give them a density bonus for that. We just say that that's your minimum requirement for the provision of affordable housing. So that's the difference that we're talking about here.
We do have BMC 17.725.006 affordable unit concessions and construction incentives. And there's also a density bonus part in our, let me see if I can find that, in our affordable housing, ordinance that refers to density bonus and how it.
Yes, it does. I am unaware that it provides any greater measure of a density bonus than the state law provides. So that's why we feel subsection S does not excuse Brentwood from complying with the state law in that regard. And I know that we're getting pretty far into the legal weeds here, and it's usually not our custom to provide legal advice on the dais. So if more information is wanted, we are happy to provide that in a more confidential setting too.
Okay, so is it okay if we go back to Councilmember Meyer in regards to, I know you have a few more questions, I think.
Thank you. I'm still definitely struggling with the designation for the midpoint density. The idea that this is not actually considered a rezone is, I don't want to say confusing, but kind of appalling. I don't feel like that discussion's quite done. I don't know that there's enough clarification around why that midpoint is where it is, and how this rezone, which isn't a rezone, is actually taking place. So I don't know how we can push forward more discussion about this, or get a better understanding for ourselves or for the public, because it does feel like this feels like in effect a rezone, which we should have some say over. And yes, I see Alexis, and if you would like to jump in, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Once again, I pop up to not deliver the best news about local control and state laws. So I apologize to always be delivering this sort of message. So as objectionable as it is, the state's density bonus laws in effect can trigger changes that are different to our based zoning designations and standards. And the state says that we cannot consider those as rezones or general plan amendments. Okay, so every city has a zoning designation with a base density. The density bonus law allows projects to exceed those based on different standards and criteria of affordability and all that. The premise behind the law is that in doing that, you are either changing or exceeding or modifying those underlying zoning standards in order to apply that number of units, right? Because all of our standards are set by those densities and dwelling units per acre that are applied in that zone. So in order to get more units than that, according to the state, you can get concessions and waivers to change those standards without us being allowed to request a rezone. So as objectionable as that is how the law is applied.
Okay, the final question I have for now, and there may be more later, is on page 99 of the actual packet. There is a chart of the waivers, which I understand can be unlimited. But I just wanted for clarification, the only one that in the compliance column that mentions the state density bonus law is density, and the rest of them just says waiver of request. Is there anything there that, I mean, are we required as a city to fulfill every single one of these waivers just based on the fact that they were asked?
If it is needed to provide the units that they're requesting as part of the density bonus. So if it were just for the market rate homes and they just didn't want to comply with our zoning, that's a different question. And then Katie's popped up, so.
Yeah, Alexis is exactly right. We need to provide the waiver or reduction requested unless we can point to very specific adverse impacts having to do with public health or safety, or if the requested waiver or reduction would be contrary to state or federal law. So packet page 102.
So to break in on that, we, and to quote our caller earlier about the water, the bill that he mentioned, we are not allowed to use lack of water as a safety precaution. I mean, he was talking about SB 606, I believe.
So with regard to the availability of public services, those have been analyzed. And we do also have our CEQA consultant on the line tonight who reviewed environmental matters for us. This project site was studied by the original general plan EIR to accommodate, I believe, up to 50 units, and they're proposing 51 here. So there's not a large delta. But if you had specific questions about that, I would invite you to ask Ben Ritchie from De Novo Planning.
But the fact that it is over by one, is that anything that we can?
So what I'm saying is we have reviewed this project for CEQA purposes, and that is part of the CEQA analysis. And so if you'd like to get further into the weeds with him, he's your man, not me. So I don't know if we've promoted.
I'm going to hold off and to see if anyone else has questions for him before I move into anything else for me. And I'm done for now. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Katie.
I was just going to say, if there is one more moment here, Councilmember Mendoza, going back to your question about whether a density bonus should be allowed over the existing general plan cap. If the council would allow me to share my screen for just one more moment here, we can look at this language together. Let's get there. There we go. All right. So for the purposes of this chapter, density bonus means a density increase over the otherwise maximum allowable gross residential density as of the date of the application by the applicant to the city, or they can take a lesser one, right? So it's over the otherwise maximum allowable gross residential density. So that is where it is found in the statute. And I know the font is small and I apologize for that. There we go. I'll let you go back to your questions. Thank you.
One question back. Okay. Sorry, Karen, just on that. So what you're saying is that it does, like, anyone can do whatever they want, and we have, like, there's no guardrails on any of this anymore.
So we are required to comply with the law, but the law does give guardrails in terms of if they requested a concession or a waiver or reduction that did have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, or was contrary to other law, or didn't have anything to do with our development standards. Those are the sorts of guardrails we have to work with. And those are the constraints that staff's been working under.
So I think my biggest thing is until this amendment passes, the maximum is 2. It's 3 with stuff they do for our city. When this passes, then it clearly defines what the maximum is. And I don't think our legislators would have spent the time defining maximum if there was a clear definition of maximum. And no one has been able to give me a case where maximum is at the high end of the range. It will be if this passes, but currently I still have yet to see a case where that exists. So I guess that's my point on that one.
So and I think that's,
go ahead,
yeah,
go
the
ahead.
language that we're looking at, but I'll let you all go back to your discussion.
Yeah, Councilmember Mendoza, you had your hand up, so, and then Karen's after you.
No, actually, I'm before Ovita.
Oh, okay.
So the applicant submitted its SB 330 preliminary application on May 7th, 2020, along with the City of Brentwood Universal application on the same day. Under on page 8 of that that preliminary application, under the property owner affidavit, it says, I understand that this preliminary application will be terminated and vesting will be forfeited if the housing development project is revised such that the number of residential units or square footage of construction increases or decreases by 20% or more, exclusive of any increase resulting from the receipt of a density bonus, incentive, concession, waiver, or similar provision. And so my question is, the original application had 47 single-family units. Yet the new application, the midpoint, without concessions or waivers or anything else like that, the application would be at our midpoint of 17 acres. Let's round up to 17 acres, times our midpoint of 2, which would be 34. And so without the density bonus, incentive, concessions, or waiver or similar provision, that 20% number would be 9.4, round that down to 9 units, even if you rounded it up to 10. The actual difference between them is 13 units, which is more than the 20%. How can we move forward based on this decrease being over 20%? And the application requesting approval of entitlement was not, so how can we move forward with that? And in addition, that they need to, that the vesting is terminated if they have not finished filing within 180 days from completion of that preliminary application, which was May 7th of 2020, and they're now at 25 months. So how can they change more than 20% from the original application and be over the 180-day period?
So I will defer to planning in some of these aspects, because I believe that when the project originally came in, it did also include a rezone or a request for a CUP, and Alexis or Eric would be better to address those issues. There are many ways to accomplish vesting rights. The applicant filed both a preliminary application for SB 330, which we understand that they're not relying on at this point, but they also filed a vesting tentative map application. And the vesting tentative map application also has its own vesting privileges that attach to it. When you talk about the language that allows for projects to be changed and the 20% delta that they need to stay within in order to continue to claim safe harbor under that, that does not include changes for the density bonus, right? And so that's part of the answer. The other part of the answer, I believe, has to do with the fact that I think they were requesting a rezone when they came in initially. But as I said, I will defer to Eric and Alexis on that.
Well, but it states that the 20% increase, and they can't use their density bonus, and they can't use their incentives or waivers or similar provisions for that number.
No, it says 20% not inclusive of anything that you could do with a density bonus.
Exclusive of any increase. Result
exclusive. So you don't.
Density.
So I think we're looking at this through exactly opposite lenses there. But let's first get Eric or Alexis on the line to tell us what was initially in the application.
So Eric, can you answer the questions about the initial submittal, or Crystal, and then we'll touch on the SB 330 not moving forward as a part of that. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. When the application was originally submitted in early 2020, as Katie referenced, it did include a rezone, and I believe it was for, Crystal, correct me if I'm wrong, for the 47 units. And then at some point later on, they revised that application to, this has been going on obviously for over 2 years now. But they did revise it ultimately to remove the rezone and move forward with the density bonus because that was not included with the original application.
Well, and the point is that it doesn't matter what the changes in the different things that they've presented. It's that if there's a 20% increase or decrease, more than a 20% increase or decrease, regardless of whether they're asking for those things. And it's past 180 days since the submission of the preliminary application.
So the applicant submitted their vesting tentative map application concurrent with their SB 330 preliminary application. Some applicants do that, some space it out. So the vesting tentative map application was submitted and deemed complete within that 180 days that the law allows. The applicant has chosen not to avail themselves of an SB 330 application because of those vesting rights that the tentative map application completeness has. As Katie said, there's multiple ways to have vested rights for an application.
But it says that an application requesting approval of an entitlement, which they now have a new entitlement 25 months later, which is more than 180 days.
So this, oh, sorry, Katie.
No, I was just going to say, Councilmember, we're getting pretty far into the legal analysis, and if you'd like to discuss this offline, perhaps that would be a better forum for it.
So do we go into closed session now then?
No, because this would require research and time to work on. If the council doesn't feel like they have all the information they need tonight, you could always request a continuance until a later date. But we want to make sure that we are both providing you accurate information and maintaining the attorney-client privilege and serving our public in a thoughtful fashion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me see if I've got any more questions that aren't of the legal matter. So it says on agenda page 108, the draft condition of approval is included to ensure that elevation styles are not repeated on adjacent lots, thereby creating a diverse streetscape and architectural variation. Also, on agenda pages 245 and 246, action H3A, affordable housing design distribution. The affordable units are also dispersed throughout the residential development and located on corner lots. Yet two of the duets are right next to each other. And not only that, is that they are the same elevation model, both craftsmen. So you have two identical lots, and our affordable housing ordinance, inclusionary ordinance, states that these need to be throughout the development, not all in one area. And granted, you got one down the street and around, but now you bulk two. How was this able to proceed that way?
So staff did recommend that they disperse it, so they're on, but at the same time, these units are on the corner lot, so it is something that can be asked of the applicant to disperse one of the duet units elsewhere.
So Karen, do you want to hold up on that one and ask the applicant?
I'll hold off on that one. Let me see if I've got any more. All right, I will yield my time.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, I have, unfortunately, this didn't go to LLAD, which it should have gone to LLAD first. So all of these questions could have been answered there. But when it comes to the pricing of the units, my understanding is that the cities can set the price as long as it's within the band. So for example, if I go from very low to the maximum of low, I can set that price of that unit. And with the and where I need the clarification is, can I also do that with the moderate units? What does the law say in regards to that? And Alexa, I think we had talked about that, because I'm getting a lot of people saying, and I told you I was on a call with like 50 cities on Sunday night, the developers allow them to set the price within that range, and they said that is their legal right. Have you been able to research that? I talked to Katie about it.
Alexis?
Well, she mentioned she talked to Katie, so I didn't know if
No,
Katie
I had
wanted.
talked to Katie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Katie relayed the message to you.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, so we haven't confirmed with our housing attorney yet, but we are looking into that. Our ordinance, all it says is within the maximum, right? So there are no procedures specified that it only has to be the maximum or the minimum. So
that's a negotiation point.
So our belief is that we can look at the range, but in terms of the moderate income units, those are being produced as a result of the density bonus request, not our affordable housing ordinance. So our understanding is that we cannot set the sales price on those, but we would.
Yeah, we should research that a little bit more.
Absolutely. We will confirm that before, if this project is approved, it would go to LLAD, and we would confirm that before that meeting.
I would
and those are deed restricted, correct? The moderates will be deed restricted?
All the affordable units, density bonus and built under our ordinance, are all deed restricted.
Okay. I guess I have concerns because it sounds like we're going to have a lot of questions, and I would feel apprehensive about approving something without it going to LLAD first. So I don't know how staff feels about that. And the other thing is, I know we can ask for performas, right? Like, how much is this actually netting out to a developer? So I think that we need to talk about sitting down and making sure that we're getting the best product for our residents. And I think reviewing performance could be part of that as well, ensuring that, we know that they have to make money, and that's understandable, but making, sure that everything we're going through is tick and tide from a financial perspective, and it makes sense. So, I mean, the more we're going through this, I feel like we do need to continue it. We should have LLAD first with the developer, like we've done in the past with David Best, and sit down and go through everything and see how comfortable he is with it. And then he can make a decision if he wants to move forward or not, right? Like, and then that's his decision. It comes to council. But there's too many unanswered questions. Staff can't answer half of our questions. And I don't think he's going to be able to answer half of our questions.
Just to jump in here for a minute, just so expectations are all aligned. After a case came down in 2021, we can't require the submission of a pro forma as part of the density bonus process. What we can require is that the applicant provide documentation that show that the requested incentives and concessions would actually result in cost reductions for the project that are necessary to provide for affordable housing costs. So just as we move forward, that would be the framework.
For our one unit, we could ask for it, right? The pro forma?
The pro forma? That's a good question.
I think yes.
I believe so, but not for the density bonus units, not for the moderate income units.
Yeah, we should probably think about adding that to our rules, is every time a pro forma has to come through. But okay, that's it for right now. Thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions? No? Okay. If there's no other questions from the council, I will now open the public hearing. We will hear from the applicant first, and we will have given them 10 minutes. Are you guys okay with, after their presentation, then maybe we could then ask them, give you guys an opportunity to ask them questions? Are we okay with that? Yay, nay? Okay.
Vice Mayor, are we talking about like a 10-minute total with 5 minutes presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if we, let me, Katie?
So traditionally, we have allowed the applicants 10 minutes of presentation time, whether they want to use that entire 10 minutes initially, or if they want to reserve some for rebuttal or later on, but we do not charge their 10 minutes for questions that the council asks of them, if that makes sense. You may all have a lot of questions.
So we'll give them 10 minutes, and then we'll hopefully, if they don't use all their 10 minutes, we'll start. And then if they do use their 10 minutes, then we'll still be able to ask questions. Is that okay, Councilmember? Council? Okay, thank you.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break? Just a quick, I'll be quick.
You guys okay? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll be back here at 9:28. Okay, is everybody back?
Thank you for that break. Much needed.
No problem. Okay, is Councilmember Meyer here? There we go. Okay. All right. Now we'll be giving the applicant 10 minutes. After those, if they don't use their 10 minutes, we'll be able to start our questions. If they do use the 10 minutes, we'll then ask questions after their 10 minutes. Okay? All right. Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. I have an echo in my microphone. Does anybody else have that also?
No, you sound okay over here on this end.
Okay. If you could bear with me for just a second and not start my time until I switch my audio. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we were able to hear you before, but
okay. I beg your pardon. I had a little technical difficulties. So, if you allow me to share my screen, I'll bring up the development plan just so that we have a frame of reference. And wow, I scribbled a bunch of notes during your all's discussion. So lots of interesting conversation. And one of the first things I wanted to discuss was I wanted to make sure the council was aware that you know, we did do quite a bit of public outreach here on this project over the course of many months with the residents. And as was explained earlier with Crystal and Eric, you know, our original application had homes loading onto Gracie Lane and to Lone Oak, because that is a public road. And after many conversations with the folks that, you know, live on Gracie and Lone Oak, we made a pretty major concession to turn everything internal to the subdivision. So that's why you see the land plan as it sits today. And so we, you know, we agreed that it would be fine to put, you know, a border along the edge of the project and not to load onto Gracie and Lone Oak. So that was a pretty major concession on our part to help alleviate a lot of the concerns of the neighbors. We did agree not to push Gracie Lane through. We're going to do a EVA road here at the pass of the fire department. And of course, those details can be worked out in conjunction with the neighborhood. We don't have a problem with that at all. The turnaround that you can see here, that is also a concession that we're giving. So actually currently that area is being used by trash trucks and other vehicles for the neighborhood on our property to make a turnaround. And so we did make a major concession to go ahead and dedicate that and allow that type of activity to continue on our property. And that's going to impact lot 44 here. So, you know, we did do quite a bit of work with the neighborhood. We did agree to install the masonry wall along Gracie and Lone Oak. And one of the other things that we did was we agreed that all of the homes along the perimeter of the project, the 8 large lots along Gracie and Lone Oak, would be single-story homes, so as to further lessen the impact of the existing residents. So we did quite a bit with the neighborhood. We didn't give them everything they want because the neighborhood wanted nothing, so we couldn't quite get there. Sorry, but I think we made quite a few concessions to help alleviate the neighborhood concerns. And one of the other notes that I made throughout most of your discussion was that to soften the blow. So I understand that there's a lot of uncomfortableness in the whole concept of density bonus and what may appear to be the developer kind of flaunting your zoning rules and regulations. But I'd like to just kind of call your attention to the fact that we're not burying you in high density housing in a area that's zoned and in your general plan for single family detached. We're pretty close to what the original concept in your general plan was for this development. It is 3 to the acre in your general plan is the maximum. And so as was discussed earlier, density bonus considers the maximum density, not any type of midpoint when you're asking for bonuses on top. And I'm sure you can ask that question of your city attorney and get some clarification application at a future date. But one of the other things you might notice is that all of the lots along Lone Oak and Gracie are 20,000 square foot plus, and that's in deference to your general plan and your general plan policy for density transition. So we respected that. There's several other things that we're going to do, including widening Adams Lane. We're going to put a flashing crosswalk for safe pedestrian crossing of Adams Lane up here on the north end of the project. And so generally that's where we're headed and what our proposal is. I think it's a great thing, quite honestly, that we're putting 6 affordable units on the ground for you. When we came through with our Orchard Trails project a couple of years ago, I thought that there was a lot of excitement that on this council that we were going to actually put affordable houses on the ground. And so, we honestly thought that, and at that project, we're giving you 2, and this project, we're giving you 6. So, my thought was that that actually might be received fairly well. So I'm hoping you'll see that. Some of the other questions that you asked, I think I'd like to, reserve my time and have you ask those of me directly, because I think I can answer most of them. For example, we can talk later about the duets and why they're on corner lots. The duets work better on corner lots because the front doors are on the sides. So it's kind of a natural place to put them. The conversation about landscaping along Gracie Lane and Lone Oak, we are going to improve that area with some nice landscaping up against that masonry wall. In conversations with your city staff, there was a desire not to put trees there, partly because they don't really marry too well with walls, because you have roots growing in the foundations and sometimes it'll move that wall. So that was their request to put shrubs. We're not opposed to putting trees in that location if that helps, but that's the reason that you don't see them in the proposal. One thing I wanted to clarify is Councilmember Rary was talking about the difference between the original application and the density bonus being greater than 20%. But I just want to make sure it was understood that we never applied for a project that was any less than 47 units. So this project went from 47 units to 51 units, which is well below the 20% threshold to where it might be considered a different project. And with that, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time for the end.
Okay, thank you, David. Council members, you guys have any questions to David? I can't see, David, you have your thing up, so I can't see the rest of the council.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Oh,
No,
don't we
okay.
ask those after the public comments first, and then we go back into question and discussion? Am I wrong about that?
Not sure. I know that we were going to let him talk, and then we were going to ask questions. Katie, can you direct me to the right direction?
Pardon me, Mr. Vice Mayor. If the council has some quick clarifying questions of the information that the applicant has provided to you, it would be appropriate to ask him now. Otherwise, you're welcome to hear from the rest of the public and return to asking questions of Mr. Best after you've heard from the public.
What would you guys like to do? You guys want to do it now, ask some questions? Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, thumbs up, anything? Okay. Well, I'm going to take that as a yes. So, Karen, do you want to ask a question? You had your hand up.
No, I'll wait until after the public, because there's quite a few people with their hands up, and I'll reserve it for later.
Okay. All right. I don't have no other hands up, so I'll go to public comment. Margaret?
I received 10 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have currently 7 hands raised. I'll start with Keith Schaefer, followed by Rod. Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, City Council members, for the opportunity to speak as well as represent both my neighbors and the neighborhood. I will quickly comment, Mr. Best has reached out and has made provisions and allowed us to sort of steer this project in a way that does suit us. However, you know, all of our ideal situation would be that this would go away entirely. So although there have been some concessions, we're not happy with the current plan. The goal for all of us is to maintain our rural lifestyle. We've been out here 20, 30, 40 years in some cases, and we all have ranchettes, we all have livestock, and we've raised our families out here. Gracie Lane, first of all, needs to remain a dead end. I think that has been established. I do believe that the end needs to be paved. It was never finished during the Braddock and Logan housing increase, and it needs to happen now. There's a lot of traffic that goes down there, turns around, and the individual that lives at the end was never completed. So he gets a lot of dirt and dust, and people get upset when they find out that they can't get through, and they turn up the dirt. Furthermore, I think that the landscaping along the block wall needs to be trees. I think we can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt around the city that trees can and do exist around the block walls, and that would minimize not only the dust and sound, but also give us some aesthetics that we all ask for. We ask that there's no rezone. I know everybody is saying that it's not a rezone, but I think we all recognize that there is. Concerned about the density of the lots. You know, there's 15-foot driveways. There's not a car around here that will fit in a 15-foot driveway, so they're all going to end up in the streets. It's going to be visually very difficult to deal with, and I think it's a public safety hazard. We had requested that Lone Oak and Gracie Lane, the corner, have a larger radius and stop signs, and that's just to increase the safety aspects of that area. And then we've asked for speed humps on Adams Lane for some calming measures due to street.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Danny Dorman. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to add a little bit more food for thought, maybe when you guys are discussing this with legal later. I'm looking at the density calculation and the land use element in the general plan here about on page 9-2. Well, first of all, it talks about on 9.1, it talks about the midpoint of the density range as being the starting point for proposals. And then there's a calculation that goes on top of that is for affordable housing and other things. So the paragraph I want to read out says residential development proposals provide at least 20% of its units affordable to lower income households as defined by state law and city's housing element, et cetera, are exempt from the mid-range requirement and may develop at the high point of the density range, provided that an agreement is recorded with the city ensuring affordability over time. And then there's additional language for senior and other projects. So going up as high as 25% above the high point. So as I understand it, 3 is already 50% more than 2, and then we're adding up to 25% above that. Now, I'm surprised that to hear that the state has proposed a density bonus greater than 75%, which seemed to be what the attorney was saying. Also, by starting at 3, you're looking at putting the state's density bonus on top of our density bonus and like giving them two density bonuses. And I don't think that that's what the land use element actually intends. I think the maximum for us is 2. It's just a matter of labeling. Our language doesn't match what the state is using for language. I think that probably needs to be fixed. But our max is 2 with a bonus up to 3 and potentially up to 3 1/4, right? So I just don't. I think that when I looked at the application and they said, well, the max is 3, and then we're gonna calculate our bonus on top of that, it seems like they're double dipping into the density bonus somehow. So I think there's a lot of clarity yet to be had. I know that AB 2334 that was in discussion earlier has not been passed yet. It's still in the Senate. And so I don't think it's germane here, but it does prove that the state understands that there's a conflict and it's not clear what the maximum is. And so I think that probably the general plan needs cleaned up. But at any rate, they should be starting at 2 to do their calculation and not 3. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Cinziana Todor. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great. Well, 3 things. 1, I wish the Xanax had kicked in a little earlier. 2nd, the attorney-client privilege. We're the client, not Shay. So there should be no confidential ad hoc BS. All right. Now, 3rd, Article 11, Section 5 of the California Constitution states in part, whether a subject area is a municipal affair over which the city has sovereignty or one of statewide concern, which is over which the legislature has authority, is an issue for the courts that depends on the facts and the circumstances of each case. I refer to Irvine versus Irvine Citizens Against Overdevelopment, 1994. My contention is there's a conflict between SB 606 and SB 330 that needs to be resolved, and you guys have to do a continuance to get that resolved. There's also what Congresswoman Rary noted. There's also what Congresswoman Mendoza. You guys had questions. They need answers before the council can decide on something that once they decide, it's locked. So all these questions that they want to talk about after won't do any good. All right. And let's see, where am I? Page 111 of our packet. Environmental determination. Several potentially significant impacts are identified. However, mitigation measures are incorporated to reduce these impacts to less than significant level. Well, what the heck are the significant impacts? And what were the mitigating factors that, gave it an okay, ready to go? All right. And 606 regards to the water. We are in a drought. The state is in a drought. Gavin Newsom said we're in a drought. So everything that has to do with a drought cannot be superseded by 330. At least that's my contention. That's where the lawyers have to figure it out. Okay. It can't be done by municipality. It's the same logic as mask mandates. The state put a mask mandate out. Brentwood could have said anything they wanted, but they couldn't supersede the state. So we have 2 SBs that are in direct conflict that need to be resolved. That can't be done tonight because our lawyers can't even answer some of the questions now. And lastly, staff, you work for us. I'm listening, and it sounds like you all work for Shay. It is sad. It is, oh my God. Anyway, I have 4 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by LLAD. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this item. I would like to start by saying I agree with every single thing that Rod mentioned in his comments, as well as Mr. Dorman. And I'm also in agreement and in line with what my neighbor Kit Schaefer mentioned as our requests for the neighborhood. And let me just say this, if you cannot be counseled in the open forum and provided every single piece of information that will help you make the best decision for your community and your constituents, please continue this item for a future meeting. It is very clear that our city attorney has no interest in representing us, the city, the taxpayers, and also supporting you, the council members who trusted them to give you the appropriate support and all the information you need to represent us in the most clear, transparent, and complete way, if you will. I really prepared a very nice speech. It's all out the window because I am really outraged how the staff is treating this project, how our city attorney is treating this project, and how they just throw in our face a picture that we do not count as residents of this city. So please continue this item to a future meeting. On top of that, I am outraged about the attitude of the developer through Mr. Best, who's not always the best. He did reach out to our neighborhood for years, and we consistently told him, and he actually mentioned it, we do not want them here unless they provide a good product and they don't destroy our neighborhood. So yes, Mr. Best, you would have loved to hear from us say, yeah, this is great, go ahead, destroy our neighborhood. And we cannot say that in good faith. On top of that, you're dictating and telling us how to calculate our density. Shame on you. There are laws, there are criteria, and you're trying to impose things on us. You are not in good faith. You got a lot of money that has been made in our city because previous councils provided you with all the concessions without even posing any opposition. That time has passed. Live with it and provide us with a good project and stop trying to destroy our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alud, followed by Jorge Freitas. Alud, go ahead. Can you unmute? Go ahead.
Trying to talk to you.
Alud, go ahead. Alud, are you able to speak? I'll come back to Alud. I'll move on to Jorge Freitas. Mr. Freitas, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm on 1700 Lone Oak, and I'm very concerned the corner, the way it's designed. It has an entrance from the houses to our street, and the lower wire fence or whatever it's been made to put there, it's going to be a mess there. People are going to be crossing into our sides. We need like we had talked, Councilor Mendoza mentioned curve on that corner there. It has to be curved. It has to be a wall, and with trees around. I'm across the street. I don't want to look into a blank wall when I get out of my house every time. We need to do something a little bit better on that corner, especially when people come around there. They fly through it. I've seen some people, you know, if they go into the gravel, they go right into my neighbor's house. Nate. So that's not good. And if anybody ever drove down that Lone, that road is messed up. The construction will tear that road apart. Is the city going to pay for the fixing that road? I don't know. Anybody drove on that road and looked at that? It's messed up. It's all bumps all over the place. So I'm very concerned, no trees, the way it's been put together, it doesn't look good. The wall break issue, if it's, all the way around, makes sense. A high wall. We don't need an entrance for that corner there. It looks like there's an entrance that comes into our street. I'm with Keith. I'm with everybody that has been speaking tonight. I think there's some members here that, they open up some big items that are not answered. And I applaud them. Everybody's working hard, of course, but, we got to pick the right ways to go about it. And I thank you.
Thank you. I'll try LLAD again.
Hi. I have a couple questions. Well, one question. I agree with George on we need the brick wall, and that road is terrible. But at the end of Lone Oak and Caper, there's that fence that they're talking about, the slatted fence, and it is broken down from people jumping over it. What makes them think that the slatted fence is going to be safe and people not jumping over it and bending it? Then who's responsible for that? I see a big problem with the slatted fence. So on the floodplain area. So that's my question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Tom Gwinnett. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I want to point something out that was mentioned earlier, but I want to really stress it. I've lived in 5 states and lived in 3 houses and a cluster home. California is the first state I've lived in when you get a 3-car garage home, and it actually is only a 1-car garage home unless you own 3 Mini Coopers. The garages here in California are not made for sedans. They're definitely not made for trucks, and they're not made for SUVs. You cannot fit an SUV and a sedan and hope to open the doors and get out of the car, or hope to open the doors to get into the car. There's just no way to do that in the way the garages are built by builders here in California. So I looked at this development and I thought, wow, the driveways are really short. And then during the presentation tonight, found out that the whole thing got even shorter. So the gentleman mentioned that it's going to be very difficult to fit cars on the driveway, which is where like a huge number of people have their cars. So now are the streets going to have enough room to park all these extra cars? If you get a 3-car garage home, there's at least 2 cars, maybe a boat, maybe an RV. So where are all these? And I don't see any room for like building the side to the side of the house to expand the side so you can park the RV behind the fence, which is required by the city of Brentwood. You have to move your car periodically every so often or you're going to get a ticket. And in that area where you're trying to keep this rural feel, how is that going to work? It's going to be messy and it's going to be dangerous because those streets are very narrow. So if you have everybody in the development parking at least 1 or 2 cars on the street because they don't fit in the garage, which are not made for cars, and then you have an emergency vehicle coming through or a city vehicle coming through needing to make a turn, are they even going to fit down the street? You know, this is a concern moving forward for all the developments. The garages are not made to fit normal size sedans or any other car for that matter, other than cars the size of Mini Coopers. So that's a big concern here. and a normal development in a less busy area that isn't trying to keep a rural feel, this might not be a concern. But here it is because of the traffic, and even though there's a dead end, you know, we have to take a look at these things. I know it's a small thing based on everything else that's been said tonight, but it's another thing to look at to see how's that going to go, because I just see a safety mess with this particular plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Gwinnett, followed by Serena Smith. Mr. Gwinnett, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that the developer has worked with us, and we do appreciate that. But again, it's working with something we really don't want. One thing nobody's brought up that will become a problem is the pest abatement. With other housing complex going around in the area, when they start digging, it's unreal how many mice and rats and whatever else. So I'm hoping there's a plan for that. I also agree with where the retention basin is. That corner is where my driveway is, and there's about 4 of us that come off that corner. So if there could be, I don't know what the legality is, but if that cement wall could go around that drain water basin as well, that would keep people from hopping over there, and we could put some shrubs there and actually make it look nice every time we come in and out of our driveway. There is a water shortage, so I'm just at a loss how people are getting fined for water in their yards at the wrong time, but we just keep building more houses. So I mean, that's something that's not going to get solved here. I also want to thank the city, because the city council for supporting us and coming out and meeting with us and exploring all the options. But it is appalling that your hands are tied somewhat by rules that are confusing, by laws that are outdated, by the state doing things where they don't know what they're doing. So I do want to appreciate that, but it is very sad and appalling that every housing complex that went in around here started off as one thing and ended up at another. It's just a classic bait and switch. And it's really tough. So we do appreciate everybody working with us, and we do want this to end up with the best possible outcome. So hopefully that the 2 per acre is something we start with and negotiate from there. But we have single ranchette homes. Most of us are on 1 to 3 acres, and that's why we live here, and that's why we bought homes. So there was a comment made about the houses in the complex matching the neighborhood. That's only the neighborhood within the wall. It doesn't match the surrounding neighborhood. So anyway, I appreciate everybody's time and help. And we do want this to be right, and that's why we're here. And all the neighbors are involved here. It's not just 1 or 2 of us. So with that being said, I do have a little bit of time left, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Serena Smith, followed by Marisol Valles. Serena, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Nathan Smith. I live at 1750 Lone Oak Road, and I live right across the street where the bioretention basin is going to go in. And my question is, I got some questions and concerns around the bioretention basin. Why does it have to be a slatted fence? Why can we not bring that concrete block wall all the way around the corner and make it one continuous block wall all the way around? Does it have to do with drainage or because of flooding reasons or something like that? Why does it have to be a slatted fence? And here at the corner here, there's definitely going to be some safety issues because there's not going to be as much vision. We're not going to be able to see around the corner. So my suggestion would be to put in a couple stop signs. One stop sign coming down southbound Lone Oak Road and another stop sign on eastbound Lone Oak Road, 2 stop signs right there. And that would slow people down coming around the corner. So instead of having the fence come all the way to the corner, cut it back at a 45-degree angle so we have more visibility around that corner, because a lot of people cut through here already. They speed through here, they whip around that corner. They don't respect the neighborhood like at all. So to put a fence there all the way to the corner is going to reduce the vision even more. So there's going to have to be something done there at that corner to make it safe, either a speed limit sign or stop signs or something like that. And so I would like to see, even if we put the block wall all the way around, to put the trees inside there as well to reduce the heat effect of the project. The more trees, the better, because I mean, when you put in a lot of concrete and a lot of asphalt, the temperature goes up, and you've seen how many 100-degree days that we've had in a row. I mean, we need to have some trees out here in front of the block wall and inside that basin just to kind of cool things down a little bit. So, I mean, a comparison has been made to the basin over there on Caper. The basin over there on Caper is not perfect. It has some issues. Right there on Caper, a lot of the trees are shading out a lot of the bushes, and a lot of the bushes are like half dead. Either they're getting shaded out or they're not getting enough water, or something's going on. There is at least one dead tree on Caper. And you look inside that basin, there's like a half dead tree and some dead bushes sticking up over the fence. I mean, I'm not a real big fan of half dead bushes, dry bushes, and half dead trees, you know? And if something does die, can it be replaced? What kind of maintenance is going to be done? So just, I believe David when he says he's going to make it nice. So I hope he keeps to his word. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Valles, followed by Ian. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I just wanted to say I agree with a lot of the other speakers. They have great points in regarding to the water, the pests, walls, trees, etc., everything else. I'm a Brentwood resident, and the reason I voted for the new council members is because the previous council did not listen to residents. After hearing the extensive discussions this evening, I want to thank the City Council for their intense research and the way they advocate for their residents. I do not live in this particular neighborhood, but please listen to those that are calling in, emailing in, that live in this neighborhood with their concerns. They all have very valid points, and they are living this day to day. So please listen to them. To the city staff, please do your best to find solutions for these residents and to be able to answer the questions that the City Council is presenting tonight. I think that there's been so many valid discussions and questions that still need to be answered. So if you can please get that information before any decision is made to respect these residents that live in this neighborhood, it would be greatly appreciated. And thank you all for your really hard work. I know you guys are all doing amazing research, and this is not easy with all the new laws. So thank you for, I know that that the council members are putting a lot of hours. So that's it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian, followed by Daniel. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't remember what speaker brought this up, but it was a few speakers ago. They brought up the fact about how garages are not made for cars anymore and how many cars are going to be in the street. That is a major danger, considering that we're hearing about like a dead end at the bottom of the street. Today, I was driving in Oakley in those new developments on East Cypress, which are still being built. And as a teen driver, I personally struggled in an SUV to fit down that road and allow space for opposing traffic. I cannot, but there they have a system of roads to get you back out to the main road. If this street's a dead end, and if it's as bad or worse than I've seen in Oakley or like that neighborhood behind Walgreens and that office building, I don't know the name of the neighborhood. If traffic's that tight, I feel bad for the firefighters who might have to try and fit a fire engine or an ambulance trying to save someone's life or stop someone's house from burning down. So I believe staff need to go back and actually figure out like how the traffic is going to be parked and how well can a fire engine fit. I know that the job is hard, but I think this should be continued at a later date when the city attorney and city planning staff and all the city staff can finally have a very solid idea of all of the impacts from the laws to just as simple as cars parking in a street to allow a fire engine to get through. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daniel, and that is the last hand I have raised, and followed by Julie Schaefer. Daniel, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I live on the end of Gracie Lane, and I appreciate Keith bringing up some of the concerns that we've been dealing with for the years that we've been living here, with people going down Gracie Lane thinking that it continues on to Adams and getting irritated and spinning out in some instances, kicking up rocks, dirt, dust. I have to wash my car constantly. I don't even bother to do that because there's no point. I mean, it's gonna get dirty in a day or two. So it might seem like there's not a lot of traffic, but if there's quite a bit. People even park at the end in that roundabout to drop off kids, to go to the park. So we definitely need some sort of better signage for dead end that would help with that, or stop signs as well. And then the comment that David Best made about we don't want anything here, with him trying to work with us, and he made major concessions or substantial concessions. I don't think we're unrealistic with we don't want anything here, but having high density houses, or what seems like high density houses comparatively to the surrounding area, is definitely not what we would like. We generally think that neighborhoods should fit, new neighborhoods should fit with existing surrounding neighborhoods. So we're 1 to 3 acres. Why can't the houses that we put into the 17-acre lot be half acre or 1 acre to kind of match the pre-existing neighborhood, to keep that kind of rural ranchette feel? I mean, before I moved in 2017, and there was a person that owned a property that's about 2.4 acres behind me. It's for sale actually right now. It's on the corner of Adams and Gracie, right behind my house. And he was trying to get approval to build 6 houses in the 2.5 acres. And the city turned him down and said, well, you can't build 6, but we'll allow you to build 4. So if he can't build 6 houses, why can this major developer get special privileges? I understand, again, that there's new laws in place since probably that happened, but it just seems like he's getting preferential treatment compared to somebody that's trying to build a few houses on multiple acres, 2.5 acres. That's all I have. Thank you.
The final speaker I have with a hand raised is Julie Schaefer. Julie, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. I agree with definitely everyone who's spoken previously, especially Cynthiana. It's my first council meeting, so I wasn't quite sure it was going to go this way, but I'm in complete agreement with her. We've lived here 24 years. We love being in this small community. It's one of the last few communities in Brentwood where people have more than an acre. I only know of Randy Way. It's a very special place. If you guys have not been out here, I think all council members need to drive out here, drive around Lone Oak, drive around Gracie Lane, and look at the property. So you see what we're talking about. It's a special place. We want to keep it that way. The 2 houses per acre suits the neighborhood, fits in with the surrounding community, our community, our ranchette community. So, we're hoping the project can fit in with us and help us maintain our country lifestyle. I'll reiterate a couple of things. Keeping Gracie a dead end is just the utmost important for us. The gentleman who said we're not impacted by cars down here and such is not true. We definitely need signage for no parking, dead ends. We get people who don't want to go down Adams, so they cut through our neighborhoods And if you're going to put 50 houses in front of us, people who don't want to drive by that school, we're going to be getting a lot of traffic down here. Which brings up the corner for the residents that live by the bioretention basin. That definitely needs to be rounded or something. You can't fit 2 cars. It's not safe. The masonry wall, I just want to make sure it still has not been totally confirmed that it's going to match all of the masonry walls that are around here on Grant, O'Hara, and then the masonry wall we have behind us. They're all the same wall, columns, and capped. The trees have been discussed multiple times, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. David Best has said, yes, we'll put in as many trees as you want. It was discussed in the planning meeting. So there's trees all along O'Hara, many trees, many shrubs. Shouldn't be an issue with roots. It's beautiful. We want our wall to look like it does on O'Hara. I mean, let's make it beautiful over here. Well, don't just put some wall up and have it look ugly. Let's keep Brentwood beautiful. I think that's it. But I want to thank the council. Thanks for all your hard work, everything you're doing, and I definitely think this does need to be continued.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Vice Mayor, you're on mute.
Thank you, council member. If there are no other speakers, I will need a motion, close the public hearing.
So moved.
I believe that the applicant still has some time remaining. Is that right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Do we still close the public, Katie, do we close public comment and then let the applicant still speak, or how does that work?
So if the applicant is wishing to make a final statement before the public hearing is closed, that would be fine. And then if the council wishes to follow up with any additional questions to the applicant, it would be appropriate to do so at that time. Thank you.
Okay. We should do that at the time of, before I close the public hearing, if we have any questions as well, or close public hearing and then ask the questions.
I would go ahead and check in with the applicant to see if he has any additional statement to make to the council, and then invite the council to ask questions of the applicant before you formally conclude the public hearing.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Applicant, do you have anything you'd like to add in regards to your presentation?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A couple of brief things. One is I just want to make sure it's understood that you know, some of the conversations about density and density transition, we are consistent with your general plan in density transition, and I know there's some little bit of disagreement on the actual density, but you know, the general plan density is different for this property than the surrounding neighborhood, so it is more dense. And I'd like to yield part of my time to our attorney, Christian Sebrin. Christian, if you're on, I think you can help answer some of the questions that were brought up about the general plan density versus the max density. Christian's able to raise his hand.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. There's been a lot of discussion tonight on how to interpret density bonus law and how to interpret the city's own ordinances. I'd like to just point out in under the density bonus law, it states within it that the chapter needs to be interpreted liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of total housing units. So if there is a question on which way to go in interpretation, the answer is to go with what results in more units. Similarly, under the Housing Accountability Act, it states that it is the policy of the state that this section be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval and provision of housing. And recent case law, you know, as far as you may all be aware that projects are supposed to be processed with objective standards, and the recent case law makes clear that if there are two plausible views of a standard, the city must apply the view that supports housing. And something that hasn't been discussed tonight is if there's a standard you don't think this project is meeting, the city had an obligation to let us know that before tonight. And if it didn't, we're supposed to be deemed consistent with that standard. And as that's been discussed both by the city attorney and Dave and others, the city's general plan does allow up to 3 units per acre. The density bonus law speaks to maximum gross residential density. And that's what we're seeking here. We started off with a 47 unit project. We amended that to have a 50 unit base project. You don't even include the additional bonus units when figuring out if your SB 330 still applies. It's just about a 6% increase. We are only requesting 1 concession, and that concession is to basically not require above and beyond our 5 additional moderate units. And I am happy to yield the rest of the time if Dave wants to close up.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, the last part of my time, I'd really just like to open it up for questions. There were a whole bunch of questions that were asked during the council's comments and during public comments, and I think I can answer all of them. So please ask away. I've got a bunch of things that I can display to help describe what's going on the corner, on Gracie Lane, and throughout the rest of the project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Okay, I guess we'll go into questions from council to David, for the developer. So Karen, I don't know who had their hand up first, but I'll start off with, I think Karen did earlier. Councilmember Rowan.
Yes. So I do have a couple questions. You mentioned lot 44, that it would accommodate the turn. So if there's a masonry wall that goes straight down the road, how is it accommodating the turn? So
okay, so if I can share my screen. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The turn looks like it goes past where the wall is.
Yeah, so we are going to propose essentially that we cut the wall like this. There's something to that effect, so that there's enough room for that turnaround at the end of Gracie. So it's going to clip lot 44 here. So it's going to be a little bit different than the way it's proposed, because that was kind of a late request after we'd submitted all of our development plans. So we'll make that change as part of the condition.
Okay, and will you also improve the road at that end?
No, so we are actually going to dedicate, interestingly enough, additional right-of-way along, give me a second here, along both Gracie and Lone Oak, as requested by your city.
Yeah, I saw that in the staff report.
Yeah, thank you. I can't pull it up right at the moment, but if you can see this dotted and dashed line right here that kind of bisects Gracie Lane, that's actually our property line. So we're dedicating 20 feet of additional right-of-way here, such that both Gracie Lane and Lone Oak can be expanded at some point into the future to a full city standard public roadway, which you do not have the existing right-of-way in order to do that today. But as part of our project, we're going to dedicate that so that it could be done in the future. But since we're not loading and we're not taking access off of Gracie and Lone Oak, then therefore we're not doing any improvements, because it's really not our frontage. At the request of the neighborhood, we're not loading on it. So we will.
The answer is no. You're not going to improve the roadway there.
We're not doing roadway improvements. We'll do some landscaping, as was discussed, and we'll put the wall up. But any roadway improvements that are desired of the neighborhood is between them and the city. We're dedicating the right of way, and we'll make it look pretty. And we are going to install drainage, actually. So we're going to improve the drainage along Gracie and Lone Oak, which is currently just kind of a ditch that runs to an existing storm drainage inlet that is in this location here. So as one of the conditions that engineering put on us, we're going to underground that drainage and we'll make it workable.
So and I forget forget which one of the 2021 renditions that you had of your project. It had said that the project would provide funding for a future LLAD. Are you not annexing into an LLAD?
No. The intent is that there would be a landscape lighting and assessment district on this project that would provide funding to maintain the basin and the landscaping along Gracie and Lone Oak, as well as the new frontage that we're constructing along Adams Lane. So there will be an LLD there. We are going to construct all those improvements, and that maintenance will be funded by the residents and I believe managed by the city.
Okay, and part of the general plan says that you're required to pay for the impact that you have for public safety services. And so I know that you're going to have to annex into a CFD, and I know you're paying fire impact fees, but I didn't see anywhere in there that you would annex into the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, CFD.
Yeah, we are. We that was part of our application. We did volunteer to do that.
Okay, you did do that. Okay, and so the two affordable units that are capped, and I understand what you say, that it's great to have them on corners because they, you know, how the units have doors on each side. But I've got a problem with, and our code, our ordinance for affordable housing says that they need to be dispersed throughout the community, throughout the project. And capping them at the both ends there, I'd like to see that at least one of them moved maybe onto A Street somewhere.
Yeah, so you know, we're not opposed to that. But we frankly don't think that works very well. So if you can see the landscape plans that I have up, you know, the front doors of the homes are on the sides here, right? So this corner, and then bear with me a second. And then this location really give these front doors the best presence and the best arrival and feel for the folks that are living there. If I was to sandwich it into the center, into one of the normal lots in the mid block, then we just don't think it would feel as nice. I've got, you know, this generally is how the landscaping works out on those developments. So by putting it on a corner, especially the unit on the left here has got almost a normal arrival feel to your front door, and then the garage is swung around the corner. So just the way the architecture works, it just works so much better on the corner.
So with that said, you had, when you brought to us the, for the Orchard Trails, you did have different elevations that were available. If we decide to move forward with having them both on capping those two corners, would you be able to use a different elevation?
We could do that. I think that would be a reasonable request if that helps get the project, we could add a second elevation.
And the air conditioning units, they were in the front yard last time. I'm not seeing where they're located on this, but that's an eyesore having your air conditioning unit when you walk up to the front door.
Yeah, I don't believe that's not the case. The air conditioning units will be in the backyards.
Okay, they will, because they weren't in the last, I don't think they were in Orchard Trails.
I'll have to check on that. I don't think that was the intent. As the developer, we don't want to put air conditioning units in front of our either.
Yeah. Okay. And so I did find the bio retention pond, that it does look like you're going to put bioswales in the center and just border the outside. Now I'm going to share my screen because I went out to the most recent one that was created in our city, and are you guys able to see this?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and while this kind of looks like it's dead in the front there, those are actually little tiny orange flowers that are there. So it's not like the thing is browning out and dying. It's and then it, which way do I go? So it continues the landscaping within the retention pond, so that with only a little bit in the center that doesn't have any, but could use that bioswale mix that you're going to put in there. And for the residents, this is where that split fence is, the cement split fence that was 3 feet. I understand that you don't want to, here's the Caper Drive and Lone Oak. This is just, and what's behind there is just an empty dirt retention pond that of course gets weeds in it, and they're right, some of the plants are dying there, and it is not a pretty sight.
So if I could interject for a minute, and you go back to the nicer pictures, yeah, that was our maybe not necessarily this densely planted, but that was our original proposal, was that 2-rail fence would go around the detention basin on the corners of Lone Oak and Gracie, and the residents didn't want that. They wanted it to be hidden. So well, I like what you're showing.
and when I spoke with, I think it was Keith Schaefer this morning regarding, yes, he brought up the reference of what is on Caper, and so I actually drove out there to see exactly how it was. I pulled it first up on the satellite and I looked over and it was pretty barren. So I drove out there today. This is over by Harvest Park Bowl in a newer development, and it is maintained. And one of the concerns that they had, well, if nobody's maintaining the area on Caper, well, it can be maintained if somebody was to report it to our Connect 24/7 to get the landscapers out there to fix the things. But here, this would all be paid for and maintained by the development paying into their lighting and landscape assessment district. So it would have people coming out there to maintain it, make sure that the water is coming in and watering the plants, and have to be replaced if a plant dies. And I don't know if we could get a comment from some of the people who face that retention center, if they'd rather see something like this versus a cement wall in front of their house.
Karen, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I heard that it gets really deep and full, and they're concerned with the kids and walking through it. So I don't know how often that gets deep and full. I have no idea, but that was one of the comments that I heard. Just, I don't know if Mickey's on and he knows.
Yeah, well, we've got to have rain first. And I understand. I mean, any of them, if we have a lot of rain, we're going to end up with it. I mean, we've even seen the one over at Apple Hill fill up, which normally never gets filled up. It's been a long time since that's happened, but maybe Mickey can address that.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Mickey.
Okay, so there's two different types of basins. The one on Caper and the traditional detention basins are flood control facilities. They're specifically designed to be these large holes that mitigate the peak storm runoff. So when you have a big storm, you get all this water, it's designed to carry all this water and then slowly meter it out into the creek to mitigate the impact of development on the hydrologic cycle, if that makes sense. So the flood district is known for having a lot of these basins at the east end of town, and they're specifically designed as a flood storage and mitigation basin. The one image you're showing right here is it's designed to be different. These are bioretention basins, and what they're designed to do is take the initial first amount of water from a first rainstorm and all the pollutants that it carries, and it's supposed to filter it into the ground to capture all the pollutants. In the event that you have a big rainstorm, all that larger amount of water is supposed to bypass. So technically, these types of basins, the ones that you're showing that are well landscaped and look good, they're not specifically designed to carry a whole lot of water. A lot of water can go in them, but they're actually not designed to be a flood mitigation basin, if that makes sense. So Caper Drive is a good example of a detention basin. It's supposed to be this big, barren, hole in the ground, whereas the one you're showing right here is supposed to look good and be well landscaped. We can certainly look at landscaping Caper Drive, and that's a whole separate project. But that's the difference between the different types of basins, if that makes sense.
And the one that's on the corner of Lone Oak and Gracie, that is a bioretention basin like this one that is on the screen, right?
Correct.
Which is why they suggested the cement 3-foot split rail fence. And although, as I said, I would rather, if we do move forward with this, I would like to see it fully landscaped instead of just around the borders. If maybe we could even get the people who live around there, if they just want to put their hand up, if they like it. Maybe they don't even need to say anything.
Oh,
but
yeah, we could, as the developer, we would be happy to do something similar to this. It would obviously have to be in conjunction with city staff and maintenance, because these things do require maintenance. There has to be maintenance access. So the configuration wouldn't be exactly like this, but as far as the general scheme and the feel and the look, as a developer, we would be happy to do it this way.
And we already have a couple of hands of the neighbors across the street who have their hand up that they like that.
Well, no, Christian has been up.
Another one.
He's been up for a while. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it was Serena's. It was the Smith that was that had said he lived. I don't know about Christian. I don't remember where Christian said they lived. But anyway, that is it's a much prettier thing with flowers. It's native plants so that they will make it through drought areas, but they still have the drip system to water them. And I would think that it's better to look at that than a cement wall. Anyway, so that would be a suggestion on that. And I think I've got one or two more questions, or why don't I just turn it over to somebody else and then I'll find my other questions.
Can you take this off the screen, Karen, just so I can see council members now? Thank you. I think Councilmember Mendoza, you were next.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions or comments? You didn't get any questions or comments, but you haven't made anything. Did you? I know you're managing the meeting, so you might forget, but do you have anything to add?
Oh, no, I'll be honest. You guys are asking a lot of really good questions. I know that I wrote down a lot what the speakers are requesting in regards to trees, also in regards to the wall being completed all the way around. I know Karen's just showed a few things that maybe change their mind in regards to the wall going all around. I know there's been some discussions around signs.
Okay, but nothing new to add.
No, you guys are asking a lot of good questions.
So, Mickey, can I ask you a question real quick?
Absolutely.
It's always nice when you come on. So, as long as I've been coming to city meetings, the one line I hear all the time is, cities don't do the roads, developers do the roads. And this takes me back to a section that we're waiting for that sidewalk on that's been a long, long time. And finally, we might be getting that. And it's taken a long time. My concern about Gracie, and I guess I don't understand why they wouldn't have to do the street if that has been our mantra forever.
They would have, and we actually conditioned them to widen Gracie and Lone Oak and add landscaping and sidewalk and curb and gutter and improve the roads when their project was actually loading onto Lone Oak and Gracie. There's nexus there in the fact that to the extent that their project is using a public road, they need to improve it. That's covered in our Muni Code. But the latest iteration, they're not using Gracie and Lone Oak. They're actually using Adams. So we are requiring them to widen and improve Adams Lane.
So what is the remedy for the residents that live there to get that end of that cul-de-sac done? Or is this going to forever, I don't know.
Well, the cul-de-sac, I believe the developer is okay with paving that cul-de-sac. But in terms of what is it going to take for Lone Oak and Gracie to be a full city standard widened road with curb gutter?
I don't think they want that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they want it either.
I think that's just that gravel at the end. It just causes a lot. People do. I mean, we know cars spin out in Brentwood. Go down there and cause a lot of ruckus. So, you're saying that the developer said they're gonna pave over that?
I'll defer to Mr. Best if he is okay. I have no problems with conditioning that the cul-de-sac at the end of Gracie Lane be asphalt to allow proper turnaround.
And so now we're hearing two stories about the tree. So we heard they didn't want the trees. Now he's saying the city doesn't want the trees. Who decides on the trees and the design of the trees? And
if council wants us to put trees along Gracie Lane and or Lone Oak per city standards and use our plant list, again, I'll defer to the Parks Department. They're typically ones that provide these comments, but again, I don't have any problems with that, especially since there's already going to be irrigation for the shrubs and the vines. Putting in some standard city street trees along those roads. Again, if the applicant, he sounds like he was all right with that idea, I've got no problems with that.
Okay. The masonry wall. And I know, Karen, you and I are going back and forth. When I met with them, they were adamant. They don't want people, because what's going to happen with that fence is people are going to they can walk through back. It's so low that you can get through it. It's kind of like what happens over here on Fairview. All the kids play soccer in the retention basin. So the unofficial soccer field. So I can see kids walking through that, and they don't want any through traffic. So that's kind of why they wanted it, unless they change their mind. That's what they were saying. But
there can be a fence on the other side, and there is a fence on the other side.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's something that you and I might not like a wall, but if that's what they want with trees and shrubbery, it's, they're used to a certain quality of life. So, let's try to maintain that as much as possible.
That's why I asked them to raise their hands.
Yeah, and we only got one. So
we had two, and
no, Christian had his hand up way before.
There was Serena, and there was one other person who had their hand raised.
Okay,
Christian.
I just think So and we can ask them to match the masonry wall to what's out there. Okay.
Yes.
And trees continue, and I guess my question is, would it be best to make a motion to send this back to LLAD and to review this all? Because I feel uncomfortable approving something like, oh yes, this is what the landscape is going to be. Like, I would like to see the final landscape. I'm not happy with the affordable housing being next to each other. If we both open our doors at the same time, you're gonna be right in front of each other's face. So I almost think if we could find another lot to switch it out, I would be happier with that, because those front doors are so close together. I mean, they're really close together, one house to the other. So if we could find one of the other corner lots, I think I was looking, I forgot to write down the number of lots, but you have two other corner lots that might be good options. The other thing is, we weren't happy, but we let it go last time on the exterior awnings. So I would like to review the exterior design on those affordable houses. I would like the doorways to not just be I don't know if they're 4x4s or what they are, the sticks. I would like whatever design you choose to match the porches on your standard houses. The porches should be as close as possible to those standard designs. So I think there's still a lot to go through, and I'm not satisfied with the density. I think that we need to talk to our legal team about the density, talk to our legal team about the application process. And once we feel comfortable with all of that, then I would feel comfortable going through and voting yay, nay on a project. But right now, I don't feel comfortable voting on a project with this many questions still outstanding. And it's not saying that it's a no, it's saying that let's work through it. And I understand that their attorney's like, well, you know, your staff is supposed to do this and they should have all the questions answered, but I don't know how that happens in this process when it's skip blood. So I don't know. So those are my comments on this. Thank you.
See your mouth moving.
Councilmember Meyer, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the question about the masonry wall being built prior to the developments to minimize noise and impact. And this is for Mr. Best.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Councilmember Meyer. So that's kind of a yes, but answer, I think, because we would fully intend to build that masonry wall up front on the project. We have to grade it first, though. I can't build it before I grade the site. So
it's sort of partially part of the way through, you're saying?
Yeah. So, you know, typically the way these projects go together is that you do all the mass grading, which unfortunately is one of the most noisy parts, other than the nails and hammers when you're building the houses. But then the next part would be to put that wall up. But remember that wall is going to take some time to construct, and meanwhile we're going to be putting improvements in the ground also. So it all kind of mashes together. A wall of that extent, because we're 1,200 feet of wall, is going to take a while to build. And so once we get the mass grading done, we're going to start that wall, and then we're going to be deep into improvements also. So it's all probably going to come together at the same time. But I can definitely commit to you that before we start vertical construction, homes building, the wall will be up.
Okay. This next question would be moot if the asphalt gets put at the end of Gracie Lane. But one of the comments was about construction destroying a gravel road. What is your experience with that?
Well, so that's also a yes and no answer. We don't intend on using Lone Oak or Gracie ever for construction, except when we build the storm drain that has to go down to Marsh Creek. So if I could share my screen again, just so everybody's aware that part of this project is to construct storm drainage that also, by the way, collects all the storm drain that used to flood in this corner of Lone Oak and Gracie and carries it out to Marsh Creek. So there's going to be a section of Lone Oak here that we're going to have to tear up in order to put that storm drain in the ground. But and then we'll go back and fix Lone Oak to whatever the city standards are. And Mickey can probably tell you what is the typical spec for when you do work in the public right of way, you have to repave in a certain way. So we'll do that. But we don't plan on touching Gracie with any construction work. The primary construction access is going to be off of Adams Lane. So, you know, we're going to put this storm drain in, we're going to do our rough grading, we're going to get that wall up, and then, you know, Gracie and Lone Oak will never see us.
Okay. There was another question from a resident about pest abatement. In your experience, what are you seeing when that happens, when you're doing that kind of major construction?
Yeah, I mean,
which is very rural.
Yeah, in all honesty, he's right. You know, there's lots of ground squirrels that have made this site their home because it hasn't really been farmed in a long time. And so once we get in there and start digging up dirt, they're all going to scatter. We can do our best. I mean, there's various methods to try to control the migration of rodents. It's primarily rodents, I think, is the concern. Mice and
That's what it sounded like. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we'll do our best. There's no way I can tell you that there isn't going to be some disturbance when we're out there grading. But
so what would your mitigation be on that?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not super familiar with it. Normally what would happen is you would bait, you know, so you try to catch them when they come out of the ground and start, because they're going to start looking for water and food once we take all the grasses down, and try to catch them at the perimeters. But you know, it's we'll put a construction fence up all the way around the perimeter of the site, which can mitigate some of the travel. But these guys are pretty sharp and pretty good jumpers, so you know they'll be able to
diggers.
Yeah, and we could certainly do our best to do some eradication work prior to coming out and grading. You know, so there are some projects where we'll go out ahead of time and set a bunch of traps and baits and try to, you know, get rid of all those rodents as best we can before we start construction.
Okay. Let's see, the retention basin. I'm hearing we heard from a few residents who were talking about needing the full masonry wall, not one that's blocked, or excuse me, broken up, or not the slatted fence. And I believe it's like Councilmember Mendoza was talking about as far as access to the neighborhoods or shortcuts to the school. So just confirming, when you're talking about the wall, is there a break in there? I wasn't clear on that.
No.
Okay.
No. So I'll share my screen again here. You know, that wall is going to come all the way down Lone Oak, and right now the proposal was that we would convert to that slatted chain link fence. And by the way, that was established at Planning Commission. So honestly, I'm kind of feel like I'm a bit of a pinball machine here, because you know, the proposal that you have in front of you is what was determined at Planning Commission to be the desire of the neighborhood and Planning Commission. So I'm not married to this chain link fence at all. In fact, like I mentioned earlier, our original proposal was the 3-rail, but then it picks up again on the masonry wall and runs down Gracie, and then continues down Gracie all the way. And then this isn't quite right, because remember, we're gonna make a little change here, and then it'll turn the corner and connect to a masonry wall that runs along Adams Lane, both here and then, you know, up on the northern block. So you know, it'll be 100% contained. The only thing that we're not doing, which we weren't able to clarify, is I think the conditions of approval right now still say that we're supposed to build a wood fence up on the northern property line, which we're not going to do, because I don't think that makes any sense to do. But maybe planning can clarify that.
No, I like to see that. I'd rather have houses in the next development facing that, rather than having more fences up.
Yes, correct. That was our intention. But that's something we got to fix on the conditions.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions for you. And as far as whether this is continued or not, I do think there are a lot of legal questions that have not been answered the way that I think we need to make a full approval. I do like the concessions that Mr. Best and his team are making, as long as we can work some of these things out. But I have some doubts about full approval today without knowing some of the answers to these legal questions.
I think Councilmember Rary, you had your hand up.
Yeah, now you mentioned that the Planning Commission had conditioned for the slat fence, yet the neighbors want the masonry wall. Is that a concession? Let's say we go back to the neighborhood and they decide, no, we still don't want to see the basin there. Is that a concession you would make?
Well, there's some complications to that, and I don't know if Mickey wants to jump in, but if we put a masonry wall all the way around this project with no break in it, you kind of create a dam. So, you know, in the event that the golden rule of civil engineering typically is you always have overland release for water. You assume that all your storm drains are going to plug. So if I do that, then there is the potential that the water has nowhere to go when it lands on this project and all the storm drains plug. So that's a concern. The other one is that there will need to be maintenance access, and the thought originally was that there would be two access points, one coming off the internal subdivision with a gate here for city maintenance access, and then there will be a road that would come down, and only for city maintenance access there'd be another gate here off of Gracie, mostly so that the maintenance guys could turn around, because it's a pretty tight area here in the bioretention area. This is mostly slope where you see the trees. It's not flat here. And so it gets a little difficult.
But if we fully landscaped it, they're not going to be driving in there. Like the one that I showed you there, it's not something that they would drive in. It was something that they would walk into to maintain.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then your city maintenance folks are fine with a single point of access from the interior of the subdivision, and that works for them. I think that's fine. But the other thing that we have to make sure we understand is that the sewer line, there's a sewer line that connects and a storm drain line that connects out through this bioretention area parcel into Gracie and Lono. So, I would need your public works department to respond to whether or not they'd be okay with a masonry wall over their utilities.
Okay.
Hi, Mickey.
Would you guys like me to respond?
Yes.
Sure.
So yes, Mr. Best brings up a couple good points. And the other thing to note is that on the south and easterly end of the basin, we'll need to get vehicular. Typically, we need vehicular access to any storm drain structures. So, Councilmember Rare, you're correct. For typical landscape maintenance, it's just laborers that are working on the surface. But for storm drain inlets, structures, we need vehicular access. So if a masonry wall is put around that the basin on the south and east boundary, we're going to need some way for vehicles to access through that wall. And to Dave's other point about overland release, either the site will need to be regraded to avoid overland release and flooding issues, or there's going to have to be a hole in the wall somewhere. Good examples of this, and for those of you who don't, so Dave is right. The concept of overland release is very important in our world. We always think about the worst case scenario. What happens if the storm drain pipe is plugged, or you have a major storm event, or there's some debris and other things that clutter up? And the existing storm drain detention basin on Caper is a great example. About several years ago, after the last big drought, we had that winter with torrential rainfall, and Caper Basin with debris actually cluttered up the inlet, and we couldn't get access, and it actually overflowed into the streets. And I got video from, I believe, one of the council members showing the roads were all flooded. And this was both a good and a bad thing. It was bad that our roads
was that
flooded.
Steve Barr?
That was Steve Barr. But it was also good because it also showed the concept of overland release. In the worst case scenario, I'm okay with our streets flooding, as long as the houses don't flood. So I am concerned that if you block off this whole area, the detention basin with a solid wall, we need to make sure that there's a way for that water to not flood houses in a worst case scenario. And there are ways to do it. It'll impact some of the design, whether you put a hole in the wall or other things. There are ways to do that, but that is a concern to consider.
So because we're not improving the streetscape there's no sidewalk and curbs going in. There's just landscaped areas, correct? There's no curbs? Or is there
they are conditioned to put a flush curb, so it's not your typical curb that you would see on a typical city street. The problem with Lone Oak is that it is settling and it's starting to crack. So we want to make sure that they put in a curb, a flush concrete curb, to keep that pavement, whatever pavement is out there, intact as much as possible.
And will there be water basins or, you know, the drainage along the street then?
There'd be a landscape
Currently
ditch.
have the swells next to the property.
Yeah, so it'll basically, and I think if you look at this, it's one of those cross sections. I believe it's just going to be a landscape roadside ditch.
Yeah, like I can, okay. I was going to say like I can really see that. So it is more like a swell, not a swell, but it's a rounded. Okay. And how wide is the landscaping there? Did I see it was 8 feet wide along the?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that what I showed you doesn't exactly depict it perfectly. Let me see if I can bring up the landscape plans, but it does vary a little bit. You know, our intent is to landscape enough to, you know, it's basically going to look like this.
Okay.
And, you know, this is depicting shrubs, right? So, you know, if you want us to put trees in there, we can put trees in there. And this little thing right here is what Mickey was talking about. There'll be a little flush curve really just to hold the pavement, because when we make this 20-foot right-of-way dedication, we are going to add a few feet of pavement to Gracie on the end, mostly just because, like Mickey said earlier, that your engineering department is conditioning us to stabilize the edge, our edge of Gracie Lane, the north side, and the same thing on Lone Oak, which means we're going to put basically a flush concrete curb here that doesn't catch water, allows it to flow over, and that's just something to pave up against. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mickey, but I think we're adding 6 feet of pavement to Gracie just to finish that edge.
Okay. Gracie and Lone Oak?
And Lone Oak, yes. Sorry.
Okay. So the picture down there where it shows the tree with the split face masonry wall, can you blow up on that?
This one?
No, the over to your right, the perimeter wall. So see where it's like more of a picture at the bottom?
Oh, yes.
That. So that's what what the landscaping is. So you got some bushes, you got the climbing fig or whatever it's going to be there, and some trees and I think that
that's generally the intent, although it's a little misleading because all these homes will be single story, by the way, behind that wall, and not only that, they're going to be set back pretty far. So this is 25 or 30 feet between the edge of that house and the masonry wall. So remember, these are huge lots that abut the existing residents. They're not acre lots, but they're half-acre lots, 20,000 square feet.
So I know that in order to accommodate the residents on Gracie and Lone Oak, you did these flag lots. Yeah, I lived in a house where I shared a driveway and our garages were at the other end, and they were a pain in the butt. So, and they're so far from the street. Where do extra people who come to visit go? I mean, is that space at the very end there? Is that wide enough for parking for cars, or is that just a turnabout?
Well, probably a little both. I mean, you can easily fit 2 cars in the driveway there, plus 2 cars or 3 cars, depending on the floor plan in the garage. There's a hammerhead there, and that's going to kind of be a deal with the folks that share that common drive aisle, how they deal with parking. There is enough room. There is enough room back here for if folks want to and they want to punch through this. Punch through this driveway out to their backyard, they can certainly do that. And if they want extra parking or RV parking,
yeah,
It's up to them.
That would be pretty ugly.
I agree, but you know, there's people they like their boats and their RVs and their cars.
Oh, yeah.
Their pants.
That's why we got the 4-car tandem garage.
Yep. Man's home is his castle, right?
Yep. Okay, I think that's my questions. So we continue this, bring
Hold on real quick, Karen. I think
and continue it.
Hold on real quick, Karen. I think Councilmember Mendoza had her hand up. Councilmember Mendoza?
Thank you. I do have more questions, but I'm like, we're spending all this time answering questions that I think they need a lot more detail. So I'm like, am I wasting time? It's already 11 o'clock. I almost think like, can we make a motion to send this back to LLAD? We invite all of the residents, we get their feedback, we sit down, we figure out what works, and we go from there. Like even today there was confusion. Oh, staff doesn't want trees. Oh, you know, Shay doesn't want the trees, right? So there's this like crosstalk. I think I want to do more research on the bills and understand them a little bit more. Is there any, like, what cases do we have that cities are zoning up instead of using their midpoint when they have a midpoint? I'd like to see that. I haven't heard of any, so that's where I'm confused there. But I think that we just need more time. Also, the pricing of the moderate and the low income, you know, the not very low income. Like, I just think there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I would like to make a motion that we continue this by sending it to LLAD to review all of these open items that we've gone through. And then, you know, with Shay, and we figure things out, we work through it, and then it comes back to council for final approval.
Can I check something real quick before we go there? Katie, am I supposed to close the public hearing now before we go there? Just want to make sure.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what I rang in for. So, Councilmember Mendoza, if you might all consider that piece of business first and then move on, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you'd indulge me just one last question. I'm curious about what is the land use development subcommittee's role? Because when we did this last time, its only role was to review and approve the affordable housing agreement, and it was done after tentative map. And so I think what I'm hearing from Councilmember Mendoza is she wants the land use development subcommittee to review the entire project. I didn't realize that was part of your process.
Well, it's it would be, you know, just getting an okay from you, like the dead end, actual visualizations of what the landscape looks, figuring out what we're going to do with that wall, like all these things that we've talked about, sitting down and going through all of that. And it sounds like you think you should have gone through staff with it, but somehow or another, like we're not in line with what you heard. And so I think we just need to go through it. I think we all talked about it enough. And I mean, and then the legal questions, right? But do we want to stay on here till 2 a.m. negotiating and doing all of that? I don't know. And end up on no because we're being rushed.
So for right now, let's we'll move forward with the so I'm going to be closing. Excuse me, I'm sorry, let me get back together. Public hearing. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Okay, I got a first and a second. Can I get a council roll call vote, please? Margaret?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant, motion carries with Mayor Bryant recused.
Okay, Katie, now we have a motion to bring this back to LLAD.
So I recall hearing the motion. I don't recall hearing a second, so that would be needed before you proceeded.
Okay, I have a first and a, Karen, did you say second?
Yes.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Can I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Motion carries with Mayor Bryant recused.
Okay, Katie, now, obviously I don't have to go through 1 to 3 on the motion, so what do we do now?
So staff's understanding of the motion is that the council would like this item to be scheduled for a meeting before the Land Use and Development Committee. That meeting has already been held for this month, so it won't be until next month. We will provide the usual notices that we provide for that meeting, and we will take the item up at that point. It would then return to council after that time for final action.
Are we all okay? Councilmember Mendoza?
Can we just ensure that anyone who sent a public comments gets notice of the LLAD meeting to ensure that they know that it's happening? I mean, I know we have on the docket of things to do to expand notifications. That hasn't happened yet, but I think this would be a good neighborly thing to do.
I can ask staff to do that to the extent that we have contact information for them. If we received a telephone call and they left a message, for example, but to the extent we have contact information, Margaret's on the line and we can coordinate with her through the city clerk's office.
Awesome, thank you.
Sorry, there was one more issue, I think, just to make sure that we understand that the water issue, the conflict of the water bill with SB 330. I want to make sure that was included.
So the vote's already been taken, but at this point,
if it's all included in the legal so far, like if you already have notes on that, then I'm good.
I've taken extensive notes on the things that you would like more information about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, so what would be my next step in regards to bringing back the mayor?
So we will contact the mayor and let him know that he's free to rejoin us, and it looks like he's signing in right now, and relinquish the meeting back to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Can we take another 5 minutes?
Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, okay, 5 minutes. Nice to see you, Mayor. See you in 5 minutes.
See you in 5 minutes.
I'm sure you missed us all dearly for those few hours.
I did. It's never fun not being a part of the process.
In the office, you could have relaxed.
Yeah, I'm thinking you went out for dinner.
Oh no, lots
Maybe
of
saw a
paperwork.
movie.
Well, I have confidence that you did an outstanding job. So it never feels great to not be a part of the process. But thank you for the work that you, I'm sure, did. Well, we are all back. We will re-adjourn. It was requested earlier that we take item E1 before item D2. And if that's still okay with council, we'll do that. We'll move into item E1. It pertains to the consideration in removing Planning Commissioner David Dolter. And Damian Brower will present this item. Damian.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This item relates to your consideration of whether to remove Planning Commissioner Dolter from the Planning Commission. The municipal code gives you this power, and it states a member of the Planning Commission may be removed from office by a majority vote of the City Council. Neither state law nor the municipal code require that a reason be provided prior to removing a commissioner from office. And similarly, a formal resolution is not required. It may be completed by a motion and a roll call vote. It should be noted that Commissioner Dolter's term ends on December 31st, 2022. And if he's removed prior to that day, recruitment could be conducted for the remainder of the term, with council interviews occurring for that position sometime in August or September. And the person selected would then hold office until December 31st, 2022, when the term expires, or until the successor is appointed. Now, related to Planning Commission appointments in general, in late September, staff will begin the recruiting process for the 3 commissioners whose terms will end on December 31st, 2022, including Commissioner Dolter's. And the application deadline for this recruitment would be around mid-November, with interviews scheduled for mid-December, early January. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions before council discussion and public comment.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none, then we will move into public comments. Margaret?
I received 3 written public comments on this item. Let me share my screen. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the council agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and the timer and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 4 hands raised. I will start with Carolina.
Margaret, before we move forward, doesn't the council member Mendoza, doesn't she get to plead her case on it, or?
I think that's when we ask for the agenda item. I think now it's just a regular agenda item.
And that is correct, Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Rary. This has moved on from the future agenda item. Council has taken action on this and requested this to come before you. But thank you for the question.
You do pay attention, Damian.
I have no doubt.
I have 4 hands raised. I will start with Carolina, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you, City Council members. I have sat through many Planning Commission meetings, and it has been very disappointing to see this gentleman's behavior during the meetings. The eye rolling, the smirking, very unprofessional. If you compare his behavior during the Planning Commission meetings to the Redistricting Commission and how they handled public comment, there's a huge difference. There's a lack of professionalism in the planning commission meetings. And I will add, he's not the only one with the eye rolling and the smirking. The fact that we are here at 11:20 at night, just now getting around to a second agenda item that requires conversation is also an indication of how unthoroughly the planning commission is doing their job. It's not just him, but he's the one that we're speaking about today. We really need planning commissioners that take the job seriously and don't have winky nods with applicants. They are there as a first stopgap to represent the city, the residents, the architecture, the materials being used, the design, the safety, and to listen to residents give input on what they want to see in their neighborhoods. Clearly this isn't happening, and giving Bluebird Project winky nod was really just appalling. He does not belong on the planning commission. We need people, again, who are going to take this job seriously and be understanding of what their responsibilities are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yes, 3 minutes not going to be enough time for me tonight on this item, and I know I'm going to be cut off, and that's okay because the Brown Act provides for that, and I will follow the Brown Act because everybody here scrupulously follows the Brown Act with the one exception. But to allow anybody not to follow the Brown Act as tightly as we public speakers are held to it would be hypocritical of this body. There are several points of contention on this, whether or not it's a violation of the law. The law reads, a majority of the members of a legislative body shall not, outside a meeting authorized by this chapter, use a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. An email cannot be a meeting authorized by the chapter. It can't meet any of the standards required for a public meeting. Notably, a meeting must be open to the public, and a notice of the meeting must be posted at least 72 hours prior. There's no way an email can do that. An email is a communication, and when this law was written and they said communication of any kind, they clearly meant it as broadly as possible. There's no way that an email is not a communication. And the email did discuss an item that was not only of interest, but was coming before the Planning Commission in just 2 days. In fact, the only thing discussed in this email was the item and Commissioner Dolter's support for the application. The email was sent to all other members of the Planning Commission. It is clearly a violation. I know that legal opinion is different, but I believe I would win. There's the idea that Mr. Dolter put forth in his email, suggesting that the general plan is a suggestion. This idea is not a simple difference of opinion. The general plan has been presented to me by legal, by city council members, by staff as being the constitution of Brentwood, really. It's not a suggestion. It is binding law. Everyone on staff, council, and legal know and respect this with one exception, Mr. Dolter. The purpose of the Brown Act, you all know, was written to make decisions in the open in front of the public after hearing public comment. Apparently, Mr. Dolter is fine making his decisions before hearing public comment or before discussing the matter publicly in an open hearing with everybody. Mr. Dolter claims he had no way of knowing because last time he was on Planning Commission was decades ago, but this law has been in effect since 1959. And as far as I know, this particular thing about group meetings and certainly the spirit of the law has been the same since it was written. The whole purpose of it is to not have
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Danny Dorman. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. almost tomorrow. So thank you for sticking around for my comment and allowing me to speak again. I was one of the candidates for the Planning Commission along with Mr. Dolter. I was also very excited to see someone with his credentials, experience, trying to offer his services to the community. And all that excitement actually ended after he started as a planning commissioner for our city. The reason I'm saying this is because it was very obvious that he had a very arrogant attitude, in a sense that he showed up as a know-it-all, nobody can argue with me, and also talking down to other novice planning commissioners, kind of schooling them, if you will. And that attitude did not sit well with me. On top of that, all the violations and infractions, if you will, that were already mentioned in the emails you received, as well as mentioned by Rod, they just cannot be swept under a rug and ignored. It's very serious, and especially when it comes to our city and making decisions for our residents. A planning commissioner, in my view, as well as it was explained by all of you during the interview process, is to uphold the general plan and apply it to the T towards the projects that come up for the review. As Rod already mentioned, Mr. Dolter refused in several occasions to actually uphold and observe what the general plan stipulates in certain situations, and also trying to make his own laws and his own rules. That cannot be acceptable in our city, and especially when we are under the attack of developers trying to rewrite and nullify our general plan, our zoning, as we just saw in the previous discussion for the Orchard Grove. So I would appreciate if you consider his removal. It sounds very drastic, but just because there were so many violations, I am in line with that decision. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, and it's been a long night. A couple of things. When it comes to Commissioner Dolter, you guys know what he did. He's violated the Brown Act at least 2-3 times, one of which he could probably even get taken to court if anyone really want to. If you guys decide to keep him on, that's on you. Secondarily, I hope that the council and staff take seriously about what I said regarding looking at these statutes. I am truly tired of staff just bending over and working as though they work for the consultants. They work for us and they work for you. And I have 2 minutes that I'd like to cede to my friend Rob. Thank you.
I think he meant Rod, but Rod doesn't have his hand up anymore.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into council discussion. Is there anyone on council that would like to? Yes, Council Member Mendoza.
Okay, so this has been very interesting. I actually did not think this was going to be as a big deal as it is. I thought it was just like you go to work and someone's not performing to your standards and you discuss it, right? Like you and your management team. So you are all my management team, and I cannot speak to you all in private. unfortunately. So we have to do it in public. Someone said I was being vindictive. Don't know what I'm being vindictive for because I don't know Mr. Dolter. He's never done anything to me that I know of. So I don't know if there's something going on that I don't know about, but there's nothing for me to be vindictive about. So let's make a couple of things clear. You all know why I ran on what I ran for. I'm very strong on land use. I'm very strong on the general plan, and I'm very, very big on transparency. I like all of our stuff out there, and I have no problem with it. I have nothing to hide at all whatsoever. Those are the big things, but now I'm going to go through the list of the reasons that I am here. So this is going to take a little bit. April 26, 2021, the Amber Lane Apartments project. Mr. Dolter was upset that something had gone back to Planning Commission and said he did not want it to come back to him. To me, it seemed like he didn't want to do his job. He was upset. April 20th, 2021, this is the St. Anne School, and this is a big one. He took it upon himself to redefine what a business park was to our staff. And he diminished the importance that we put on economic development and those areas. This area was zoned for a technical school, not a school. We all went through it. He took it upon himself to redo that like definition and come up with his own. The other thing is, he also said that, in quote, I'm going to be voting against this resolution because I'm in favor of the project and that's how I will be voting. I hope that depending on how it goes, the applicant appeals the decision to the city council. So even before the vote was done, he was already telling his fellow commissioners, I think, on how to vote. Because it doesn't matter how you all vote. I'm going to tell him to go appeal. So it doesn't matter. I just thought it might not be illegal. I just thought it was highly unprofessional. And I wouldn't want to hear it from any of you. So I don't think that his peers were comfortable with that. He said, someone commented on the project, used the term big picture. And the big picture includes the economic reality that we are in now, likely to inform in some time that we're going to be facing Brentwood. As a real estate broker, I get all types of information, mail, he listed all the mail, about vacancies are isolated, small business centers are likely to remain slow for some time, and has to do with governmental subsidies. I'd rather see those jobs go to PA1. It is not the commission's job to rezone all of our business parks, all of our business centers, all to PA1. Our community has smaller businesses that will not have the finances to be able to get a place in PA1. So if you are a small office, you need just a couple of offices, small real estate, accounting, whatever it is that you are. What he's saying is we should do away with all of those. And it's difficult for me because I know that people spend a lot of time on the general plan deciding what is going to go where. And that's just insulting to me for the whole process. And to say that you go in PA1 if you want an office. So that was difficult. Okay, so May, and that was just a bit of the meeting. It went on for a long time. May 18th, this one's also St. Anne's Village again. He said that he was sorry to the commission for being such a bully. It's not his intentions to be a bully. He said the staff did a commendable job, which is great, but he still gets to decide how to interpret the general plan and make a recommendation to council, which is true. He can make a recommendation, but it's not, I don't think you can redefine a zoning area. And he told the applicant that there is sufficient items on the record to make findings to approve this project. If the commission doesn't do that and adopts a motion to deny it, I encourage the applicant to appeal this to the council. Entirely consistent with the general plan policies and objectives. It can go either way. It's a matter of interpretation. Then this is the part that I was appalled with. This was Lance from SDG. He turned to the applicant, who is not an economist, who is a architect, and asked him for his opinion on economic development, and said the effect on jobs, because this is being a takeaway as a small business park use, is exceedingly, I can't remember what the rest of it is, because of what the Gruen report says. There's no possibility that the conversion for this use from what it is now to a school is going to have any impact on jobs in Brentwood in the foreseeable future. Why would he ask that of an architect and not of Terrence, who was sitting there waiting to answer the question? That is beyond, I don't understand. Okay, June 1st, there was discussion on design review. And his comment was that the developer spends a lot of money to determine what buyers want and what elevations to include. So why do we have design review if we're just going to take what the developer puts in front of us? June 15th, this one he was good about. He said, if we get units instead of in lieu fees, it's the way to go for any community in California. That is a great statement, because we, all 5 of us, have said affordable housing is important. December 7th. No, that one's okay. Sorry. Money. Again, on February 1st, he brings up again, they spend a lot, production builders spend a lot of money and time on market research and focus groups. So the same comment he had made a few meetings earlier. It's the developer should decide. That's it. Like, let's not talk about it. That's the impression I got from the meeting. And then on April 19th, Vineyard Academy Christian School. I think they did a remarkable job with the design. I watched that meeting, and it's funny because someone said that I pulled the item because someone told me to pull the item. I'm going to tell everyone watching right now, no one tells me what to do ever. And when it came to this, I watched that meeting. I filled out the form that night. I held off until emailing it in the morning because I didn't want to look too eager beaver. But that form was filled out that night. No one tells me what to do. And you can ask all of my friends, all of my family. Okay, let's see. And then the last one, June 21st, we decided as a council that we want to support affordable housing at 13%. It took a lot of work to get there. It took a lot of discussion. It took a lot of staff work. He said, this is not going to make me more popular than I am. Frankly, I'm not sure why there is not a requirement that I am aware of unless it provides political cover for the council. This recommendation will do nothing to increase the housing supply. To the contrary, it will increase the cost of housing for everybody. As a result, I'm going to vote no on this. So why is this before us? Is it just something the council wanted to refer to us? Katie had to tell him, read the packet, because it's on page 255, because it's procedure. That's why it went to him. So it is not, yes, the Brown Act violation is something that is not a good thing. And he did get training. I actually talked to a planning commissioner. They did get training on the Brown Act. He knew about not speaking to more than one because they all got the same information. But he is not respecting our general plan. He basically said in his letter after, we talked about it, that it's not cast in stone. And it's not cast in stone. But unless there is huge benefit to the community and economic research of why we would take away economic development areas, we've all been really clear about that. So it's just, I don't want to keep pulling things, and I've already pulled 2, but I will pull anything that doesn't align with our general plan. And it's not because I want planning to come back to council, like, someone mentioned they did in Oakley, but it's because we have residents that have made very clear what they want and they don't want. And I was elected by the residents. I get calls from my constituents. They keep telling me they want jobs. So am I supposed to say, it's okay. You guys want jobs? I don't care. I'm going to interpret the general plan the way I want. I can't do that. It's not the right thing to do. I feel a moral obligation to stick to the reasons I ran for office. And that's why I brought this forward. And that's it.
Any further discussion?
I just I have the same concerns that I did during the interview process. So I mean, and everything that she said just reinforced what I originally thought.
Councilmember Meyer.
I've been pretty clear about this from the first time it came up. This is a challenging one for me. But it doesn't mean I'm blind, and it doesn't mean I can vote with emotion. It means I have to do opposite of those things, and I have to take everything into consideration, whether it's comfortable for me or not, because we certainly did not, none of us got elected to be comfortable. I've gone back and forth. I've watched all the all the planning commission meetings, and I've received phone calls from people that are adamant on both sides, spoken to elected officials in other cities, spoken to planning commissioners in other cities, spoken to former planning commissioners from Brentwood. And then, of course, hearing tonight the redistricting committee and the way they were speaking and the way they were respected by the public for being as transparent and respectful and professional as they were. So this just isn't easy. I don't appreciate any hint of us having any kind of vendettas or listening to one resident or taking anything like this lightly. This is something, as you can all see, we don't take any issues lightly. We have how many hours of a discussion on an item because, you know, there were some residents that were really concerned about their quality of life. So we take all of this very seriously. We do our research, we do our homework, we watch meetings and take notes that aren't our meetings. So I have gone back and forth. I probably will decide as soon as the vote comes up, to be completely, honest, but just wanted to mention, I think this is not necessarily a time to be comfortable. It's a time to really think about setting a tone moving forward, what's acceptable and what isn't. Behavior-wise, violation-wise, I've seen some of the activities that have been mentioned. And I think for me, like, one thing is not enough to, and I shouldn't say, depending on what that one thing is. I do know that we've had a planning commissioner removed in the past. From what I understand, it was in 2009, if that is an accurate year. And there was an appointment to replace that person because it was midterm. So I don't know what our process would be if that does happen. But I'm just talking about this because the more I think about it in the terms of the professionalism and the clarity and the transparency and the communication that's open and respectful and professional with staff and the public and everything, I see more than it makes me comfortable. That's what I'm going to say right now. I'm still weighing things in my head and hoping that this discussion just, it's taken a direction where I feel it needed to. And I said that last time, like I wasn't ready to decide anything last time, but I thought it definitely deserved more attention and more discussion from all of us. So, and part of that honestly is respect for the position. We're not taking it lightly, we're taking it seriously. And that's part of what that looks like. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. So the violation that we're talking about, I guess in regards to what he had put out there, that people are discussing around the Brown Act, when did that happen? Was that the incident that happened, 15 months ago, Dingen?
You have an email that Damien sent to you, I think, if we can pull that up.
Yeah. But Damien, yes. Was that incident 15 months ago? The incident that I guess it was possibly a Brown Act violation, or it wasn't? I mean, obviously, if it was, you would have taken more, I guess, more of an initiative to move forward with probably removing them. But so did this incident happen 15 months ago, and was it a violation of the Brown Act?
A couple of things. Two questions there.
Yes.
Vice Mayor. The subject email that we're talking about was sent on April 18th, 2021. That was when the email was sent that we're discussing. With regard to whether or not that was a violation of the Brown Act, as I've previously opined on this to the entire council, is this something you would like me to respond to in this setting? If I can see some heads, all right, I'm seeing shaking heads, I'm seeing nodding heads.
Well, if we're going to be transparent and at the same time,
Do you want to discuss a legal issue out? We're not discussing the Shea Home legal issues out in public. This is a legal issue.
Well, my thing is if he's violate the Brown Act, then obviously that's very concerning, right? But
actually, the Brown Act isn't. Sorry.
Can I finish real quick?
Sorry.
April 18th, this happened April 18, 2001, and I'm just wondering why we're here at this time, right? And obviously, no, there's other things that have happened, but they haven't gotten to the extreme of violating anything. I mean, obviously, maybe he needs to work on his demeanor, and maybe we don't agree with some of the things he's saying or doing, but is that also grounds to remove somebody? You know, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I hate being part of groups that everybody agrees with each other. Sometimes it's good to have a different perspective and different way of looking at things because obviously it challenges your perspective as well. So I don't think that's a bad thing. Now, obviously we need to be respectful and not be rude. I mean, I'm really about that too. Like if you're targeting or being disrespectful to somebody, that's not acceptable. But to not agree, I mean, I think that's a healthy thing sometimes not to agree all the time. So I'm just wondering if there's any other violations that he's committed after April 18, 2001.
Vice Mayor, is that a question to Damien?
Yeah, Damien, has he violated anything else besides maybe facial reactions and maybe his conduct, which he needs to work on, obviously. But yeah, has he?
Without going into the violation question of whether this email was or was not a violation, because I don't have consensus from the council on that question, I do not believe any similar emails were sent since that day. I can say that. I'm not aware of any that were sent in the same fashion to the entire commission from Commissioner Dolter.
And this gentleman has until December 31st, and then he basically either has to reapply or he'll know, I mean, or he's removed from the Planning Commission, right?
If if no action is taken on this request tonight, if he remains on the Planning Commission, he will remain on the Planning Commission until his term would be over on December 31st, 2022, or until a successor is appointed.
Okay. All right, thank you, Damien.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make it clear, it's not just the email, it's everything I said. The email's just, you know, that's what it was. It wasn't appropriate. The other thing I was gonna say real quick is at the last meeting, one commissioner actually was very upset with Dolter. So you're seeing what's going on the commission if you watch the meeting. And he told him he did not appreciate him because, again, Mr. Dolter said how he was going to vote. And there was a commissioner that was very upset. So you're seeing this tension happening on the commission as well. So that's not healthy. And the other thing I'm going to say is I'm passionate about this, not because of the items. I'm more passionate because when you hear my voice, it's not David Dolter and what he did, because that's facts. That is facts. There's no emotion in that. Those are all facts. It's because of what is going on, what a group of people are saying, and that I'm being vindictive, or the councils, but they haven't said my name, but the council's being vindictive, and that we're dumb, and that why would we discuss this? And that's what upsets me, is that some people would want to make us uncomfortable enough to not talk about these things out open. That's the upsetting part, because we should feel comfortable discussing all of this. So that's the upsetting part, not this. I had the facts, I have my rationale and the story on that.
I've also given a lot of thought to everything that's been said, and I think I've had residents. I'm sure all of us have had residents make comments regarding Commissioner Dolter. So I'm going to do my best to be concise and divide my concerns up into two categories, so to discuss. First of all, I have seen behavior, not just with Mr. Dolter, but with Mr. Dolter and others that that I wished was much more professional in their behavior, in their responses. And I think that we can hold ourselves. We do hold ourselves as a council, I believe. And I think our commissions and our groups that represent our community in the commissions and on, well, in every aspect that have been appointed, especially appointed by this council, I think that we have the right and our right to hold them to a very high level of professionalism. We have an outstanding staff that behave themselves professionally in every aspect. Our city council does that as well. There are many times, I'm sure, that each of us have felt like responding in ways that weren't exactly professional, but we're all human. But at the same time, the ideal is to raise our behavior up to the level of the respect that the community deserves as one of their representatives. They should be proud to point to their representatives as people who, though they may not agree all the time with whoever in the community or with each other, which has already been said, conflict resolution is the foundation of how we got our Constitution in the first place. The entire system is designed for opposing mindsets to find mutual ground to create an environment that benefits everyone as best as it can. Having said that, there are some other concerns that I have. We've all seen how difficult it is to fill commission seats over time. It's very difficult to get interest because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication. And I don't think any one of us, before we were elected to city council or on any of the commissions that we sat on, was aware of exactly how much work goes into it until you're actually doing it. And so having citizen volunteers, resident volunteers, to apply for a commission is a big deal. And each one of those applicants has to really weigh out their time, their quality of life, and their desire to have a positive impact on the community. And so the pool is often very small. Fortunately, we have had some very good applicant pools in the past that we have been able to choose from. It should be very clear from our council what the expectations are. I believe it's absolutely right to be having this conversation right now. I think we owe it to our community and each other to have this conversation right now. I am tossing back and forth the process. By the time we get through this process, is it going to have a positive benefit if we decide to remove Commissioner Dolter to have someone to fill in for a short period of time versus our expectations being very clear. And he has already stated previously in a letter, I believe, I don't remember if it was just the letter or if he stated it publicly in public comments, that he did not intend to reapply. If that's the case, are we doing double work for our staff and for council to remove him tonight versus him completing his term and then being, ended in December. Those are the things that I have questions on. Again, I am not happy with any kind of unprofessional presentation. As Councilmember Mendoza has said, the general plan, I spent over 2 years of my life, oftentimes 2 nights a week, sometimes more. And many people in the community also volunteered the same amount of time. And there was a lot of work and a lot of money spent to get it. Now, I do understand that the general plan is designed to be adjusted to things that happen in the future, to better adapt to the current realities of what the community is. But it is a legal document that is the foundation for every decision that we make. And it is not to be changed without significant agreement of the city council and the community, because it is, again, it is our founding document, and it's our legal protection. So for someone to disregard it, I think is completely inappropriate and potentially dangerous. So I would love more conversation right now. So I'll turn it to you, Councilmember Mendoza.
So here's my opinion about his position. If we're not going to interview till September, and I have talked to other people in other cities, that's the benefit of now being on all these random calls that I'm on with other cities. And some of them said they will just let their commissioner sit at 4 until the next wave. We don't have to fill it in September. We can fill it in September, but we can wait until the December. And if they lock it 2-2, then it can just come to council, whatever they have. But most of the time, planning commissions, they're pretty good, about 4-1 or 5-0. So I would be concerned if I thought it was going to be deadlocked all the time. I don't foresee that happening. I just don't. And I watch every meeting. They're pretty in line for the most part. So I'm not concerned about having the empty seat. I'm just not. Or because we're going to do interviews anyway. So I just don't think we need to do it now. But if he sent this email on June 9th, he responded in that manner on June. So here he's saying he's not going to rerun, there's training necessary. He's heard all of our conversations. And then on June 21st, he said, the comment about basically we're pulling his chain, we're sending stuff he doesn't want to get. So it's you don't want to get it a commission, and you don't want to do your job. That's the job that you signed up for. It's not, so I don't know. And then, for him again, after he knew that there was disapproval of him calling a vote before the vote, for him to do it again on the 21st, he's blatantly doesn't care that we think that's inappropriate. I don't see his behavior changing. And again, the Brown Act, everyone knows about that. They were all told about that. So, yeah.
Councilmember Ray.
Just 2 things. First, I just did a search on my email for Dolter, and there was an email. It was from Rod Floor, and it did state that on social media that Dave Dolter had actually called our traffic engineer an idiot. And as we all know, that as much as we want to comment on things on social media, we're at a higher, we're at a higher level here where we're not supposed to comment on it. And something I've told Councilmember Mendoza before she even got on, I said, you're going to be surprised of what you can say and what you can't say. I mean, you are not going to be as vocal as you used to, because you just can't do that. And I know that we had a previous planning commissioner who also became very vocal on social media and calling out our staff, and that commissioner was not reappointed. And the other thing was that my mind went blank. That yeah, we could go without a commissioner. I just looked at their schedule. Since the beginning of the year, 50% of their meetings have been canceled. So in 6 months, they've only had 6 meetings.
Real quick on the social media thing. And I did send Damien an email because he goes around liking stuff, right? He liked something on Bluebird. Like, you can't be liking stuff that you're going to vote on. We all know it. Everyone knows it. So it's just hard. It's hard. And it's not personal. It's the words, it's the clicks. You know, it's not, I don't know the man. I don't know what he's like, nothing about him. I just know what I watch in the meetings, and that's what we hired, someone to go sit in these meetings. And at the end of the day are we happy with the performance that we're seeing, or are we not? And I'm not. And especially that meeting where he could care less what our economic development team had to say, and he turned around to Lance and got Lance's opinion and took that as the advice for the decision on a project.
Councilmember Rarick.
One of the things I've said since I got on this council is that, you know, and it's something that the city has always done, and not just us as council members, but the city has always got the most out of developers that we can. It's not our job to make it easy. I mean, we have beautiful parks, trails, you know, just there's so much in our community that we have because we have required developers to go above and beyond. And it is concerning to me that that a commissioner of any sort would be more concerned about what the developer's bottom line is than getting what is required for our city. So that is a concern of mine as well.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Meyer.
I'm kind of in the mindset of the mayor right now, and I'm doing the bucket thing. I do think it's absolutely critical that the public trusts the people that make the decisions for them. And in the end, of course, we all serve at the pleasure of the public. So current trust and trust moving forward. Like, are we, again, the whole setting a tone thing? That is important. I have seen the behaviors that have been discussed. I've seen the early statement of a vote prior to when the vote is appropriately, you know, actually happening. Seen that. I also wonder what people's thoughts are on how much quote unquote damage would happen between now and the end of the year. And I'm genuinely looking for some feedback and some thoughts on that. Like, is it about damage that can happen? Is it about setting a tone and not, you know, letting something go that might look like something else for a future planning commission to get away with something, if you know what I mean. I don't know if I'm really tired. I'm sorry. I may not be explaining what I'm asking for.
We have a lot of projects. I asked about projects coming. I'm trying to like.
Well, not necessarily. Just like, I mean, I guess part of it is projects, but I think if we're looking at the fact that Mr. Dolter has been outvoted a lot, which I guess says something too. How much damage can happen between now and then? Is that a concern? Are you concerned about now not doing it, saying, well, it's okay with us because we're just going to let people go through their term, whether we approve of them or not?
I think a lot of damage can get done, like especially that comment where he told the applicant, if the rest of the county commission denies you, you have these lists of things and you need to go appeal it. I think that's very damaging. And it makes the rest of the planning commission like, why are we here? If he's telling them to go ahead and circumvent our decision, then why are the rest of them there?
Yeah. I mean, these are genuine questions. This is not me trying to argue with anything.
No, yeah.
There's another point too. Like, I think we as a council don't always agree. We don't always have to have the same exact vision. When we argue, it's typically productive, and I think we end up getting, like someone said, to the place where it's the best that we can do for the people that elected us. It's the best we can represent them. Mm-hmm. Being on different sides of a fence is not a bad thing. Having different viewpoints is actually a good thing. And like the Vice Mayor said, it produces a really thorough conversation, and it can often bring up issues that weren't considered on either side. So I still have those buckets going on, but I do want to acknowledge that I'm not trying to say I think everybody needs to agree and blindly just support everything that every other planning commissioner, would do. I think that these debates are productive when they're done professionally and respectfully.
I think, like you're saying,
not all the time, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember. I think, like you're saying, it's okay to be, have differences and things like that, but obviously be respectful. But also, it sounds like he's been outvoted many times. He's only one vote with one perspective, right? I mean, I don't know in regards to the timing. I mean, would it, like you're saying, I guess you're alluding to is that what would that impact be by him just being on the planning commission until December? Sounds like 31st. I mean, I'm not sure.
I guess for me, watching the meetings, I think it's a big impact based on what I read to you all today.
And I agree with that. It's midnight. Do you think we could?
I think I'm ready to make a motion, and then we can talk about what we want to do about the rest of the items. I like to make a motion that we remove Mr. Dolter from the Planning Commission.
Second.
We have a first and a second.
And Damien.
And a Damien.
And a Damien. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry for the interruption, but as part of that motion, did you also want to include whether or not you wanted to do a recruitment to fill the position?
I am okay with not recruiting the position until it opens up for the next round.
Because we're going to start recruiting in September, right?
Yeah.
Does the second agree with that position?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
No.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, we move on to item D2.
Well, Mayor, I have a question. We have some pretty meaty subjects going on that are financial. Do we really want to do this tonight, or do we want to reschedule this?
Well, they have to be in place by July 1st.
I'll defer to the city manager and our finance director, but I believe your budget items have to be approved prior, as Councilmember Rary said, prior to July 1st. So those items, I believe, have to go. You also have several other public hearings, including the fire one, that needs to be adopted tonight as well.
Okay.
I don't know about the other items in the agenda. I'll leave that to the city manager on what he feels could be continued.
So what items do we have to do tonight, Tim? Hello, Tim.
Good evening. I don't see any items on here that really can't wait, unfortunately. So the two budget items do need to be in place before July 1. The fire item, the second reading of it, the fire says they cannot act and do the services they need to do effective July 1 until that ordinance is in place, so they're consistent district-wide. And then the pay schedule per the state law, before those raises can be put into place for all the employees, that schedule needs to be approved. The only one could be the future agenda item that could wait, but really all those other items do need to be acted upon tonight. Now, another option is to schedule a special meeting before July 1, but that's not going to be convenient or easy to pull everybody's schedules together to do that. So we can be quick with our presentations and your questions and try to get through the business as quickly as possible.
Well, and I think because we've already had the workshops on these, there shouldn't be that many questions.
On what item? On which one?
Just finishing this as expeditiously, easy for me to say, as expeditiously as possible. And I agree with Councilmember Rare. I think we could probably go through these since we did have the workshop fairly quickly. I know that every one of our schedules are very difficult to have special meetings on short notice. And if the rest of council is amenable to that.
What are you asking for again, Mayor? Sorry.
For us just to go through these items since they have to be done before July 1st.
Is there specific ones, like is D2 something that has to be done tonight? Just to ask. Yeah. Well, I have a question on regarding.
Tim said every one of them has to be done tonight. Yeah.
I just have questions in regards to. Man, I'm falling asleep here. She's I guess yeah. I have some questions in regards to the wall there. In regards to the noise.
Well, before you ask those questions, we will. Do we want to move forward with this, with these, since they have to be done, or do we want to call a special meeting between now and July 1st?
Like Councilmember Rary said, we've been through the workshop, so I think we already agreed on everything before. I think this is just the formality.
Okay, then we will move. And Vice Mayor, I recognize that you've got a question on D2 on the sound wall. So what we'll do is we will open item D2 pertains to the 2022-2023 through 2026-27 capital improvement program. We'll have Sonia present on this item, and then we'll quickly get to the Vice Mayor's question and all the rest of the questions after public comments. Sonia, I'll turn it to you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I will try to be very brief. Have about a couple minutes here just for you to introduce this item. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. What we're doing tonight in this item is bringing this forward for Council's consideration of final adoption of the 2022-23 to 2026-27 Capital Improvement Program. This Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, that is being presented tonight sets forth the city's 5-year infrastructure and capital planning needs and covers a variety of different types of projects. The preparation of the CIP has been a combined effort from city staff from all different departments that started many months ago, as you're aware, and has culminated into the document that's presented in tonight's meeting. As you are aware, the development and production of the annual 5-year CIP is an important step in the city's budgeting process, and a strong foundation for this CIP was established with the adoption of the 2-year strategic plan in February of this year, and this document does reflect those priorities. On April 12th, as you're aware, the City Council held the public workshop for this proposed CIP. And during that workshop, the City Council had their opportunity to ask questions. They discussed various projects with staff members, and they provided their feedback regarding various projects and the document, as well as provide guidance to be utilized for future CIP preparation. This clear guidance and direction provided by the Council at the workshop has been incorporated into this final draft of the CIP. Now, since that April workshop, there have only been a few changes made to the CIP document, which have been outlined in tonight's staff report. I would like to mention 3 of those changes that were made in accordance with the direction provided by City Council at the CIP workshop. First is the addition of the parking garage security and safety enhancements project. Second, the addition of the sound wall project. And third, the removal of the citywide sign identification project. One additional point to keep in mind regarding the CIP is that except for any projects designated as multi-year, the council is approving funding for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only. And in this case, just fiscal year 22-23. The remaining 4 years of the program are for planning purposes, and staff will return every year to the City Council with an updated budget for approval, and amendments can of course be made at any time throughout the year. If the City Council adopts the CIP this evening, it will complete another milestone in the city's budgeting process. Both the funding and expenditure budgets associated with the CIP presented have been incorporated into the final draft of the 2-year operating budget, which is being presented next on tonight's agenda for Council's consideration of adoption. On behalf of the Finance and Information Systems Department, I would like to thank all members of the City Council for providing their policy direction, their priorities, and strategic initiatives that help guide staff in the preparation of this document. And at this time, we do have staff available for any questions you do have.
Are there clarifying questions of staff? Vice Mayor, I know that you had some questions, staff. You're muted if you're speaking.
I'm sorry about that, Mayor. Yeah, Mickey, are you there? I want to ask you a couple questions.
I'm here.
Yes. In regards to this project, obviously it's $600,000. We're going to have to rebuild a whole new wall. That's my understanding. And by building this new wall, it would only impact 3 decibels, right? Am I correct in regards to the residents that are the closest to that wall?
That is correct. That is what our sound consultant expert anticipated. For the general rule of thumb is 1 decibel for every foot of wall increase.
Okay. So since we're doing 3 feet, it would be 3 decibels then, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is that really going to make an impact in regards to reducing the noise? Those 3 decibels?
Our consultant had said that 3 decibels is at the lowest or the threshold of human perception. So it'd be barely noticeable.
Barely noticeable. Okay. Okay. So right now we're looking at about 600,000. Obviously, through the process with Caltrans and everything else, this project may be able to go up higher than that. But at the same time, what we're looking at building will only do the 3 decibels, which we know is really not going to make a difference, it sounds like. So my next question is, in regards to the noise analysis results, was it consistent with the general plan that we did?
Yeah, so this was the analysis and the presentation done last year. The results concluded that the noise levels studied along the Highway 4 corridor met the conditionally acceptable levels specified in the general plan.
I guess what's concerning for me, and Mickey, thank you for answering those questions. Well, actually, I'd make you one more question. I know that when I came, this was a discussion that already was on the table, and I think that former city manager Gus Vina and also developers were working with residents within that area. My question is that was there anything that we provided or did as a city or the developers to work with these homes to make sure the noise got reduced or anything?
I was involved in some of the initial discussions with the community meeting with some of the residents. I know that the former city manager, Gus Vina, and the former community development director, I believe they've had a couple meetings with some of the residents separately. I haven't been involved in those. It's my understanding that in general, the city had reached out to some of the residents or one of the residents to talk about putting in window inserts or cost sharing for window inserts and possibly involving the developer as well.
Okay. Do we know if that actually occurred or not?
It's my understanding that did not occur.
Okay. I guess my concern is, right, is that how are we going to create a precedence in regards to building this wall a little bit larger, but at the same time, only coming up with 3 decibel, changing it at 3 decibels, which sounds like it's not going to make a large impact in regards to the sound. I mean, other residents within the community may be approaching us to build walls as well. I mean, have we seen that happening yet or anything like that, Mickey?
I've had a couple meetings with residents in the Trilogy area asking about ways to raise their walls. I know that recently we've been approached by Somerset with they would like to find ways to replace their sound walls as well.
And this will be coming out of the general fund, right? This will be coming out of the general funds, Mickey?
Well, I don't know. We haven't gotten anywhere with actual replacement or discussing a project to replace the Somerset walls or the Trilogy walls.
No, I mean the one right now that we're discussing, that would be coming from the 600,000 would be coming from the general fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Mickey, can I have a follow-up on that?
Sure.
Thank you, Mickey.
Didn't you say that that with the Highway 239 that you're going to request that they build a sound wall for Trilogy?
Yeah. So, this is part of the larger effort of long-term efforts to work with the TriLink 239, so that, and again, we've already provided comment to them that when they look at the environmental impacts of the SR 239 project, we want them to mitigate noise impacts above, and I believe it was that lower threshold, I think it was 60 decibels along the Highway 4 corridor.
Okay. And the rubberized asphalt that they are also, Caltrans is going to be installing in the next 3 to 5 years, that will also reduce it several decibels, correct?
I believe it will, especially given, especially for the portion of SR4 south of Balfour. So if you look at SR4, that section is an area that is showing some wear and tear compared to the other portions.
So between those two, it could actually reduce it maybe 5 or 6 decibels.
Ballpark. Again, I'm not the expert, but ballpark.
So currently the off-ramp is about level with or actually is a little higher than the current sound wall in that section. And so the sound goes straight across to the bedrooms. By putting up even a couple of feet, that changes the direction of that sound wave by pushing it upwards. So instead of going straight across to their bedrooms, it could possibly hit the roof area. Would that be accurate?
Again, I'm not the sound expert. I'm just conveying what was conveyed to me, that every foot is roughly 1 decibel.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. If we're going to have an extensive discussion about a sound wall, we could easily bring back the sound consultant who's the expert on these things instead of some speculation. Mickey's doing a great job, but I want to be sure we're giving you as accurate information as possible by the experts.
Tim, are you suggesting that we remove the sound wall component from this motion of this item and move forward with the rest? Is that?
That's for the council to decide. I'm just saying if there's extensive technical questions that you need answers on, I don't want you to feel rushed to making decisions tonight.
Well,
the option is to postpone that to have the sound consultant, but otherwise make a decision either way, I suppose, tonight. But otherwise, if it's going to get too technical, we want to make sure that staff isn't exceeding our understanding entirely.
Okay, let me go to Council Member Meyer, who's been patiently waiting.
Thank you. I think I want to know, and this I think is something actually staff can answer, how many developments in town along 4 or other busy throughways are as close to the actual busy street or freeway as this one is, without a sound wall to mitigate the sound. And if Mayor, you look confused. Am I not coming across? I'm tired. I'm sorry.
No, I understood your question. I was just trying to.
You look like you're focusing.
I was trying to make sure I understood it.
Yeah. So, Mickey, I think that's a question for you.
I'm trying to understand the question. Is the question how many developments are as close to Highway 4 as Sienna is without a sound wall?
Yeah, so we're talking about Somerset, we're talking about Trilogy, and obviously there are some issues around, but Apple Hill, for example, would they potentially be exposed to the same levels of sound that the Sienna residents are, based on their distance to the freeway and whether or not they have a sound wall? And that's one example.
Oh, hard to say. I'm looking at an aerial photo of the entire city, and there are certainly other developments all along the corridor that are relatively close to Highway 4. And we did do that analysis, and we did identify, a couple locations where it was around on the order of low 60 decibels. So there may be other developments that are in the low 60s.
Okay. This is all discussion that we've had in previous meetings in our committee. I would be okay with pulling this out because we've had some interest from residents that I had not heard from before. And I want to make sure that they feel heard and can take part if they want, and can't do that at midnight. So up to the rest of you, but I'm certainly fine doing that. The other question I had is, we had an estimate of 600,000. Could we put a cap on how high that goes and say if it goes over a certain amount, it needs to come back to us for review? Because 600,000, when we first talked about this, was what, 6 months ago? And we all know that construction costs and supplies and everything has gone way up. So where do we cap that off? Do we go to $1 million? I'm concerned about that. So I don't know if that's another discussion too.
Well, you bring a good point. So back when we did the workshop, I was fairly confident that 600,000 was a reasonably conservative number for this project. A lot's happened over the past couple months, and a good indication is the construction cost index, and we adjust that for our impact fees every year. And it's typically on the order 2, 3, 4%. And this year it's over 14%, which is something we've never seen before. So the longer we wait before the project is actually bid, the more uncertainty we have with things like the Caltrans encroachment permit, the less confident I am about the 600,000. Now, all that being said, when we finally get out to design and go out to bid and open bids, this will come to council. So you will see the bid numbers for approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Real quick, I'm looking, Apple Hill's nowhere close to Highway 4 bypass. I'm looking at the aerial map, and I would think our neighborhoods are closer to the wall here in Shadow Lakes than anything else, but not Apple Hill. They're pretty far. We've discussed this. This has been, I think we've had 4 or 5 meetings, and we've always opened it up to the public, always. So this meeting, we in our workshop, that was the time to go in and decide what we're going to have and what we're not going to have. I am all aboard with this entire package that we presented and that we voted on. That is what we were accepting. I saw the emails too, but we decided on this, and I just don't want to go backwards on it. We discussed it extensively, and not just one meeting, several meetings.
Councilmember Ray.
I also, this has been going on for well over 2 years now, and there's been lots of opportunity to speak on this. But without that, I just want to ask Mickey a few more questions. Mickey, doesn't Apple Hill Somerset 1 wasn't a 12-foot sound wall installed there with the Highway 4 segment to bypass?
I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how tall that wall was or is.
Well, I think it was 12 foot when I went out because I actually went out and measured it. I stopped on the side of the freeway and measured it in multiple places. When the second set of, segment 3 went through south of Balfour, didn't we install a 12-foot wall for Somerset 2 and Somerset 3 and Somerset 4?
I believe a wall was installed along the easterly side of the bypass.
And the wall that we're talking about, there is a 14-foot section, and then it drops down, and then it goes back up to a 14-foot section. So everywhere along that roadway there is a 14-foot high section. And all we're asking is for that section to be moved up.
It's a little bit different. The Sienna plans, when it went through entitlement, it was all the same 8-foot section. They did a supplemental sound study that provided recommendations to raise certain areas, if that makes sense. So there's a 200-foot section that only got raised to 11 feet, where everyone else got raised to 14 feet.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
So, yeah. So and then the next to it, past Sienna, that's all 14 foot.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's just this one area that's not at the 14-foot area, really.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Meyer, I'm sorry.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm not trying to go back on a commitment. I'm just trying to make sure that we've, people are getting it. My biggest concern is if it goes too much higher over 600, I think we should be able to look at that again, but it sounds like we can. But I had one more question because we're getting into a lot of discussion, and that's partially my fault. Before public comments, we need to do that. But I'm curious if Mickey, or I guess Mickey, can talk about any other projects. And I asked this question during my meeting, so hopefully someone brought it up to you. If other projects that are specific to one development or neighborhood, for example, and this was one I pulled from the staff report, zone two reduced water pressures zone for 390,000. And I'm just trying to establish that this is not the only time we've been specific to a neighborhood in trying to help one part of the community out that we feel needs the city's support. That makes sense.
No, that's a good question. I will have to review the various projects, but even small projects like the Zone 2 pressure reducing, that helps all of the Zone 2 area, which is about 20-25% of the city. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a CIP project that has a limited benefit area other than the sound wall. But I would have to look through all the projects, if that makes sense. Unless there are
but I think
projects that you have questions on.
No, and I'm not trying to, like I said, make this discussion go too much later. I'm more like looking like there are things that we've done as a council, things that previous council have done to invest in one part of the city specifically. And I don't necessarily mean a CIP project. I mean, like, I know there are some people that think the open space initiative is more favorable to golf courses. I'm just saying, I think there are people that are questioning this, and I don't know if they watch council meetings enough to understand that this is not hugely unusual for us to right what we consider to be a wrong or to take care of a part of the city that needs it.
Right, and that goes down to just a simple sidewalk repair. I mean, or PMP projects. I mean, we do small pocket improvements throughout the city, whether it's pavement rehab or slurry seal or crack sidewalk replacements or handicap replacements, and those are done throughout the city, and those benefit are localized in terms of their benefit, and they're all over the city, and we do those every year.
Deer Ridge Landscaping, $100,000.
There you go. Good point. Okay, thanks. That's it for my questions.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. It's not that I don't feel that we need to help these residents, right? I just feel that we're spending $600,000 for 3 decibels that is really not going to change anything. My whole thing is, if we're going to really help these residents, how do we work with Caltrans? How do we make it where it's going to be effective? Because if that's all it's going to do is impact it at that level, I mean, it's still going to be the same. They may come back and even ask, you know what, nothing's really changed. What can we do more? So I just want to make it really clear that it's not that I don't support those residents there in regards to the noise, and that's concerning, but also if we're going to do something, we might as well do something that's going to really make an impact, not just 3 decibels. And then obviously listening to Mickey and hearing the staff is that it's really not going to make a difference. So I just want to make that clear, is that I think that, you know, we need to do something. I don't know if this is it in regards to making that difference.
There's no more clarifying questions of staff at this time. Then we will open public comments. Margaret.
I'll share my timer screen. I received 4 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 5 hands raised. I'll start with Danny Dorman, followed by Rod. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Oh boy, thank goodness the Xanax kicked in. My opinion is, don't spend the money on the wall, okay? Because 3 decibels is not going to make a difference. And I'm an analogy guy, and fortunately, the mayor is a musician. So I think between the 2 of us, we'll maybe get a better sense of, you know, decibels. The normal conversation, just to put things in perspective, normal conversation is about 60 decibels. A motorcycle is 95. So if you look at the numbers, you would think, wow, that's awfully loud, and it's only 95 decibels. So putting up a wall that's going to bring down 3 decibels is a waste of time, and that's only half the equation. The other half of that are hertz, the actual signal that creates the decibels. You can have a flute play at a level where the decibels could be 95, but it will still be barely heard. You can play a bass drum that you can almost tap on it, and it will be more than 95 decibels, because it's the power. It's both things. It's not just decibels. It's decibels and it's signal. So this is why that someone mentioned that 2-foot dip. That is a monophone as far as noise is concerned. Noise is going to hit the wall. Noise is going to find a way out. It's either going to be up or across. So if you have a 12-foot wall and you have that 12-foot dip or 2-foot dip, whatever it is, it's useless. You might as well not spend the money at all, because in 2 years, those residents are going to come back and they're going to say, what the heck did you guys do? We had that conversation back in 2020. So that's just my point. It's not just decibels. There's more to it than that. And just to say we can throw up more wall, again, maybe this one last thing. I can have a wall between my room and my son-in-law's room, and have a window and have one set of sound coming through. I open the window, he hears me a whole lot clearer. And that, you have to consider that. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you can elaborate on it a whole lot more than me, especially when you get into your guitar riff. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Ian. Rod, go ahead.
Well, I disagree with Danny's point, and I think he actually explained the point very well. If you look at the picture on the packet page 483, it's page 112 of the CIP. You can see the sound wall. You can look and you can see that if you look straight across, you're looking right at those houses and you're looking at the first floor. I know of no other sound wall anywhere in the city of Brentwood where you can look straight across from the road surface out your window and look right at the wall of the house. So there's your window right there. It's wide open. We don't want to like take down the noise in the neighborhood. We want to block the sound from hitting directly on those houses. You can't tell that by looking at an aerial photo. But again, I don't think there's any place in this city that anybody can drive past and just look straight across at the wall of a house or the windows of that house. My friend Dash has been coming to this council for, 3 years now. He was promised the sound wall. This item has been discussed extensively. Finally, 3 decibels is a lot when you're talking about between 60 and 63. 10 decibels is a doubling of the sound pressure. The perception is different, but the sound pressure is there. So 3 decibels gets you a third of a way. So the difference between 6 and 9 decibels is imperceptible, but I guarantee you will hear the difference between 60 and 63. If we could get it down to 57, it will make a difference. I find it unconscionable that certain people in this community are trying to think this. You can see the 5 letters that were sent. We're all written by the same person. It's just 5 different people put their names on it, and that's fine. But I think those people may have been not told everything. For instance, they're complaining about the condition of the sport fields, but in this very same SIP, we're building a brand new soccer stadium to the tune of millions of dollars. I think it's 15. And that's going to bring more revenue to this city by allowing us to host soccer tournaments. And we can turn around and use that money to help build those fields, fix those fields. But people only see, they only see somebody getting something. They don't understand that they're also getting something out of this SIP. They're just picking at this one thing. It's not fair. It's not right. And it's really a terrible way for you to treat a citizen. And Johnny Rodriguez has done this over and over again to us over here on the west side. He doesn't like us. He wants to torpedo anything that we put forward. He's the reason why the LLAD took so long to get done. And this is just more of that chicanery. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian, followed by Sukumar Dash. Ian, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think you guys, so I live in the Tuscany development, which is behind Upper Hill in between San Jose Avenue and Upper Hill. At night, I can hear Highway 4. Like if I turned off everything in my house and stepped outside, I could hear Highway 4. During the day, we don't hear it. And we have a nice trail in the water district pipeline that creates a buffer between the highway and the sound wall in my neighborhood. I think that the city should just table this item and have the sound consultant come back and pinpoint very specific areas, especially in the Somerset. And there's this one neighborhood behind Walgreens, behind the office park, behind the senior living facility that are right up against that sound wall. Maybe they'll benefit more. But just try to pinpoint who will specifically, and then from there decide, is it worth it? Right now, it does not sound like it's completely worth that much money, considering inflation is 14%. That I don't even want to do the math from $600,000. And it will probably get more and more as it may take months to a year to even do this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sukumar Dash, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Dash, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I have been coming to the city from 2018 when the Highway 4 was open. And maybe I'm the first resident to complain to the city about the sound issue. The situation is very unique. I know most of the people don't understand what is the situation in the Sienna, particularly my house, where the ramp is built and the sound wall is at the lowest level than the ramp. And this has been going on for last 4 years with all these discussions and everything. But here we are. They say like 3 dB doesn't make, it makes a big difference. When I asked the consultants who did the sound study to include if the rain has another 4 dB added to the sound, they didn't do that even. The readings were not even very accurate, what I felt like, there's a lot discussion going on this one. But what I wanted to appreciate really is Ray for taking this, issues. She has worked on this one. She has taken the readings by herself. Even Mendoza, even Mayor, all has been supporting this one. And there is a reason why I have been going to the city for last 4 years. And the best example is this COVID time. We could not even open our windows, even for once to get a fresh air. My children were studying and everything. And every time we have to keep it closed. And now the traffic has gone up. And I think so the sound wall will definitely help. Otherwise, why did the Cortona Parkway had a 14-feet sound wall, which was just built before this construction of the Highway 4 started. I think so. I'll appreciate if the council makes the right decision. This is the right thing to do, and educate like why this portion was addressed by the city. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Cinziana Todor. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. We've been talking about this wall ad nauseum. I really commend Mr. Bash for being consistently at every single city council meeting to talk about the wall and to make sure things are getting done. He is definitely committed to reducing the sound issue. And like he said, it's a unique sound issue. It's not just adding the decimals, it's looking at the way the sound travels based on what is there and what is not. We, as citizens of city council, I'm really tired. We look to city council to make consistent decisions. This was approved. I'm not really sure why we're even having this conversation anymore. It needs to get done. And the sooner we start it, the cheaper it'll be. We do not need to bring back the consultant. We do not need to look at this again. This needs to get started, and this needs to get started as soon as possible. It's about quality of life. It was a mistake that was made, and it's a mistake that's not going to be duplicated again, obviously, because we've learned our lesson. So I really think City Council needs to move on so we can all go to bed. Thank you very much. I'm really tired.
The final speaker I have with a hand raised is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello again. I could be as brief as saying I agree with every single thing that Carolina just said, and also commending Mr. Dash for his perseverance and bringing his issue to light, and also for all the discussions that this council already had on this item. And if I remember correctly, the conclusion was, and it was unanimous, to put this item part of the budget, do the right thing, and make it lessons learned item for future councils to not oversee and just rubber stamp projects without looking at all aspects of them. And I don't understand why Mr. Rodriguez brings this item up when he was actually a proponent of a noise study citywide. That was his idea. And now he has a problem with someone who's trying to actually improve their quality of life based on some noise nuisance that they've been experiencing since they moved in our city. So again, I don't think this is the time for this type of discussion, decibels, hertz, whatever it is. Let's just move on. It's been unanimous again to put it part of the budget. So let's help and do the right thing for our residents. Thank you. Oh, and I have another minute and a half, surprisingly. Another thing that I wanted to say is I think we're nitpicking. We spend so much more money on pet projects along the years that I've been observing the city council that, $600,000 to improve someone's quality of life and avoid mistakes like this in the future. It's not a whole lot. So thank you for your attention and have a good night.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments. Councilmember Rare.
I just want to make one comment, and then it's interesting that.
Excuse me, Councilmember Rary.
Yes.
If I may interrupt, this is a public hearing, Mr. Mayor. If we could have a formal vote to close the public hearing. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
I find it interesting that when Bridlegate came to us, we were requiring them to build a 20-foot wall next to the bypass. Yet it's okay to have a 10-foot wall where the off-ramp is right there and is above the sound wall. And we let the 14-foot on each side. But with that, we have talked about this ad nauseum for 2 years. It was approved during the strategic plan. It was forwarded during the CIP. It was included in during our CIP workshop, and it was included in our budget workshop. I just want to make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution adopting the 22-23, 2026-27 capital improvement program.
I'll second that.
Before I call for a motion, Councilmember Meyer, your hand was up.
Good. I'm good. Never mind.
Okay. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, just really quick, just to make it clear, it's part of the package of the CIP, which I support the CIP. It was something I just wanted to have questions and clarity about. Doesn't mean I don't support the residents in that area in regards to noise. I just don't feel that $600,000 with 3 decibels is really going to make an impact and a difference. I hope it does, but it doesn't mean I don't support the CIP. I just feel that it's, like I said, wish we could do more than 3 decibels, because if not, I think like one of the speakers said, we'll probably have people coming back in the next year or two saying it didn't work. And so I hope it does, and we'll see, but that's it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Moving on to item D3. Pertains to amendments to the 2021-2022 operating budget and to the fund balance and restrictions and the commitments and the adoption of the 2022-2023, 2023-2024 operating budget. And Christine Andrews will present on this item. Christine.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The action before you tonight is the final adoption of the 22-23, 23-24 operating budget, along with a few recommended adjustments to the current 21-22 budget. And just to preface this, I had a longer presentation for you on the slideshow. So what I'm doing tonight is an abbreviated version to try to get you all the information that you need. There is some information we do need to stop on, but I'm going to cut out some of the additional information I was going to present. So I just wanted to let you know that ahead of time. If you have any questions, obviously at the end of the presentation, I'll be happy to answer anything more specific specific. So I'm going to start just by going through the budgeting process. We have talked about the strategic plan. We had an operating budget workshop, a CIP workshop. You've adopted the CIP with the previous action. And here we are tonight for the final budget adoption. I'd just like to hit on some very high-level highlights of the budget. It includes all the ongoing services that are required to operate the city. The total operating budget is about $354 million. It's fiscally sustainable, includes the maintenance of the 30% general fund reserve, fully funded internal service and replacement funds, and also a pension retiree medical paydown plan that will result in significant savings to the city over the long run, and I'll talk about that briefly on another slide. And we're really pleased to present a balanced budget, and over the 2-year budget period, after funding strategic plan initiatives and projects, the general fund is projected to produce an estimated $3 million surplus after expected budget savings. But this budget surplus includes one-time revenues from the planned sale of city properties of about $3.2 million. And without the planned sale of these properties, the general fund projected result over the 2-year budget period is essentially break even. And staff would caution, however, that the city is entering uncertain economic times with record inflation driving up costs, while longer-term pension costs will rise as a result of CalPERS not meeting its investment target for this fiscal year. Staff highly recommends adopting a strong conservative fiscal approach moving forward, and to that end, we're recommending that the proceeds from the one-time sale of the properties remain uncommitted until a clearer picture of the city's economic condition can be assessed at the mid-year or midterm budget review. Also, the entirety of the ongoing general fund capacity was allocated through the strategic planning process, and staff does not anticipate having any funds available for new funding commitments over the 2-year budget period. And this is a slide that's highlighting what is already included in the budget, which is a $1.5 million payment in each fiscal year against pension unfunded obligations. That's going to realize in the 10-year period savings of $2.9 million to the city, and over 16 years, $4.8 million. And over that time frame, there will be general fund savings of $1.8 million overall. The budget before you tonight has been updated since the workshop, so I'm going to go through all of those changes really quickly. An additional $100,000 to account for increased election costs for the November 22 election cycle was discussed in the budget workshop and added to the budget. There's also been a proposed increase of $150,000 to the city attorney's budget for legal and litigation costs. A placeholder budget of $75,000 in support of the city's 75th anniversary celebration activities was added to the budget, but please note that this amount may be adjusted later by the council when this item returns for future discussion. And finally, the budget stabilization fund transfer to the general fund for 22-23 was also updated to account for this increase in budgeted expenditures that I've just detailed. Outside of the general fund, additional changes include the removal of repair costs for 648 2nd Street or the Women's Center as directed by the City Council at the budget workshop, a reduction in capital expenditures in the wastewater fund for a change in the estimated cost of a truck upgrade, which was also discussed at the budget workshop. Capital project budgets in the enterprise and development impact fee funds were updated to reflect changes to the CIP that were just approved by the City Council tonight in the previous action. We've also removed affordable housing in lieu revenue from the both fiscal years in accordance with City Council direction to significantly reduce in lieu fee agreements. And finally, water and wastewater enterprises have depreciation adjustments that were made subsequent to the workshop. In addition to these budgetary changes, the population demographic chart has been updated, and population data has been revised in the document to reflect the most recent State Department of Finance estimates that were released on May the 1st, and too late to get into that initial budget draft. There are a few 21-22 budget amendments that are being proposed in this action tonight. One is to increase in the expenditures or transfers out for gas tax funds to transfer excess revenue and cash balances at the end of the year. An adjustment of about $40,000 is being proposed for the transfer of the balance of fire development impact fees to East Contra Costa Fire Protection District in accordance with prior council direction. And this transfer is complete, but the amount of the transfer was slightly underestimated when the original budget was established. Finally, budget adjustments totaling about $26,000 are being proposed to increase expenditures in 7 landscape and lighting assessment district funds to account for higher water and landscape maintenance costs than were anticipated in the original budget. Finally, as detailed in the staff report, recommended changes to the reserves and commitments of the general fund are being proposed, and the updated reserves set aside $2 million to cover the general fund costs associated with the 2-year strategic plan initiatives. In addition, the city had previously established a reserve to cover the initial 2-year operating costs of the police department 5th Beat implementation. And as you know, that implementation has not yet occurred, so the $2.4 million reserve is being proposed to be carried forward. The next step in the budgeting process will be the mid-year operating budget review in January of 2023, and we will also inform you if any significant changes to the city's fiscal outlook occur before that time. At the workshop, we covered several budget watch issues, including rising interest rates, potential CalPERS losses, and generally growing economic challenges. We've seen those economic conditions worsen over the past month, and fiscal caution is highly recommended as we enter the new budget year and some potentially challenging times. This concludes my presentation, my abbreviated presentation, and at this time I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you used the words very clearly. Thank you. Is there any question of staff at this time? Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor, if you're talking, you're on mute.
I'm really sorry about that. In regards to in lieu fees, I don't know if I heard this correctly, but are we removing it completely, or we're just removing a portion of it? Because I know we had talked about we still needed some portion of in lieu fees just to continue to support our programs within our affordable housing programs. I'm just wondering, Christine.
So based on council direction, we had $350,000 as a placeholder amount in the 2-year budget in the draft, and we've removed those fees entirely from the budget draft. Again, I think you will recall that we have sufficient capacity in the existing balances to go to, I think, fiscal year right around 2028 without an impact to the housing program. And we removed that revenue because of the limited scope in which in lieu fees could be collected, and we weren't comfortable with an estimate at this point. We can always make mid-year adjustments or midterm adjustments should conditions change, but we wanted to make sure the budget accurately reflected the council direction.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, we had enough in there, I think, for 4 to 5 years, I think it was. And then, so that's something that can't come back. It's just for now, this is where we're at.
Correct. It's just the budgeted revenue as of now.
Thank you.
And just real quick to that point, anything under 9 houses will have in lieu fees, and they'll just update it in the actuals versus the budget is what will happen, correct?
Yes, and it's very, very important, you know, for the purposes of the budget, we're trying to project as accurate of fund balances as we can, but obviously expenditure control is a very big portion of the budgetary process. On the revenue side, it's the staff's best prediction of what our revenues are going to be, and we'll record whatever revenue we receive. We just can't spend more than you authorize us to.
Best guess in time, given the information at hand. So, yeah.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, we will open public comment at this time. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. Let me go ahead and share my screen. We do have one hand raised. And I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good morning, City Council. I think the budget looks great the way it was presented. So I think you should do a roll call vote and let's get going. Looks good. Let's do it. Good night.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
This time we will close public comment, move into council discussion, or do I have a motion? Council.
Okay.
I'm sorry to do this again, but it was a public hearing. We need to formally close it, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I said so moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second on closing the
Public hearing.
Yes, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes, and I just have to say, if you see me looking to the side a lot, it's because there's a spider in my office.
Oh no. Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilmember Mendoza.
All I gotta say is our finance team rocks. Thank you so much. And as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution amending the 2021-22 operating budget and the 21-22 fund balance and restrictions and commitments, and adopting the 22-23, 23-24 operating budget.
Second.
Okay.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
And it was very hard for me not to talk that one time, but I will hold it back.
Moving on to item D4, pertains to the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts, as well as the citywide park maintenance district. And Aaron Wandon will present on this item. Aaron. Aaron is my neighbor on the floor. I can go knock on his door and make sure he's still with us.
Yes, thank you.
There he is.
I'm here. We were just getting switched over with Margaret. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. In accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and Proposition 218, this item is the third and final step in the annual approval process to authorize the levying of assessments based on the benefit conferred to property within the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts. Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 19-3, Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1, and the Citywide Park Maintenance District number 98-1 for fiscal year 22-23. The Landscape and Lighting Assessment Districts consist of 64 individual districts, and it is estimated that they will provide approximately $9.77 million in revenue for fiscal year 22-23. The proposed tax rates for each of the individual districts are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when those districts were formed. Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 19-3 is currently comprised of 11 non-residential developments and has multiple zones of benefit. The zones of benefit were created to address how each development benefits from the differing improvements and associated maintenance. This district will provide an estimated $37,908 in revenue for fiscal year 22-23. The proposed rates for each zone of benefit are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when the district was formed. Our newly established Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1 is comprised of a construction component and a maintenance component. The construction component provides funding for the construction of the new landscape improvements and will be assessed to properties within Landscape Lighting Assessment District number 21-1 over a period of 10 years in equal annual installments with no interest, commencing in fiscal year 22-23 and ending after fiscal year 31-32. The maintenance components provides funding for the ongoing operation, maintenance, servicing, and replacement of the new landscape improvements, which will commence in fiscal year 22-23 and be assessed annually based on the maintenance budget each subsequent year. The district will provide an estimated $97,189 in revenue for fiscal year 22-23. For the citywide park maintenance district number 98-1, the district is proposed to be levied at the approved maximum rate. The estimated total revenue generated by this district is $3.4 million for fiscal year 22-23. Myself and hopefully my city's as a consultant is available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, we will now take comments on the continued public hearing. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay. Then we will close. I need a motion to close the public hearing. Yes, thank you. We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report to, where is it?
Page 8, middle of 8.
To adopt the LLAD as detailed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We will move on to item D5, which pertains.
Thank you, Aaron. Sorry.
Thank you, Aaron. Item D5 pertains to the adoption of the 2019 California Fire Code, and Alexis Morris will present on the item. Alexis.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I will keep this very brief. The council has already considered this twice in the first reading and then the interim urgency ordinance we had to adopt due to the meeting being canceled. So what's before the council tonight is a second reading of an amendment to Title 15 to incorporate the new fire code for the consolidation of Contra Costa Fire effective Friday, July 1st. So staff is recommending that the city council hold a public hearing for and waive the second reading of the ordinance. I apologize, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing and open comments. Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I will go ahead and call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
All I have to say is, yay, this is done. Yay. I'm so excited because I'm getting a fire station right by my house. So let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, is there any further council discussion on this item?
Now I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance amending chapter 15.06 of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to the California Fire Code.
I feel like May could second this since you two are the ones that did everything. I don't know, can you second?
Second, I second. Yes, Margaret. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Title 15, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 15.06 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to adopt by reference the California Fire Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 9, as amended by the Contra Costa Fire Protection District, Ordinance 2019-37, including findings supporting amendments to the 2019 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, Part 9, California Fire Code.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes, and you sounded like an auctioneer.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Well done, Margaret. We will move into item E2.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, before we do so, on item D4, I received a question from staff. Just wanted to confirm that council understood Councilmember Rary's motion to include the park maintenance districts, not just the LLADs, that it included both. Because they had only heard the LLADs and both are listed. And I'm seeing nodding heads from all the council. That's what they understood it to be. Thank you very much. On to item E2.
E2. Item E2 pertains to the 2022-23 pay schedule, and Sakari Bashirs will present on the item. Sakari.
Once good evening, but I think it's good morning.
Good morning.
But at any rate, we'll move forward with this item. The item before you tonight for consideration is our 2022-2023 pay schedule, and it's necessary to bring it to you for adoption based on a California Code of Regulations, and because we are a CalPERS employer, we have to have these approved. And we had MOUs, contracts approved last year, and with these pay increases. So this is just a reflection of that. And again, we're bringing this forward based on the requirements of law requirements. So I'm here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open public comment at this time.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, this time we'll close public comment, move into council discussion, or a motion.
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2022-23 pay schedule.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you, Sakari. And we will move into item F1. Are there any new agenda requests from council members at this time? Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I would like staff, and I've already talked to Katie about this during our touch base. We need to look at our general plan language and remove any max and min and just put our max in there that ties out to what our HC submissions have been, so that we're not downzoning anything. So if they could look into how fast we can get that done, that would be fantastic.
Okay, does staff have clear direction on that?
I can't speak for the planning division, but I think I understand Councilmember Mendoza's request, and we'll come back at your next meeting for further discussion on the item.
Thank you, Damian. Then we will move on to item F2.1.
And I will request that we continue this to our next council meeting.
Okay, item F2.1, the request has been to continue it. Is council?
That sounds like a motion, Mr. Mayor. If you had a second, I bet you can get this moving
Second.
on.
We have a first and a second. Thank you.
We have to have public comment.
You can have public comment on the continuance if you'd like. You can see if there's anyone who wants to speak on the continuance.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on the continuance? I will open public comment for that. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name if provided. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted when the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, we will close public comment.
And my motion stands to continue this to our next city council meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
First and second, roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Yes.
We have a first and a second. And does that include the spider that has?
He didn't vote. He went to sleep.
Okay, good news. We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes. Sorry.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Good night, all.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Be safe.
Damien's there. I said 1 and it's 1:20.
I said 2 and it's 1:20.
Said 2?
I said 2.
Oh, okay.
You were
It's
close.
going to be around 2 o'clock.